Chapter 3:11. Come out if you have the guts, said Long Chen indifferently. Then, he turned around and walked out of this place. Outside, there was an even larger space for battle. In truth, it was not that Long Chen did not know how powerful the Yamato clan was. Pine Middle City, who was at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, was definitely not someone the current Long Chen could stand against. However, sometimes, he would not retreat just because the other party was powerful. To him, there were more important things, and that was dignity, bravery, and brotherhood. Although his friendship with Zhang Yuanting was not deep, he would not allow others to trample on it, especially the Wu tribe. He even said to Long Chen that although killing Song Yefeng might cause him to be hunted down and it might be very tragic, people lived for their dignity. Death was nothing. Dying without dignity would be the real tragedy. He had already thought of this before he came here. Break his legs and tear him to pieces. Song Yefeng, I want you to be even more miserable than him. After walking outside, Long Chen slowly turned his head around. His eyes were filled with a strong hostility. He was like a bomb that could explode at any moment and kill everyone around him. Everyone crowded around Song Yefeng. They thought they were here to watch a good show, so they did not think much of it. They all wore smiles on their faces. Young Master Song, you must beat this reckless brat until he looks for his teeth all over the floor. These days, there are some people who are blind and think that they can offend just about anyone. Well said. He thinks he is invincible just because he has a little bit of strength. When he suffers, he will go back crying for his parents. That's true. Our young Master Song's talent is #1 among the younger generation of the Yamato clan. How could the son of Song Zhongcheng be simple? Everyone, don't say any more. If you continue, he will be scared to death. If he does not dare to fight with me and let me have some fun, I will fight with you. Song Yefeng said with a smile. Young Master Song is a genius. How would we dare? The lackeys hurriedly complimented. With that, they all stepped back so that Song Yefeng could face Long Chen directly. At this time, the short Song Zhongcheng finally raised his head and pointed his nose at Long Chen. Are you done with your last words? Long Chen asked calmly. Last words, you are courting death. Long Chen had come directly to his doorstep. Song Yefeng's heart was already filled with anger, but he had not shown it. A mere dog dares to steal the limelight of my Yamato family's #1 genius? If it weren't for you, I would have directly obtained Lord Sword Demon's recognition and become his disciple. Long Chen, you deserve to die 10,000 times. Today, I will show great mercy and let you die once. As he spoke, the aura of the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier exploded from his body. Compared to Long Chen, who had yet to transform, the current Song Yefeng was much stronger. He took out a long and a short dagger from his cosmos sack and held them in each hand. The long dagger was about half a meter long, about the same size as a normal dagger. The broken dagger was less than 20 centimeters long. The two daggers were gold and black, respectively, and emitted a powerful aura that was no weaker than the blue dragon halberd. Long Chen, die under my Earth tier medium-level god weapon, Sun Moon Divine Blade. Before the battle, Song Yefeng shouted to boost his courage. With a tap of his feet, he turned into a whirlwind and charged at Long Chen. This Song Yefeng is the same as the other wolf tribesmen. He is short and agile. His strength and defense are his weaknesses, but his speed and agility are superior. His speed is really fast. Long Chen retreated a few steps as he used his Dragon Soul transformation. Song Yefeng was obviously much stronger than Yu Tao. Moreover, he was a fierce fighter. When Long Chen fought him, he had no choice but to use his Dragon Soul transformation to kill this wolf tribesman. Brother Zhang, I have harmed you. Let's not talk about other things. Today, I will avenge you. If I don't kill this beast, I, Long Chen, will no longer be a human. Roaring crazily in his heart, Long Chen's feet shook as he turned into a violent dragon. The blue dragon halberd carried an earth-shattering might as it swept towards Song Yefeng crazily. This exchange allowed both sides to see each other's battle prowess. Song Yefeng's strength was indeed not beyond Long Chen's expectations. However, Long Chen's performance was beyond Song Yefeng's expectations. In his impression, Long Chen was only at the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier when they were at the Iron Tower. When he fought against the Sword Demon, he only won the Sword Demon's praise because he used a trick. But now, Long Chen had revealed a fighting strength that wasn't inferior to his in the slightest. Impossible, it must be an illusion. Song Yefeng roared in disbelief. He increased his speed and his whole body turned into a whirlwind, sweeping towards Long Chen. The Sun-Moon Divine Blade danced, wave after wave. Those beautiful lines that looked like halos were the sharpest blades of the Sun-Moon Divine Blade. Sun-Moon Wild Dance. Wind Shadow Kill. A glowing whirlwind instantly closed in on Long Chen. Under this fierce attack, the surrounding soil was uprooted, and pieces of black soil flew towards Long Chen. Then, under Long Chen's halberd, they were all turned into pieces. Blue Dragon Battle Technique. Dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. Long Chen wanted to test his strength against Song Yefeng. Hence, he chose to clash with Song Yefeng directly. In an instant, sand and pebbles flew. Clang, clang, clang. Long Chen could feel that when the blue dragon halberd pierced into Song Yefeng's attack range, it met with a strong resistance. The Sun-Moon Divine Blade danced wildly, in order to resist the power of Long Chen's blue dragon halberd. In a very short period of time, the blue dragon halberd had actually struck the halberd more than 100 times. Long Chen knew Song Yefeng's intention. He wanted to force Long Chen's blue dragon halberd out of his hands. However, he had underestimated Long Chen. Although Song Yefeng's speed was not bad, in terms of strength, he could not match up to Long Chen. Break! The Azure Dragon halberd spun and abruptly sent Song Yufeng flying. Immediately, an uproar broke out in the surroundings. Seeing Song Yufeng being sent flying, everyone was shocked and rushed to catch him. Scram! Song Yefeng roared in mid-air and then staggered to the ground. If the previous Song Yefeng was like a proud peacock, now he was like a miserable drowned rat. Although he was not injured, it was like he had been slapped in the face. It was not a good feeling. Just now, he had calmly wanted to teach Long Chen a lesson. But now, after putting in so much effort, he was sent flying by Long Chen. No matter how thick his skin was, it was still burning hot. Baka! Song Yefeng's face instantly turned red. His face, which was originally not bad, instantly became extremely hideous. Looks like you really want to die. Long Chen, you are here to challenge me. Don't blame me if you die. Roaring crazily, Song Yefeng was like a wild beast, rushing towards Long Chen at an even faster speed. This time, Song Yefeng had gone completely crazy. The so-called pride and self-respect of the Wu tribe was actually the embodiment of madness and wildness. The current Song Yefeng was no different from a wild beast. Long Chen, a weakling in their eyes, had offended them. To them, this was a crime worthy of death. Is he going all out? Long Chen laughed coldly in his heart. In reality, with the dragon soar to the 9 heavens, Long Chen had already figured out his opponent's foundation. Song Yefeng had practiced a Middle-Earth ranked body-refining battle technique. His movement battle technique was also very good and was even close to a high-Earth ranked battle technique. However, in a single round of attack, he was no match for Long Chen. This time, I will truly avenge you. Wu tribe bastard, go to hell. Seeing that Song Yefeng was about to use an even more powerful technique, Long Chen's entire body began to burn with raging flames. What? Song Yefeng's eyes widened in shock. Then, he saw many fire clones emerge from Long Chen's body. These fire clones were all releasing powerful techniques. They were at least at the 3rd level of the Heavenly River tier. There were more than 20 Heavenly River tier 3rd level Heavenly River tier. Each and every one of them was like a bomb, instantly surrounding Song Yefeng. Song Yefeng's face was filled with shock as he frantically brandished his dagger, trying to completely destroy these divine fire clones. He did it. The divine fire clones that had pounced on him at the beginning were sliced into pieces by him. However, even more clones surged towards Song Yefeng. Heavens, what is this? Ah! Song Yefeng screamed in agony. Right now, he was as miserable as he could be. At this moment, he was in an extremely sorry state as he slashed at the endless divine fire clones. From time to time, some of the divine fire clones would land on his body and burn him, causing him to scream in agony. Seeing Song Yefeng in such a miserable state, everyone was stunned. They immediately reacted. First they looked at Long Chen, who was coldly wielding the blue dragon halberd, with trembling eyes. They swallowed their saliva and forced themselves to rush towards Song Yefeng to save him. At this moment, Long Chen stood in front of them. I told you to be human, but you refused. You just had to be dogs of the Wu tribe. Now, I will wipe out all of you disgraces. At this moment, Long Chen's heart was completely drowned in anger and hatred. These people treated the Wu tribe as gods, so they must have bullied their own people. Moreover, they had just insulted Long Chen. A real man would not be humiliated. Long Chen had long understood this principle. The more benevolent he was, the more tolerant he was, the more his opponents would take advantage of him. By the time Long Chen pointed the blue dragon halberd at the remaining people, Song Yefeng had already been completely defeated by the divine fire clones. His weapon fell to the ground, and endless flames covered his body, burning fiercely. Song Yefeng had completely turned into a flaming man. He curled up in a corner and screamed in agony. When everyone heard his screams, they were so scared that they almost wet their pants. And Long Chen coldly held the blue dragon halberd and sent them one by one to hell. Chapter 3:12. On the third floor, there were a total of 25 divine flame clones that were equivalent to cultivators at the third level of the heavenly river tier. They successfully burned Song Yufeng to death. Of course, Song Yufeng did not die immediately. Before he died, he was burned by the flames for more than half an hour. During this time, Long Chen wielded the blue dragon halberd and reaped the lives of others. Your parents gave birth to you, yet you fawn over the Wu tribe. You have no backbone, no soul. What difference is there from death? I will send you all to hell now. Long Chen slaughtered in a frenzy. A total of more than 10 people looked at Long Chen in fear, then collapsed to the ground, blood flowing everywhere. They insulted me. I must kill them all. They are the dogs of the Wu tribe. They must have harmed many of their own. These thoughts were currently entrenched in Long Chen's mind. Zhang Yuanting's death, as well as the influence of the inherited blood essence, had caused the coldness in Long Chen's heart to slowly grow. He realized that only by slaughtering those who stood in his way would he be able to live a better life. Only by slaughtering those who stood in his way would he be able to live a better life. He would not have to submit to the tyranny of others. Dignity had to be earned through battle. I will now teach you what dignity is. Every time he used his battle technique, a life would be taken. When Long Chen realized that everyone around him had collapsed, Song Yefeng, who had been screaming for a full 15 minutes, finally turned into a pile of ash under the burning flames. Long Chen put away the blue dragon halberd and looked on blankly. Song Yefeng indeed deserved to die, and so did these people. However, when did my mind become like this? It seems to be a little out of control. When all his opponents had collapsed, Long Chen finally came to his senses. He did not feel any guilt after killing so many people. After all, they were all people who deserved to die. His worry was due to the primordial blood spirit dragon's murderous nature. Forget it. There is no free lunch in this world. The primordial blood spirit dragon is the ancestral dragon that rules over killing. It would be strange if I was not affected. I just hope that I will not become a complete demon. After killing Song Yefeng, Long Chen could no longer stay in the Ni Yang Immortal's realm. Brother Zhang, I'm the one who caused your death. Although I've avenged you, I can't escape the guilt in my heart. Long Chen really felt bad for Zhang Yuanting. If he had not come to the Ni Yang Immortal's realm, Zhang Yuanting would definitely have lived a good life. Moreover, with his talent, it would not have been a problem for him to achieve his dream and reach the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. The situation here, as well as Yu Tao's death, would be discovered very quickly. It would also be very easy for everyone to know that the murderer was Long Chen. After Long Chen put away the Azure Dragon battle halberd, he hurriedly headed for the exit. Now that the immortal beast tide had passed, most of the celestial level divine guards were busy. Thus, not many people noticed Long Chen at this moment, and it was even more unexpected that such a youth had actually killed 2 people at the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier. One of them was the most favored Song Yefeng of the Dahi clan, one of the 3 great clans. After finding the exit, Long Chen had already made his plans. His blood escape was extremely fast. As long as he left the Moon Compassion Lake, he would find a remote place and use the blood escape. If there were no extremely powerful elites nearby, it would be very difficult to discover him. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen arrived at the Moon Compassion Lake from the Ni Yang Immortal's realm. The celestial level divine guards were not on guard all the time. Even within a month, there would be time for them to change shifts and cultivate. Some people would use these times to come out and exchange immortal beasts for points, and then use these points to exchange for other items. Thus, it was not strange that Long Chen came out at this time. At the same time, There were also some people coming out in twos and threes from other entrances. Following them, Long Chen was very low-key. He arrived at the area used for trading in Niyang City. All the buildings in Niyang City were close to the city walls. At this time, Long Chen used the blood escape and quickly dashed over the roofs, dashed over the city walls, and then ran wildly for 2 or 3 miles without anyone being able to discover him. When he used the blood escape, he could escape from the 9 heavenly fire beasts of the earth ranked 9th grade. How could those ordinary soldiers of the Niyang army see him? Finally coming out of the Niyang Immortals realm, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. For him, there were countless elites inside, and it was really too depressing. Niyang Immortals realm, I, Long Chen, will return one day. When that time comes, no one can stop me. Li Xuanji said that there is a 9 heaven celestial fruit inside, so there definitely is. That family head of the Yamato clan might soon discover Song Yufeng's death. I have to take advantage of this time to go to Baiyang Imperial City and take Lingxi away. Once I have enough strength, I will make a comeback. Thinking of this, Long Chen did not say anything else. He used his fastest speed and headed in the direction of Baiyang Imperial City. The Imperial City was not far from Niyang City. After a period of time, the Imperial City was already in sight. This time, when he entered the Imperial City, there was no conflict like the last time. The guards at the city gates were no longer the same as before. Long Chen safely entered the Imperial City, then used his fastest speed and headed in the direction of Prince Yu's mansion. A total of more than 20 days had passed. He did not know how Lingxi was doing. Long Chen was worried, so he hurriedly rushed into Prince Yu's mansion. Long Chen was a newly promoted Immortal Realm Divine Guard. In the eyes of the other people in Prince Yu's mansion, he was one of the more favored characters. Hence, the guards at the gate and the maids all looked at him with respectful gazes, not daring to offend him. However, it was a little strange for Long Chen to return from Niyang's Wonderland at this time. In Prince Yu's mansion, other than Old Yen, there were other chief stewards. It was just that their martial strength was not as good as Old Yan's. Long Chen could not directly rush into Prince Yu's mansion. Seeing that there was a chief steward not far away, he hurriedly went forward and asked, "I have an urgent matter to see His Highness and Lady Lingxi. Are they in the mansion?" As long as he asked, he would be able to roughly know Lingxi's current situation. "His Highness, your return is really unfortunate. His Highness seems to have gone to settle the matters of Goldfish Island. Lady Lingxi has also gone. Why don't you wait in the mansion? They might be back soon." Goldfish Island. Long Chen was stunned. Why did the 9th prince go back to Goldfish Island? Why did His Highness go to Goldfish Island? Long Chen asked curiously. "It's like this. I heard that a small branch of the Yamato family was annihilated on Goldfish Island a month ago. Hence, when the Yamato family found out about it, they rushed to Goldfish Island recently. Originally, this was not under His Highness's jurisdiction. However, because of Lady Lingxi's request, His Highness went there. Let me tell you, His Highness treats Lady Lingxi very well. He simply cares for her in every possible way. I have never seen a woman as beautiful as Lady Lingxi. Such a woman should only exist in the heavens and rarely seen in the mortal world. Oh yes, I heard that you have a good relationship with Lady Lingxi. You are blessed. When His Highness marries Lady Lingxi, your status will also rise." Marry. These 2 words violated the taboo in Long Chen's heart. In his opinion, anyone could be touched by the 9th prince, but not Lingxi. That was because Lingxi was Long Chen's woman. If the 9th prince wanted to touch her, no matter how high his status was, Long Chen would stab him to death. "Yes. Marry." The butler's face was filled with smiles. "Marry your mother." Long Chen sent the butler flying with a punch. With a bang, the guy smashed into a pond, causing water to splash everywhere. Long Chen didn't say anything else. With a speed that no one could stop, he rushed towards Goldfish Island. "9th Prince, looks like it's time for us to get to know each other. You've always been drooling over my Lingxi. As her man, if I don't skin you alive, how can I live up to my name, Long Chen? Anyway, I've already caused a big enough ruckus, so why not make it even bigger?" Like a whirlwind, Long Chen swept towards Goldfish Island. On Goldfish Island, everyone was looking at the rows of Woku warriors in front of them. Their bodies couldn't stop trembling. The attack this time had come without any warning. By the time they realized the Woku had already landed, it was already too late. Under the Woku's forceful order, everyone on Goldfish Island was gathered in a flat area. Chen Ping, Chen Lei, and the little girl Xiaoyu were all there. However, right now, their faces were as pale as dirt. Chen Feng and Chen Lei had some knowledge. With just one look, they could tell that these people were from a real Yamato family. Most of the warriors here were at least at the Heavenly Core Realm, and there were more than a dozen Heavenly River Realm warriors. For the Goldfish Island, this was a force that they couldn't defend against. Their strength was spread among the crowd. When they knew that they were going to die, everyone on Goldfish Island broke down. With the Woku's ruthless methods, there was no doubt that they were going to be wiped out. The entire Goldfish Island was going to be filled with wails and cries. Loud cries could be heard from the crowd. Many people had completely broken down. They fell onto the ground, trembling as they looked at the evil demons. Their faces were extremely pale. Even Chen Feng and Chen Lei's faces were pale. They looked at each other and saw the despair in each other's eyes. Last time they still had some confidence. But this time, everyone on Goldfish Island couldn't escape the same fate, and that was death. In fact, before they died, they would be severely humiliated. The Woku had always killed the men in the most cruel way possible. As for the women, they had many ways to play with them. They wouldn't kill them immediately, but would play with them until they were tired of playing with them. Then they would kill them directly or toy with them to death. I'll let you know that attacking us, the Woku, is the stupidest thing in the world. A man who was lying on a deck chair in the middle of the group looked at the trembling lambs with a pleased expression. Men, pick out all the women between the ages of 10 and 50. Dig a hole for the rest and bury them alive. As for the stronger warriors, break all their limbs and bury them alive. Chapter 313. The man's words were like a death sentence for everyone. Thick, dark clouds shrouded the islanders of the Golden Fish Island. They watched as the beast-like Wu tribesmen swarmed towards them with sinister smiles. There was no lack of Heavenly River tier elites among them. The most they could do was wait for death. Everyone was unwilling to give up. Even though the Wu tribesmen were very strong, and dealing with them was like throwing an egg against a rock, Chen Feng didn't choose to give up. They were already buried alive, so they might as well resist. To them, only by resisting would they have the slightest chance of survival. Only by resisting would they be able to make the Wu tribesmen pay the price. Citizens of my Golden Fish Island. Chen Feng's breathing was heavy, and his face was ashen. Seeing that the other party was about to pounce on them, he shouted at the top of his lungs. His veins popping out as he shouted, "The Wu tribesmen are no different from beasts. If we fall into their hands, we will definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Listen up, we will die no matter what. Our bodies can die, but our souls and dignity cannot." That's right. Seeing that his father was trying to motivate everyone, Chen Lei also shouted, "What are the Wu tribesmen? They are just a bunch of dogs. They are indeed strong, but so what? We will die no matter what. Why can't we let them die? Everyone, attack. Let them know how powerful we are. We will not accept such humiliation even if we die." Chen Feng and Chen Lei's words made the blood of the people of Golden Fish Island boil. The warriors of Golden Fish Island were not well prepared. At this moment, they pushed the old, the weak, the women, and the children behind them. All of the warriors had the courage of a man. They held their weapons and circulated their true chi as they walked to the front. In a short period of time, hundreds of martialists from the Golden Fish Island had already stood up. They all glared at the Wu tribesmen, who were grinning hideously. Their eyes were filled with hatred and coldness, as if they were ready to die. "Even if I die, I will not let you bully my wife and children." That's right. If the land left behind by our ancestors is occupied by a bunch of beasts, how can we face our ancestors? The Golden Fish Island is ours, not these dogs. Brother, don't even call them dogs. Calling them dogs is an insult. The Wu tribe is worse than beasts. That's right. Let's see who's stronger today. I don't plan to live any longer. Today, I will fight to the death. Even if I die, I will kill the Wu tribe. Kill, kill, kill. Over 100 Golden Fish Island cultivators gathered together, with Chen Lei and Chen Feng as their leaders. They roared angrily, looking at the Woku tribe members without the slightest bit of fear. The immense mental power that was generated from this actually frightened the team that had quite a few Heavenly River tiers. Among this group of Woku tribe members, There were 4 at the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier, and there was even a martial artist at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier. He was the one in the middle who was giving orders. He was a man who was about 30 years old. He was skinny and had a wretched appearance. At this moment, he was looking for a target among the crowd of Golden Fish Island with an obscene expression. From time to time, he would chuckle obscenely. The sound of him swallowing his saliva could be heard clearly by the people around him. At this moment, not only were the warriors of the Golden Fish Island blocking his line of sight, but they were also saying some disrespectful words. Their leader, Song Zhongzhen, was enraged. He roared angrily, "Baka, hurry up and attack. If we are delayed, I will take your lives. Today, I will enjoy 10 virgin girls. The rest will go to whoever kills the most." These words gave the Wu race martialists a lot of motivation. Each of them had a crazed and lustful look on their faces. They roared like wild beasts as they rushed towards the people of Goldfish Island. Under the leadership of Chen Feng, although the warriors of the Golden Fish Island knew that there was a great disparity in strength, the brave were invincible. They were already prepared to die, so the power that they erupted with was extraordinary. Unafraid of death. These 4 words could perfectly describe their current mood. Just as both sides were about to engage in a bloody battle, a loud roar rang out from the ground. A silhouette dashed into the middle of the 2 groups, causing everyone to take a few steps back in fear. This person's speed was simply too fast. Everyone could not help but be certain that this person was an extremely powerful expert. "Stop! Everyone, back off!" After that person rushed to the center, a pair of sharp eyes suddenly looked at the people of the Woku tribe. The imposing expression on his face instantly scared the people of the Woku tribe into taking a few steps back. Suddenly, the scene went silent. Following closely behind the young man in the middle was an old man and a beautiful young girl. At the feet of the young girl was a black Xiao Lang. For the people of the Golden Fish Island, Lingxi and Xiao Lang were all too familiar. Last time, it was Long Chen and Lingxi who had saved them. They had never expected that it would be the same this time. Tears of excitement welled up in everyone's eyes. If it's Sister Lingxi, then this must be Big Brother Long Chen. Xiaoyu's mood immediately changed from jealousy and sadness to excitement. She looked at the person in front of her expectantly. However, she realized that the person who had scared the people of the Woku tribe away with just 1 sentence wasn't Long Chen, but another handsome young man. Why isn't Big Brother Long Chen beside Sister Lingxi? Could it be? Xiaoyu tilted her head. She couldn't figure it out. Even she had such doubts, let alone the others. At that moment, the people of the Golden Fish Island also looked at the man in the middle. They were grateful to this young man and guessed where Long Chen had gone. They looked at Lingxi, who had an ugly expression on her face, and couldn't figure it out. Long Chen and Lingxi had such a good relationship, so there was no reason for Lingxi to betray him. However, he had appeared with another man. What was going on? At that moment, the 9th prince, Lin Songtian, turned around and flashed a smile that made everyone feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. This 9th prince indeed gave off a stronger feeling than the previous Long Chen. No wonder Lingxi had appeared with this man. The 9th prince's gentle smile infected many people of the Golden Fish Island. Then he turned around and stared coldly at the Song Central City, who was commanding the Woku tribe. Where did this son of a bitch come from? Men, give him to me. Ah, so it's His Highness the 9th Prince. Halfway through his speech, Song Zhongzhen clearly saw the appearance of the 9th Prince. He didn't stabilize his body, and directly collapsed on the deck chair. Half of his body was covered in mud, but he didn't care at all. He quickly got up and led the people of the Woku tribe to the 9th Prince. He nodded and bowed and said, "So it's your highness. I didn't have eyes just now, so I didn't notice. I'm Song Zhongzhen of the Yamato clan, and I'm the cousin of the clan leader of the Song Central City. Does your highness remember me?" Although they were both at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, there was a huge gap between their statuses. Song Zhongzhen hadn't paid attention just now, and had insulted the 9th Prince. At this moment, a storm was brewing in his heart. He looked innocently at the 9th Prince, and only hoped that the 9th Prince would spare his pathetic life. "Song Zhongzhen, what did you say just now?" There was a sinister look in the 9th Prince's eyes. He lowered his head and said in a cold voice, "I've remembered your words. If it were any other time, I would definitely cripple you on the spot if you dared to speak to me like this. Today, I'm in a good mood, so I'll reluctantly spare you. You immediately take your people and scram. I'll protect this goldfish island. As long as I, Lin Songtian, am here, the Woku tribe will never be able to cause trouble here. What? Song Zhongzhen was really scared out of his wits. Thankfully, the ninth prince had already said that he would reluctantly spare his life today. Although he didn't understand why the ninth prince wanted to protect this goldfish island, he completely understood when he saw Lingxi. He was shrewd, and knew that at this moment, the most suitable thing for him to do was to scram. Thus he hurriedly nodded and bowed, and said, "Yes, yes, your highness. I'll immediately take them and scram. We'll never come back again. Hurry up and scram. Everyone, scram." Under Song Zhongzhen's tactful supervision, all the Woku tribe members only dared to tuck their tails between their legs. In front of the ninth prince, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After they left the goldfish island, someone finally couldn't help but ask Song Zhongzhen, "Boss, why does the ninth prince want to protect this goldfish island that has nothing to do with us?" "You don't know, but the 3 idiots who tried to reclaim the goldfish island were killed by an immortal-level divine guard under the ninth prince. That immortal-level divine guard is accompanied by a beautiful woman and a horse named Xiao Lang. This woman definitely won't let us massacre the goldfish island. Most importantly, the imperial city has been abuzz these few days. His Highness has been bringing this woman around to sightsee and admire the moon. If it isn't because he likes this woman, what else could it be? Could it be that His Highness likes you?" Song Zhongzhen said excitedly. Then, the goldfish island actually dared to touch the people of the Woku tribe. Are we just going to tolerate it? I don't know. Let's go back and report this. The ninth prince wants to show off here and pick up girls. We have to run for our lives. Seeing that all the people of the Woku tribe had left, the ninth prince's furrowed eyebrows finally relaxed. He turned around and looked at the people of the goldfish island with a friendly smile. It was the first time that they had seen such an amiable expert. Chen Feng had also heard that this person was the prince of the imperial family. He was undoubtedly the most powerful young man in the Zongyang kingdom. No wonder he had appeared by Lingxi's side. However, where had Long Chen gone? Chen Feng had some understanding of Lingxi. In Lingxi's heart, there was absolutely only Long Chen's figure. As for the ninth prince, he had no idea what was going on. At that moment, the ninth prince saw that Lingxi had walked in front of the people of the goldfish island. His eyes moved, and he walked to Lingxi's side. It seemed like he and Lingxi were a perfect match. P.S. Tomorrow at midnight, there will be 20 episodes of the climax. Please look forward to it. Chapter 3:14. Lingxi frowned slightly at the ninth prince's deliberate action of standing with her. She subconsciously took a few steps to the side. At that moment, Xiao Lang lowered his head and inserted himself between the two of them, pushing the ninth prince to the side. Only the ninth prince had a flash of anger in his eyes, but he concealed it well. He smiled brightly and said to the crowd, "Hello everyone, I am Miss Lingxi's friend. I am also the current ninth prince of the royal family, so you don't have to worry in the future. As long as I am alive, those guys from the Yamato family will definitely not dare to cause trouble on Goldfish Island again." For the people of Goldfish Island, this was great news. For the people of Goldfish Island, this was great news. No matter who the ninth prince was, they had to express their gratitude. Hence, everyone thanked him one after another. Some even knelt down. However, the ninth prince reacted quickly and rushed over to help them up. He said gently, "You don't have to thank me, and you don't have to be so polite. As a member of the royal family, it is my duty to protect my people. This is my duty, so you don't have to thank me. You should thank Lady Lingxi. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have known that such a thing would have happened." Although the people of Goldfish Island were puzzled as to why Long Chen wasn't here, they saw that the ninth prince didn't seem to be a bad person. In fact, he seemed to be a very good person. Gradually, they had a good impression of the ninth prince. As for Lingxi, they had an even better impression of her. Hence, everyone thanked Lingxi one after another. Seeing that the people of Goldfish Island had finally been freed, and seeing the happy smiles on their faces, Lingxi felt happy for them. However, with the ninth prince beside her, Lingxi couldn't help but feel unhappy and worried. "I wonder how Chen is doing. I had no choice but to ask the ninth prince for help today. However, seeing that the people of Goldfish Island have been saved, Chen should be very happy." Lingxi was very satisfied when she thought of this. "Miss Lingxi, May I know where Brother Long Chen is now? After saying a few words of thanks to Lingxi, Chen Feng went straight to the point and asked in confusion. To the people of Goldfish Island, the help that the ninth prince had given them today was greater than what Long Chen had given them previously. However, they had a strange feeling that Long Chen was more likable and amiable, while the ninth prince was a little pretentious. Chen has gone to Ni Yang's Wonderland to be in Wonderland Divine Guard, but he will be back soon. Lingxi was a little excited when she mentioned Long Chen. Wow, Ni Yang's Wonderland. The people of Goldfish Island gasped in admiration. Ni Yang's Wonderland was not a place that ordinary people could enter. They were happy for Long Chen that he was able to become an Wonderland Divine Guard. However, they did not realize that a mere Wonderland Divine Guard was nothing compared to the identity of the ninth prince. The ninth prince seemed to have turned into a bomb that was about to explode when he saw Lingxi talk about Long Chen. He forcefully swallowed his anger and said to Lingxi, "Little Shi, we should go back. Today, I will take you to the seafood restaurant in the Imperial City. There are many rare exotic delicacies there." Hearing the two words, Little Shi, Lingxi's expression changed. She stared coldly at the ninth prince and did not give him any face. She said word by word, "Your Highness, didn't I say it before? Please don't call me Little Shi. Only Chen can call me that." The coldness in her voice scared Chen Feng and the others. The people of Goldfish Island looked at each other. Those with some brains could roughly guess what was going on. It seemed that the ninth prince wanted to snatch the beauty away. In other words, the ninth prince had saved Goldfish Island. It was completely bullshit to say that it was his duty to do so. He just wanted to please the beauty. Before, they were full of respect and love for the ninth prince, as well as great gratitude. Now that they thought about it, it seemed that the ninth prince was just so they shook their heads. Between Long Chen and the ninth prince, they preferred the straightforward and hot-blooded Long Chen. Whispers could be heard from the crowd. "I really thought that the ninth prince would be so kind. I find it strange. Doesn't the Yamato family serve the royal family? Those people just now were the royal family's minions. Don't talk about it. If the ninth prince gets angry, we won't have a good time. He didn't really want to save us. He might kill us at any time." Discussions like this, as well as Lingxi's blatant disrespect, made the ninth prince furious. His breathing became heavier as he stared at Lingxi. His eyes flashed. Lingxi was not afraid of him. She clenched her teeth and said softly, "How is it? Are you angry? No matter how angry you are, it's useless. At most you can kill me. I'm not afraid of death." Lingxi's attitude was unyielding. Looking at the national beauty in front of him, the ninth prince's anger turned into helplessness in the end. He waved his hand at the people from the Golden Fish Island and said, "You guys are fine. Go and do what you need to do." Miss Lingxi. Chen Feng couldn't make up his mind. It was obvious that the ninth prince was chasing them away. "Uncle Chen, please take them and leave first. After all, Goldfish Island will be fine in the future. I will ask Brother Chen to bring me here often to play," Lingxi said with a smile. She was much more obedient when facing the people of Goldfish Island. "All right then. Miss Lingxi, be careful. Our Golden Fish Island welcomes you at any time." After saying that, Chen Feng had no choice but to reluctantly watch as Lingxi and the people from the Golden Fish Island left. After everyone had left, the ninth prince looked at Lingxi affectionately and said, "Lingxi, these days, I have put in a lot of effort to make you happy. Don't you understand my sincerity for you?" "What is sincerity? Is it edible? I'm very hungry now. I want to eat." Lingxi widened her eyes and looked at him without backing down. "Don't change the subject. What I said is true. Tell me, in what way can I not compare to Long Chen? In terms of appearance, strength and background, I am not better than that brat. Why can't you think about it?" The ninth prince said anxiously. His voice even sounded a little choked up. Ordinary girls would have been killed by him in an instant if they saw him in such a state of grief. "You want to compare yourself with Chen? Are you kidding me? Let me ask you a very simple question. Can you die for me?" "Chen will," Lingxi said coldly. "Don't joke with me. Why would you want to die for me?" The ninth prince didn't quite understand. "That's why I said that you don't know what love is. What right do you have to say that you like me? Isn't it because I am beautiful? When I was nothing before, Chen still took good care of me," Lingxi said happily. "Nonsense. Don't misunderstand. Alright, I promise you. If Long Chen can do it, so can I. Dying for you isn't something difficult. In order to move Lingxi, the ninth prince really threw caution to the wind this time. Of course, he wouldn't do it. Then die for me to see. Lingxi took a few steps back and looked at the ninth prince indifferently. The coldness in Lingxi's words shattered the ninth prince's heart instantly. Looking at the beauty in front of him who didn't care about his life, the ninth prince felt that the hard work of the past month was simply ridiculous. All right, I will ask you one last question. Are you willing to follow me or not? Think about it carefully. You only have two choices. The first one is to follow me. The second one is to follow me. However, Long Chen will die. At this time, the ninth prince finally couldn't bear it anymore and revealed his true colors. Flustered and exasperated, you finally revealed your fox's tail. Lingxi wasn't surprised at all. She had expected this day to come. When the ninth prince realized that all his efforts were in vain, he would definitely go crazy and reveal his true colors. The ninth prince had always relied on power and strength to conquer others. How could he sincerely move others with his feelings? Lingxi was not stupid. She was very smart. From the day Long Chen entered the Ni Yang's fairyland, she knew that the ninth prince would go berserk one day. She didn't tell Long Chen and instead persuaded him to go to the Ni Yang's fairyland so that Long Chen could focus on finding the 9 heaven celestial fruit and not care about her. Of course, she dared to break off relations with the ninth prince at this time and provoke the ninth prince to go berserk. This was not a reckless act. Before, Lingxi and Xiao Lang could communicate through their souls. After a month of practice, this communication became very smooth. At this time, Lingxi was talking to Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang, leave quickly. Otherwise, it will be bad if he uses you to threaten me. Chen will find the 9 heaven celestial fruit for me. My current body is the source of trouble. I don't want it. I will return to Lingxi's sword. No one can hurt me anymore. Before this, Lingxi and Xiao Lang had already discussed this method. If they had no other choice, they could only use this method. The ninth prince was aggressive. The day when he turned into a demon would come sooner or later. It was not easy for Lingxi to delay until today. Otherwise, why would Lingxi agree to the ninth prince's invitation to go sightseeing? Sister Lingxi, I still don't feel at ease. I am now at the 4th rank of the earth rank. This guy may not be able to defeat me. Xiao Lang did not escape at this time. Instead, he still stood in front of Lingxi. At this time, the ninth prince gritted his teeth and revealed a ferocious look. Lingxi, I have to say, you are forcing me. Lingxi took a few steps back and looked at him coldly. She did not say anything. At this time, she was using her soul to urge Xiao Lang to leave. However, Xiao Lang did not follow the plan. Instead, he stood in front of her fearlessly. My big brother asked me to protect you. Before he appears, I will not retreat even half a step. Chapter 3:15. Alright, since that's the case, I won't say anything more. Don't blame me. I originally wanted to treat you gently, but you made me choose to be rough. You forced me to do this, Lingxi. You forced me to do this. At this time, the ninth prince's eyes were a little bloodshot. The stubborn look in Lingxi's eyes caused him to completely explode. The image that he had put on with great difficulty was completely destroyed this time. What do you mean I forced you to do this? It's clearly your own problem, but you want to blame it on others. Don't you know that magnanimity is the most rare character of a man? Although Chen is sometimes unreasonable, he is much more reliable than you. Lingxi had no intention of giving in at all. To be honest, she hated this ninth prince very much. She had grown up in an environment where her status was even more distinguished. She had seen young geniuses who were countless times more distinguished than the ninth prince, and she herself was such a prominent existence. However, the ninth prince wanted to use his status to keep Lingxi by his side. This was undoubtedly the behavior of an idiot. Lingxi had never valued Long Chen because of his status. Chen, Long Chen, right? He's merely at the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier. Any one of my subordinates would be able to kill him. Believe it or not, if I send a message now, he will die in the Ni Yang Immortals realm. The ninth prince's eyes gradually revealed a ferocious look. In this world, there is no force stronger than my imperial family, and in this world, there is no woman that I, Lin Songtian, can't get. Lingxi, you bitch, you actually don't want me to get your heart, so I'll get your body. At this time, the ninth prince had already lost control. He walked step by step towards Lingxi, his whole body exuding a shocking aura of viciousness. Elder Yen didn't dare to be meddlesome. The ninth prince obviously wanted to use violence against Lingxi in broad daylight, and as a subordinate, he could only avoid it. However, he still had to deal with Xiao Lang, so he took a step forward, preparing to deal with Xiao Lang. You dare to call me a slut? Lingxi's eyes were filled with anger. She had never hated someone so much before. Looking at the ninth prince now, she was as disgusted as she could be. It was so disgusting that Lingxi couldn't be bothered to say another word to him. She thought of Long Chen in her heart. From the dramatic meeting at the beginning to the dribs and drabs of their daily interactions, every detail replayed in Lingxi's mind. This was especially true when Long Chen had jumped into the bottomless abyss for her sake in the Star Demon prison. From that moment onwards, Lingxi had placed her heart firmly in his hands. She believed that there was no one else who would do such a thing for a woman like her, who could no longer be considered to be a living being. Chen, after this disaster, I really don't know if we can meet again. I haven't seen you for more than 10 days. I really miss you, but I know you are working hard for me. To be able to get to know you before I die and walk such a long path with you, I can only say that this is the fortune that I've cultivated for several lifetimes. I've always thought that if having my body destroyed by this sword is the greatest sorrow of my life, then meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. In fact, this fortune is even greater than this sorrow. Truly, I have no regrets in this life. As she thought about it, tears welled up in her eyes. Crystal clear tears appeared in her pure eyes. I also fantasize about marrying you one day and living a carefree life, but that's just an extravagant wish of mine. Everyone is having a hard time, and it's even more so for us. Since Baiyang village, we've been constantly faced with calamities, but you've always stood in front of me and never retreated. You're a real man. My father once said that a real man is undefeatable. Maybe it is because I don't have such good luck and I don't have the blessing to accompany you. There were too many unknown futures in front of Lingxi. Even if she had a strong heart, she would still feel fear, because Long Chen was not by her side at this time. As the ninth prince approached Lingxi, Xiao Lang said anxiously, Sister Lingxi, listen to me. I have another way. I can use the ninth underworld demon ancestral flame to create a cage and trap these two guys. Lingxi was startled. This was something Xiao Lang had never said before. You must have consumed a lot of energy and suffered a lot of injuries. I probably won't be able to control the ninth underworld demon ancestral flame for the next 10 days, Xiao Lang said helplessly. This meant that as long as it was used to create the cage, it would lose most of its fighting strength. The most heaven-defying thing about the sun-devouring demonic wolf was that it could level up. As for attacking, it was not particularly good. The ninth underworld demon ancestral flame was Xiao Lang's most powerful attack. Lingxi still shook her head and said, Xiao Lang, go. Don't worry about me. Lingxi's stubbornness made Xiao Lang so anxious that his eyes turned red. He turned around and looked angrily at the ninth prince, panting heavily. Lingxi was stubborn, and so was he. No matter what, he would not take a step back. Lingxi, you must be very helpless at this time, right? Unfortunately, Long Chen can't save you at all. The ninth prince laughed sinisterly. At this moment, he, who had decided to make a move, had already used the power of the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier. That overwhelming power was practically a nightmare for Lingxi, who currently had no strength to even truss a chicken. That huge pressure instantly caused Lingxi's face to turn pale. Lingxi was incomparably anxious. At this moment, she had already resigned herself to her fate. She could only use her soul to communicate with the wolf cub. She anxiously told the wolf cub to run away, but the wolf cub didn't listen to her at all. The wolf cub's body rapidly expanded, instantly transforming into a battle state. The huge sun-devouring demonic wolf gritted its teeth and glared at the ninth prince. At this time, Elder Yen stood beside the ninth prince and said coldly, Your Highness, let me deal with this beast. You focus on enjoying yourself. That's great, Elder Yen. Then I'll have to trouble you. We'll each deal with one. You deal with this beast, and I'll deal with your beauty. Let's see who's stronger, okay? The ninth prince said with a laugh. With your highness's power, you'll definitely be able to fight for 3 days and 3 nights, Elder Yen said shamelessly. As soon as he said this, the situation had already reached a point where it could explode at any moment. Lingxi could not call Xiao Lang away, and there was already despair in her eyes. If anything happened to Xiao Lang, she would not be able to answer to Long Chen. Are you finally going to despair? Lingxi, let me dote on you. There was a fiery light in the ninth prince's eyes, and he was just about to grab Lingxi. At this time, Lingxi, who was facing the outside of the Goldfish Island, suddenly saw a figure break through the waters of the Goldfish Island like a tornado, forming a turbulent wave that swept towards the Goldfish Island. With a loud bang, the huge wave crashed onto the Goldfish Island, creating a huge splash. A blood-red figure holding a blue dragon halberd landed on the ground of the Goldfish Island. He stomped on the ground with his feet, and his entire body was like a cannonball as he landed between Lingxi and the ninth prince. At that moment, the entire Goldfish Island was trembling because of him. Looking at the blood-red back that was covered with red scales and spikes, Lingxi burst into tears. This familiar voice was obviously that of Long Chen, whom she had always wanted to see in her dreams. At this moment, Lingxi thought that she was dreaming. However, when she pinched her arm, the clear pain made her realize that everything she saw was not a dream. That straight back once again stood in front of her without any hesitation. Regardless of whether it was the mountains or the seas in front of him, regardless of how many blades and swords flashed in front of him, Lingxi, who was behind him, would always be safe and sound. That's right. When Long Chen heard the news that Lingxi had come from the Prince Yu's residence, he rushed over at full speed. He was even afraid that he would not be fast enough, so he directly transformed into his dragon soul, and appeared in front of the ninth prince in a completely battle-ready state. When he saw that it was Long Chen, Xiao Lang also did not dare to believe it. However, an expression of ecstasy quickly appeared on his face. Among the three of them, Long Chen was undoubtedly the backbone. Without Long Chen, Xiao Lang would not be able to do anything himself. Now that Long Chen had arrived, with Long Chen's personality, this meant that a battle to the death was about to happen. Xiao Lang could feel that the current Long Chen was filled with violent blood qi and killing intent. From this suffocating feeling, Xiao Lang had already sensed that Long Chen's cultivation had reached at least the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier, and now that he had transformed into his dragon soul, he had already surpassed an ordinary cultivator in the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier. This firm back view only took an instant for Lingxi and Xiao Lang to be completely at ease. At this moment, Long Chen's blood-red arm was raised lightly, and Lingxi retreated behind him. Little Shi, watch from the side. Today I will let you see what a man is. Long Chen's tone was very calm, but it contained unparalleled might. The killing intent revealed in that hoarse voice made the ninth prince feel a little apprehensive. Lingxi did not think anything. She did not know how strong Long Chen was now. As long as it was Long Chen's words, she would listen obediently. Long Chen asked her to retreat, and she retreated a long distance. Hot tears filled her eyes as she looked at Long Chen's back view. Long Chen. The ninth prince was very depressed. Long Chen had not even been in the Niyang fairyland for a month, so why was he here now? He did not care about Long Chen's appearance, and asked directly, "Why did you run out of the Niyang fairyland?" At this time, the ninth prince was still discussing about the Niyang fairyland. It was really a little stupid. Do you really want to know? Use your head in exchange for it, and I will reluctantly tell you. Let me tell you, I have chopped off quite a few heads recently. Today, I will add one for you, Lin Songtian. What do you think? Long Chen pointed the blue dragon battle halberd at the ninth prince, and said calmly. There was endless killing intent in his voice. Chapter 316. Most of the people from Golden Fish Island had already returned, but there were still 2 people who returned after walking for a short distance. They were Chen Feng and Chen Lei. They could tell that the ninth prince had designs on Lady Lingxi, but Lingxi didn't care about him. Chen Feng was a little worried, so he snuck back with his son to take a look. When they were hiding in a nearby call, they saw Long Chen's figure when they raised their heads. Long Chen? Didn't he say he was going to be a celestial tier divine guard? Why is he back? Chen Feng was a little surprised. Father, let's not talk about this for now. Long Chen and the ninth prince are obviously at loggerheads because of Lady Lingxi, and they are about to fight. The ninth prince is a member of the imperial family, and which prince of the imperial family isn't a peerless prodigy? What if Long Chen dies? Chen Lei was a little anxious. When Long Chen first came to Golden Fish Island, Chen Lei was suspicious of his good intentions. However, when Long Chen really helped Golden Fish Island out of danger, Chen Lei finally acknowledged Long Chen and felt a deep sense of guilt for his previous actions. We are only at the first level of the Heavenly River tier, so we are no match for them at all. Let's watch first. If there is anything we can help with, we will not hold back. Yes. Father. Ah, they're fighting. At this moment, Long Chen sent Lingxi to a safe place, and stood side by side with Xiao Lang to welcome the 9th Prince and Elder Yan's battle. Xiao Lang, that Elder Yan is also at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, and you are only at the 4th level of the Earth tier. You can do it, Long Chen said in a low voice as they advanced. Xiao Lang nodded, and there was a strong killing intent in his eyes. The ferocity of this demonic beast was not much weaker than the killing intent exuding from Long Chen's body. Looking at Long Chen and Xiao Lang overestimating themselves, the 9th Prince smiled gloomily. Senior Yan, why don't you lure that bastard away first? I'll prove to Lingxi how useless Long Chen is, and how much better I am than him. Senior Yan nodded. Without saying anything, he threw a provocative look at Xiao Lang and then walked away. Xiao Lang understood. He lowered his head and let out a deep roar. His forelegs slightly bent and suddenly shot out like an arrow, chasing after Senior Yan. Although it was only at the 4th level of the Earth tier, with the uniqueness of the sun-devouring demon wolf, it was not impossible to defeat Senior Yan. Moreover, Xiao Lang had 2 great treasures. One of them was, of course, the most terrifying 9 underworld's demonic ancestral flame, and the other was Long Chen's current ultimate killing move, the Divine Fire Clone. When Long Chen entered the Ni Yang Immortal's realm, he told Xiao Lang all about his experience in cultivating the Divine Fire Clone. At this time, Long Chen already found traces of true fire seeds on Xiao Lang's body, which meant that Xiao Lang seemed to have learned the Divine Fire Clone. Similarly, the 9th Prince also had traces of true fire seeds of the Divine Fire Clone on his body. There were a total of 25 seeds, which meant that the 9th Prince had cultivated the Divine Fire Clone to the highest level he could cultivate. On the side of Senior Yan and Xiao Lang, the battle immediately started. On the side of Long Chen, both of them looked at each other gloomily. Both of their auras were soaring rapidly. What surprised the 9th Prince was that Long Chen's aura was not inferior to his at all. When they first met in Yuanling City, Long Chen was still an ant under his hand. In less than 2 months, Long Chen's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Today, he could even fight with Lin Songtian. For Lin Songtian, Long Chen was a genius who made him feel threatened and afraid. At first, he thought that Long Chen could be used by him, but when the beautiful Lingxi appeared, the 9th Prince found that Long Chen would only become his enemy. But he did not expect it to be so fast. You have indeed advanced by leaps and bounds. Among the geniuses I have seen, besides my 4th brother Lin Zichen, you are the most terrifying person. However, you still have to die in my hands today. The royal family is not something you can imagine. Does the royal family only know how to talk nonsense? Long Chen said sarcastically. On the other side, Xiao Lang had already started fighting. Golden Fish Island was near the imperial city. After killing Song Yefeng, Long Chen did not dare to be careless. He held the blue dragon halberd tightly and roared as he charged towards the 9th Prince. Competing in weapons? How dare you show off in front of me with a mere medium earth-level weapon? The 9th Prince smiled sinisterly. He did not even frown when facing Long Chen's fierce attack. He took out a divine sword from his Chenkuan bag. This was Long Chen's first time fighting against a sword martialist. At this moment, the most nervous person was Lingxi. She knew that Long Chen was not a match for the 9th Prince in terms of true qi. Even if he had the dragon soul transformation, he still would not be a match. Long Chen's greatest reliance was the blue dragon halberd. Now that even the blue dragon halberd was being suppressed, there was basically no hope of victory. Big Brother Chen. This predicament caused Ling Xi's heart to tremble. As Long Chen advanced, he also noticed the divine sword in the 9th Prince's hand. This was a crimson divine sword that was burning with flames. It looked like it was forged from jade. Although it was ordinary, it did not lack any sharpness. On this divine sword, the most prominent feature was the 9 fire essence beads embedded within. These 9 fire essence beads exuded a blazing aura that instantly caused the surrounding temperature to rise significantly. I'm sure you have heard from Elder Yan. High Earth-level fire essence sword, combined with a 6th-level Heavenly River tier sword martialist like me, can even fight against an elite at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. What more trash at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier like you? The difference in strength was very clear. Long Chen could not possibly be a match for him. Thus, the 9th prince was not nervous at all. He looked at the flustered Lingxi out of the corner of his eye, his face full of pride. Who's the trash? We'll only know after we exchange blows. Long Chen brandished the blue dragon battle technique, and with a vast offensive, he instantly arrived in front of the 9th prince. The dragon battles, the star fields exploded with endless starlight, and innumerable tiny dragon shadows shrouded towards the 9th prince. This true chi was around the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier, and could explode with 100% of the dragon battles, the star field's power. This was also the strongest move that Long Chen could use. The dragon battles, the star fields. Instantly, the 9th prince's clothes fluttered in the wind. Scarlet Demon Sword Technique. One sword engulfs the wind and clouds. The 9th prince smiled calmly, and with a soft shout, the fire essence sword in his hand swept out. A fiery red sword shadow suddenly slashed out, instantly meeting with Long Chen's dragon battles, the star fields. Waves of violent sounds of weapons rubbing against each other could be heard. Even Long Chen himself felt very uncomfortable hearing that sharp sound. Dang! Brushing past the 9th prince, Long Chen was directly sent flying by the sword. This made him understand that if they clashed head-on, he was indeed no match for the 9th prince. Not only did the 9th prince possess the fire essence sword, but also because the sword spirit existed in his sword, it allowed his body to completely merge with the sword. In this way, he could unleash more than 200% of his battle prowess. This was the nature-defying aspect of military martial artists. As a type of military martial artist, sword martial artists were naturally very outstanding in this aspect. Being sent flying by the sword, Long Chen was not injured. The 9th prince. Looks like he's only... The moment the battle started, Long Chen's eyes gradually turned blood red, and those endless dragon shadows in his body began to roar again. This caused Long Chen's head to instantly fill with blood, and his battle intent and killing intent rose rapidly. Not long after, it was as if Long Chen had transformed into a bomb. He could explode at any time, and annihilate the 9th prince. Lingxi is my woman, and a toad like you dares to have designs on her? You are not seeking death. You are forcing me to make you die a horrible death. Dang! A thick bloody aura engulfed Long Chen's entire body. You say that I am a toad, but you are the toad. Just based on the fact that you, Long Chen, don't have my status and strength, are you worthy of Lady Lingxi's outstanding beauty? The 9th prince smirked coldly. After a short conversation, the two of them were once again engaged in battle. In fact, from his previous exchange with Long Chen, the 9th prince was already secretly shocked. Long Chen was only at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier, but the battle prowess that he could unleash was already very close to the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier. Blue Dragon Battle Technique. Dragon Soaring 9 Heavens. Crimson Demon Sword Technique. 10,000 miles of crimson ground. Strike after strike collided, and the blue dragon halberd and the fire-tempered sword clashed. A sharp sound rang out, and this sound was extremely uncomfortable for Lingxi to hear. Her face was slightly pale, and she had no choice but to retreat in a panic. Even as she retreated, her eyes continued to stare at Long Chen, her expression filled with worry. At this moment, Long Chen was steadily losing ground under the 9th prince's attacks. It was estimated that it wouldn't be long before Long Chen would be defeated. A sword cultivator at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier wielding an Earth-level high-level divine sword was still a little too powerful for Long Chen. That scarlet ground of 10,000 miles was a crazy combo. The 9th prince's sword swept toward Long Chen again and again, and it was like raging waves, forcing Long Chen to retreat again and again. Lingxi couldn't tell what was going on, but the 9th prince could. He could sense that although Long Chen was retreating in defeat, there was a violent killing intent in his eyes. That thick bloodlust caused the 9th prince to feel slightly apprehensive. The most terrifying people were those who had already gone mad. Right now, one could tell from the bloodshot eyes of Long Chen that he had definitely gone mad. As expected, you're a difficult guy to deal with. However, this further strengthens my determination to kill you. Long Chen, I wonder how your cultivation of the Divine Fire Clone is going? What do you think if I let you die in the hands of the Divine Fire Clone? A sinister voice was heard from the 9th prince's mouth. Divine Fire Clone. At this moment, Long Chen had finally withstood the 9th prince's attack. He knew that the 9th prince didn't have any more time to waste with him. He was going to use the Divine Fire clone, so Long Chen naturally couldn't hold back. If you want to use the Divine Fire clone, I'll accompany you. Just as Long Chen said this, there was suddenly a burst of scorching heat from Xiao Lang's side. With Xiao Lang as the center, raging flames started to burn. A total of black fireballs suddenly exploded, and then, densely packed black wolf-shaped Divine Fire clones appeared with a bang. 125. The ninth prince was completely stunned. Chapter 317. The group of people from the Wu tribe left the Golden Fish Island with their tails between their legs. Because of the ninth prince's interference, their beautiful dreams had all turned into bubbles. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little unlucky. At this moment, one of the martial artists at the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier asked Song Zhongzhen, slightly unwilling to give up. Big brother Zhongzhen, are we going to slip away just like that? So many beautiful women are going to slip away just like that. Moreover, the people of the Golden Fish Island once killed the people of my Yamato clan. Baka, so what? Is His Highness the ninth prince someone we can offend? Don't mention this again. Otherwise, I'll definitely make you suffer. Yes, yes. The person who spoke quickly shut his mouth. The indignation in his heart was his own business. Song Zhongzhen was right. The Yamato clan couldn't afford to offend the ninth prince. None of the members of the imperial family could be offended. Right at this moment, a wave of leaves swept across the area, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of Matsuyama Masaru. That huge aura caused everyone to take a few steps back, except for Matsuyama Masaru. Clan leader. After seeing the appearance of the newcomer, the people of the Yamato clan hurriedly knelt. As Song Zhongzhen's younger brother, he naturally didn't kneel. However, he was a little timid in front of his big brother. He hurriedly asked, "Big brother, what are you doing here?" "That's right, I listened to your orders and wanted to destroy the Golden Fish Island, but His Highness the ninth prince didn't allow it, so I was preparing to return." "Big brother, your expression." Song Zhongzhen was filled with reverence when he realized that Song Zhongzhen's expression had become extremely sinister. The hostility in his eyes was extremely terrifying. "Big brother, what happened?" Song Zhongzhen was a little uneasy, so he hurriedly asked. "Yefeng was killed in the celestial realm." Song Zhongzhen spat out these words eerily, then passed them and rushed in the direction of the Golden Fish Island. Even after his figure completely disappeared, Song Zhongzhen was still in a daze. What? Yefeng was killed? Song Zhongzhen was stunned. Yefeng was his big brother Song Zhongzhen's most beloved son. He was also very good-looking and was a purebred Wu tribe member, yet he was actually killed. Baka, who is the murderer? Matsunaka Masaru let out an angry roar and punched a nearby tree, shattering the trunk of a huge tree. Unexpectedly, the tree fell down with a loud bang, crushing the Wu tribesmen and causing them to be thrown off their feet. Matsusaka Jin didn't care about this. Big brother is heading in that direction. He must be chasing after the murderer. Everyone, follow me and take revenge for Yefeng. How dare he kill the young master of the Wei clan? I want to tear him into pieces and crush his bones. The group of Wu tribesmen transformed into ferocious beasts and headed back the way they came. By the time Xiao Lang used the 125 divine flame clones, the ninth prince had already stopped attacking. He was completely stunned. Each of the 125 wolf-shaped divine flame clones wasn't much different from a real sun-devouring direwolf. A total of 125 sun-devouring direwolves spread out and covered most of the surrounding area. Be careful. The ninth prince was still in shock. According to his understanding, the divine flame clones should only be at the 3rd level. Xiao Lang obviously used the 4th level. More importantly, how could a demonic beast learn a human's combat techniques and mystical abilities? If someone else had told him this, the ninth prince would definitely have thought it was a fantasy story. However, he had seen it with his own eyes. No matter how hard it was for the ninth prince to believe, he had to believe it. The 120 clones of the divine fire appeared so suddenly that even Elder Yen, who was suppressing the wolf cub, didn't have time to react at all. The 125 sun-devouring direwolves let out deafening howls and pounced at Elder Yen without hesitation. Xiao Lang was a 4th-level Earth-tier demonic beast, which meant that each of these 125 sun-devouring direwolves had the battle prowess of a cultivator at the 3rd level of the Heavenly River tier. Even a cultivator at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier would die if he was surrounded by 125 cultivators at the 3rd level of the Heavenly River tier in an instant. Thus, the ninth prince was already pale. He hurriedly went to help Elder Yen, but at this moment, Long Chen blocked his way. What's the rush? Your opponent is me. If Elder Yen dies, you will die too. Long Chen's tone was cold. When Xiao Lang used the 4th level of the Divine Flame clones, Long Chen was already preparing. Get lost. The ninth prince couldn't care less about what Long Chen said. He slashed his sword at Long Chen, and suddenly, a long trail of fire shot straight at Long Chen. This was definitely a mid-level Earth-tier battle technique. It wasn't any weaker than the 10,000-mile Scarlet Ground that the ninth prince used. 9-spin fire shield. Both of Long Chen's hands stirred, true chi surged out, and a rotating fire shield appeared in front of him, which immediately grinded the ninth prince's sword to pieces. His body once again blocked in front of the ninth prince, and the azure dragon halberd in his hand burst out with a powerful impact, and the halberd stabbed towards the ninth prince's head. If the ninth prince continued to rush forward, his head would definitely be smashed. Long Chen, go to hell. Being blocked by Long Chen again, Elder Yen was already in danger. The ninth prince, who was originally at ease, was now really furious. Without saying anything, the flames on his body surged, and in an instant, a total of 25 flame avatars appeared around him. His divine flame clones were exactly the same as Long Chen. His purpose was very obvious. Since Long Chen was so difficult to deal with, he directly used the divine flame clones to entangle him, or even kill Long Chen. Elder Yen was currently an important arm of his, and he couldn't let Elder Yen die in the hands of a small figure like Long Chen. If the news got back to the Imperial City, Lin Songtian would die of laughter. The divine flame clones quickly rushed towards Long Chen, surrounding Long Chen. At this critical moment, the ninth prince missed a point, and that was, how did Xiao Lang's 125 divine flame clones come about? Could it be that Xiao Lang was a demonic beast of the Burning Sky secret realm, and he already knew how to do it? The ninth prince could only explain it in this way. Do you really think that the divine flame clones that I cultivated were really given by you? At this moment, Long Chen let out a burst of laughter. In his laughter, there was a loud bang, and raging flames burned on his body, suddenly exploding. Suddenly, true fire seeds burst out, and quickly formed a square formation around Long Chen. The densely packed human-shaped divine flame clones were almost the same as Xiao Lang's trees, which meant that Long Chen's attainments in the divine flame clones were no worse than Xiao Lang's, and were even stronger than Xiao Lang's. Long Chen had completely learned the 4th level of the divine flame clones during the boring time when he was patrolling in the Niyang Fairyland. This was his trump card, and it was also the reason why he dared to go against the ninth prince today, even though there was a huge gap between them. When Xiao Lang had already displayed the divine flame clones and was about to kill Elder Yen, Long Chen finally broke out his trump card. The real divine flame clones have 4 levels, and the one who really got the inheritance of the Burning Sky secret realm is me. Your 3-level divine flame clone is just a defective product. Long Chen sneered, and a total of 125 divine flame clones, densely packed, followed Long Chen, and crazily rushed towards the ninth prince. It was true that the ninth prince's divine flame clones were much stronger than Long Chen's, but they were not as strong as Long Chen's. Finally knowing the truth, the ninth prince knew that when he was in Yuanling City, he had been fooled by Long Chen. At this time, Elder Yen was in danger, and his anger grew crazily. He thought that he had defeated Long Chen, so he talked a lot of big words in front of Lingxi. At this time, he was forced to such a point by Long Chen, and the ninth prince only felt that he had lost all his face. Since I was a child, no one has ever dared to provoke me like this. Long Chen, even if you are smashed to pieces by me, it will not dispel the hatred in my heart. Seeing that the 125 divine flame clones had already surrounded him, the ninth prince did not care about Elder Yen anymore. Long Chen had divine flame clones, and so did he. Therefore, he manipulated all the divine flame clones and fought with Long Chen's divine flame clones. For a moment, flames were flying all over the sky. Chen Feng and Chen Lei, who were hiding at the side, were dumbfounded. They had originally thought that Long Chen and Xiao Lang would be easily defeated, but they did not expect that they would not be defeated, and they would even cause such a scene. Lingxi also looked at this scene in a daze. At this moment, the young man full of miracles didn't care about looking back. He hid among the countless divine flame clones and charged at the ninth prince. There was no fear or retreat in his eyes. There was only an unyielding fighting spirit. The 125 divine flame clones and the 9th prince's divine flame clones collided with each other. Balls of fire exploded in the air, dazzling everyone's eyes. At this moment, Xiao Lang's countless divine flame clones finally pounced on Elder Yan. Although it was difficult to kill Elder Yan, it succeeded in completely suppressing him. At this moment, Xiao Lang rushed to Elder Yan's side. Under Elder Yan's incredulous gaze, Xiao Lang spat out a mouthful of 9th underworld demon ancestral flame, which directly engulfed Elder Yan. Crackle! The sound of ice freezing rang out incessantly. When the 9th underworld demon ancestral flame passed, Elder Yan had already turned into an ice sculpture. When Xiao Lang's divine flame clones lightly touched him, he immediately turned into small black ice particles and piled up into a pile. Upon seeing this scene, the 9th prince knew that Elder Yan was as dead as a doornail. A cultivator at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier actually died at the hands of Xiao Lang. This caused fear to appear in the 9th prince's heart. The 125 divine flame clones in front of him, as well as Long Chen's cold gaze, caused the usually arrogant 9th prince to suddenly feel his scalp go numb. Impossible! The 9th prince let out a frenzied roar in his heart. He did not believe that Long Chen was qualified to oppose him at all. Whether it's you or this beast, both have to die. Lingxi will only be mine. Go to hell and continue daydreaming. Long Chen's cold voice rang out beside the 9th prince's ears. The densely packed divine flame clones had already successfully broken through the defenses of the 9th prince's divine flame clones. One by one, they attacked the 9th prince in a suicidal manner. Do you think you can kill me with these things? The 9th prince's fire-refined essence sword was in a frenzy. It swept, slashed, and stabbed. Every movement could cause Long Chen to lose quite a few divine flame clones. However, the time had come. Chapter 3:18. One by one, the divine fire doppelgangers were completely smashed into pieces by the berserk 9th prince. However, Long Chen was more like a wolf at this moment. While the 9th prince was like a ferocious tiger venting his anger, Long Chen used a method of concealment, using a large number of divine fire doppelgangers to conceal his body. The 9th prince completely vented the blow caused by Elder Yan's death on these Long Chen's divine fire doppelgangers. He completely didn't notice that Long Chen, who was under the cover of the divine fire doppelgangers, had already arrived behind him. By the time he noticed, it was already too late. All the divine fire doppelgangers suddenly became disorderly, and crazily surged towards the 9th prince. No matter how fast the 9th prince's sword was, in the face of so many divine fire doppelgangers with battle prowess at the 3rd level of the Heavenly River tier, he couldn't resist them in a short period of time. Many of the attacks of these divine fire doppelgangers directly hit his body, leaving green and purple marks on his body. This caused the originally graceful 9th prince, who had thought that he was the center of attraction, to instantly become extremely ugly. In this state, he was actually still thinking about Lingxi, which definitely confirmed the words of Long Chen, a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Just as he was about to get rid of all these annoying divine fire doppelgangers, and then kill Long Chen and Xiao Lang, capturing Lingxi back to Prince Yu's residence, it was at this moment that the 9th prince suddenly felt a fatal danger behind him. This was the moment when the threat of the divine fire doppelgangers was the most concentrated. The 9th prince had been paying attention to the divine fire doppelgangers all this time, and completely didn't expect that Long Chen had already hidden behind him at this time, and used a fatal move on him. Blue Dragon Battle Technique. Dragon Emperor's Death. A thin blood-red line pierced towards the 9th prince from a close distance. Long Chen had used both Dragon Battle in the Starfields and Dragon Soars through 9 heavens in front of the 9th prince, so it was very easy for the 9th prince to deal with it. In his opinion, Long Chen only knew these 2 moves. The 4th level of the Godfire doppelgangers was definitely an accident, and this Dragon Emperor's demise that the 9th prince had hidden until the end, when he was surrounded by so many Godfire doppelgangers, was even more unexpected. The lethality of the Dragon Emperor's demise could not be seen by outsiders at all. Only the 9th prince, who suddenly came to his senses, could feel that the world had suddenly turned blood-red. Everything around him had disappeared, and only a roaring primordial divine dragon was in front of him, pouncing towards him. This divine dragon was really too big, which made the 9th prince so afraid that he could not resist it at all. He dodged and retreated with a pale face, but found that it was of no use at all. He couldn't dodge this move at all. Spirit-devouring demon eye. Open. The Dragon Emperor's demise originally had a great spiritual deterrent. This could be said to be a kind of majesty that belonged to a dragon, and Long Chen used the charm power of the spirit-devouring demon eye to maximize the spiritual confusion. In this way, what the ninth prince saw was already different from what ordinary people saw. Dang! Long Chen roared, and the blue dragon battle halberd of the Dragon Emperor's demise stabbed into the ninth prince's chest, piercing through it in an instant. Blood and internal organs were shaken out of the chest by Long Chen's huge force, splattering all over the ground. The ninth prince's chest, which was originally fine, was instantly smashed into a hollow state by Long Chen. After pulling out the blue dragon battle halberd, Long Chen seemed to have done something insignificant, shaking off the various foreign objects on the blue dragon battle halberd. His internal organs were completely smashed by Long Chen, but the ninth prince still did not die. His bloodshot eyes looked at Long Chen in disbelief. He could no longer say a word. Pain, regret, despair, fear, these emotions filled his eyes. I can only say that there has never been anyone that I, Long Chen, cannot kill. Everything is just a matter of time. Ninth Prince, your time is up today. Before the ninth prince died, Long Chen looked at him calmly and said his last words. Hearing this, the ninth prince finally understood. He understood that he was not dealing with a clown from a small place, but the most terrifying genius. He had unparalleled cultivation talent, which was not terrifying. The most terrifying thing was that he had an unparalleled temperament after having unparalleled talent. With fear in his heart, the ninth prince's body slowly fell. When he fell to the ground with a thud, the surroundings were silent. Xiao Lang had just killed Old Yen. Lingxi stared at the tall and straight youth without blinking. Chen Lei and Chen Feng also had their mouths wide open. They were simply dumbfounded. Xiao Lang didn't feel anything. He had always felt that Long Chen was an existence that was difficult for him to surpass. Even he could defeat Old Yen, so it was natural for Long Chen to kill the ninth prince. Lingxi, on the other hand, was very clear about the gap between the two of them. Long Chen had given her too many shocks. At this moment, when she saw that Long Chen had actually won, defeated and killed the ninth prince with an absolute reversal, and brought her absolute safety, tears welled up in her eyes again. The fairy-like girl had a jade-like face, and her watery eyes were slightly red. The pitiful appearance of Lingxi was especially heartbreaking. After such a long time, he finally met Lingxi again. Being able to look at her so clearly made Long Chen feel satisfied. There was a pure power in Lingxi's body. As long as Long Chen carefully looked into her eyes, he would be able to calm his mind. He woke up from his coldness and smiled faintly. With a flick of the blue dragon halberd, he grabbed the refined fire essence that the ninth prince was still holding in his hand. There were a total of 9 refined fire essences embedded in this refined fire essence sword. For Xiao Lang, this was a great supplement. Of course, Long Chen would not let it go. Moreover, in Ni Yang's fairyland, Long Chen had almost used up all the Sky River pills. Hence, he gently picked up the ninth prince's Cosmos sack and held it in his hand. Because the Cosmos sack usually had a mark on it, Long Chen did not dare to use the ninth prince's Cosmos sack. Instead, he directly transferred the ninth prince's things into his own Cosmos sack. After a little calculation, he found that the ninth prince had at least tens of thousands of Sky River pills on him. This was the largest sum of money that Long Chen had ever obtained. Of course, compared to the excitement he felt after killing the ninth prince and finally being able to go far away with Lingxi, these tens of thousands of Sky River pills were nothing. Long Chen moved with the tips of his feet and immediately appeared in front of Lingxi. Looking at this delicate young girl who was looking at him with tears in her eyes, Long Chen's heart ached slightly. He stretched out his arms and held Lingxi firmly in his arms. Feeling the softness and warmth of her body, Long Chen whispered into her ear. Little she, this time I was wrong. I was very wrong. I allowed you to be in danger. From today onwards, I will definitely not leave your side. Believe me, as long as I am here, no one will be able to touch you. Sob sob. Lingxi was so moved that she couldn't speak. She leaned against Long Chen's chest and couldn't help but sob. Her tears even stained Long Chen's clothes. This time, she was really frightened. When Long Chen wasn't around, she found that she was unimaginably helpless. If it wasn't for the fact that she was forced to, it would have been very difficult for her to deal with the ninth prince for so long. This bastard actually dared to have designs on my woman. He's really too daring. If a toad like this comes, I, Long Chen, will kill one. If a pair comes, I'll kill a pair. If 10,000 of them come, I'll kill them all. Long Chen said in a joking tone when he saw that Lingxi was unable to control her emotions. Being pampered like this, Lingxi felt warmth and happiness. She raised her head and stared blankly at the resolute youth in front of her. She didn't know when it started, but there was only one figure in her heart. She couldn't let go of anyone else. Because of Lingxi, Long Chen directly killed the 9th prince. This was Long Chen's greatest achievement. Because the other party was the most powerful person in the entire Songyang kingdom. He was also one of the strongest experts in the Songyang kingdom. He was the 9th son of the legendary Sword Emperor. This meant that from now on, Long Chen had to quickly leave the Songyang kingdom with Lingxi and Xiao Lang. Otherwise, as long as he was within the borders of this kingdom, he would be endlessly pursued. As for the 9 heavens celestial fruit, Long Chen had already decided. Of course, when his strength was almost enough to surpass the Baiyang imperial city, he would definitely return. Today he was escaping, but one day, he would return openly. Little Shi, I'm sorry. I haven't obtained the 9 heavens celestial fruit yet. That thing is much more difficult to obtain than I thought. If I want to obtain it, I need to be at least at the 8th level of the heavenly river tier, Long Chen said with some guilt. It's okay, Chen. I know you've tried your best. Besides, I'm also very good now. I can hug you. As she spoke, Lingxi blushed a little. She stretched out her arms and wrapped them around Long Chen's waist. The softness in his arms was indeed very attractive. However, at this crucial moment, Long Chen wouldn't be distracted by this. He held Lingxi's face, looked into her clear big eyes, and said resolutely, "Don't worry, I will definitely hand the 9 heavens celestial fruit to you. It's just a matter of time. One day, I, Long Chen, will return to the Baiyang imperial city. At that time, no matter what Sword Demon, Sword Emperor, or Lin Zichen, they won't be able to stop me." "Chen, are we leaving?" Lingxi raised her head and asked. "Yes, we must leave the Songyang nation immediately. I've killed the favored youth of the Yamato clan in the Yang Immortals realm. The clan leader of the Yamato clan is at the 8th level of the heavenly river tier. If he chases after us, we're finished." That Pine Middle City was at the 8th level of the heavenly river tier. Even if Long Chen had a few more arms, he wouldn't be a match for him. However, just as he was about to hurry on with Lingxi, Xiao Lang, who was beside him, suddenly trembled and revealed an anxious expression. Seeing Xiao Lang's expression, Long Chen's heart trembled. He suddenly turned around and used the 3rd level of the spirit-devouring demonic eye to look clearly. Everything in the surroundings had basically turned into nothingness. Only a powerful spirit was rushing over at a speed that was countless times faster than Long Chen's. Pine Middle City. Long Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 319. Pine Middle City's arrival was too fast. So fast that it exceeded Long Chen's expectations. This kind of situation was completely out of his expectations. With Pine Middle City's battle prowess at the 8th level of the heavenly river tier, his arrival was tantamount to announcing the death sentence of Long Chen, Lingxi, and Xiao Lang. Long Chen was barely able to deal with the 9th prince, but the gap between him and Pine Middle City was really too wide. So wide that it was unimaginable. Pine Middle City was a top-notch elite of Jade Yang Imperial City. Apart from the 3 supreme elites of the imperial family, Pine Middle City was considered a peak elite. Long Chen had killed his most beloved son, so he would make things easy for Long Chen. At this critical juncture, in an instant, Long Chen decisively made a decision. He pushed away Lingxi, who was in his arms, and held her hand tightly. Then, he looked at Xiao Lang with a resolute gaze and said, "I will give you a mission. You must rescue Lingxi, or else we can't be brothers." There was an irresistible force in Long Chen's words. His idea was very simple. Let Xiao Lang leave with Lingxi, and he would stay behind to block Pine Middle City. As long as he could let Xiao Lang leave safely with Lingxi, he was willing to do anything. "Did you hear that? Hurry up and leave with Lingxi. Are you deaf?" For the first time, Long Chen's expression was ferocious, and he roared crazily at Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang was so frightened that he took 2 steps back. His eyes glared at Long Chen, but he didn't move. Seeing that Long Chen was about to really fly into a rage, Lingxi hurriedly pulled him back, and advised, "Chen, Xiao Lang said that he can use this move to trap the people in the future. The price is that he can't use the 9th underworld demonic ancestral flame for 10 days. What? Only then did Long Chen calm down. If there really was such a method, then he wouldn't have to sacrifice himself and could have a perfect ending. This was naturally a good thing in the world. How long can you trap him? Xiaolang, are you sure? Long Chen asked solemnly. Xiaolang said that because it's the 9 underworld's demonic ancestral flame, he's using one of his previous battle techniques. The 9 underworld's demonic ancestral flame is miraculous, and can at least trap a martial artist in the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier for close to 6 hours. Moreover, it's absolutely stable, Lingxi explained. Xiaolang usually didn't lie. In this way, Long Chen was relieved. His mood today was really full of ups and downs. With Xiaolang's assurance, Long Chen felt much more relaxed. At this time, he could already see through his spirit-devouring demonic eye that they were about to arrive at the city of the Pine Middle. What surprised Long Chen was that there was a large group of people following behind the city of the Pine Middle. He thought about it, and could roughly guess that the people following behind were probably other members of the Wu tribe. The hatred between Long Chen and the Wu tribe was already too great. He hated this tribe from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, the Wu tribe had committed many crimes in the vicinity of the imperial city, and many of their actions were outrageous. This kind of tribe should be completely exterminated. Only then would Long Chen be able to dispel the hatred in his heart. Xiaolang, get ready. We will find an opportunity to trap the city of the Pine Middle later. Us brothers will do something and then we will leave immediately, Long Chen whispered to Xiaolang, who was already in battle mode. By the time Xiaolang nodded, the figure of the city of the Pine Middle had already broken through the lake water surrounding the Golden Fish Island. He had successfully landed on the Golden Fish Island. After a while, another group of Wu tribe members followed behind him. It was the group that had come to the Golden Fish Island previously, and was preparing to exterminate the Golden Fish Island. With so many Wu tribe members, they could be considered the majority of the Yamato family's strength. At this moment, everyone was looking at the 2 humans and 1 wolf on the island. Most of them were instantly attracted by Lingxi's beauty, and immediately revealed covetous expressions. Only a small portion of them noticed the corpse that had fallen not far away. Although the corpse's tragic state made it difficult for them to associate it with the 9th prince, in reality, the 9th prince had actually been there just now. After a brief thought, they knew that the 9th prince was dead. After seeing Long Chen, the city of the Pine Middle's killing intent immediately exploded. However, after seeing the 9th prince's corpse, his body trembled and he shouted at Long Chen in shock. You are Long Chen. You killed the 9th prince. If Song Yefeng's death was said to be a shock to the Yamato family, then this news was like a heavy bomb to the entire Baiyang imperial city. It wasn't just the city of the Pine Middle. Even the other Wu tribe members didn't have the time to look at Lingxi's beauty anymore. Instead, they looked at Long Chen in shock. Even they had to bow and scrape in front of the 9th prince. How could a small fry like Long Chen actually kill the 9th prince? This matter caused a huge conflict in their beliefs. Everyone found it hard to believe. You are right. Not only did I kill that idiot son of yours, that trash called Song Yefeng, I also killed that shameless toad, Lin Songtian. What can you do to me, Song Zhongqing? Long Chen had confidence in his heart, so he smiled and said indifferently. Song Zhongqing didn't say anything. He looked Long Chen up and down with his gloomy eyes. He couldn't help but re-evaluate this young man. When he had first entered the Ni Young Immortal's realm, Long Chen was just a little guy at the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier. He didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, in less than half a month, he would advance by leaps and bounds, and even do something that would shock the entire Songyang country. The 9th prince didn't die in the hands of the Heavenly Devil Palace, but died in the hands of his own subordinate. If this matter were to spread, he would definitely become a laughingstock. Song Zhongqing was also thinking about what kind of shock this would cause if this matter were to spread to the imperial city. I originally wanted to kill you directly, but it seems that I can't. You killed the 9th prince, so you must be handed over to the imperial family to be dealt with. You should be glad, because this way, you can live for about half a day more. After Song Zhongqing finished speaking, he walked towards Long Chen with a gloomy look. He didn't give Long Chen much chance to speak. In his opinion, it was a simple matter to control Long Chen and send him to the imperial city. Actually, in my opinion, the Wu tribe is a group of things that are even worse than beasts. At this juncture of life and death, Long Chen didn't seem to be afraid at all. He looked Song Zhongqing up and down, and said, Look at you, how short you are. You don't even reach my chest. Look at your face. How wretched you look. Your legs are practically no different from the legs of a wild boar. These are the legs of a bowler, so ugly. It's really unbelievable that such an ugly tribe like you exists in this world. After he finished speaking, Long Chen looked at the group of people from the Wu tribe with a look of disdain. I really can't find anyone who looks good, Long Chen said, feeling speechless. Idiot, brat, shut your mouth. If you speak again, I'll tear your mouth apart. That's right, we of the Wu tribe are all handsome and elegant. We are not as unbearable as you say. As he spoke, his voice became softer and softer. It seemed like he was becoming less and less confident. You are courting death. You want me to kill you? It seems like you are afraid of falling into the hands of the imperial family. Song Zhongqing didn't move when he saw that Long Chen was intentionally provoking him. He was extremely thick-skinned, so of course, he wouldn't be angered by a few words from Long Chen. You are thinking too much. I just felt that you guys are too ugly and sighed from the bottom of my heart. In any case, you guys are really too short and ugly, so I don't care what others say about you. In my opinion, the Wu tribe can't be considered humans at all. You guys probably haven't even grown to look like humans. I think you guys are the combination of a gorilla and a baboon, a monster born from it. After Long Chen finished speaking, he laughed out loud. Idiot brat, you are courting death. You are the gorilla. The killing power of Long Chen's words was too great. The people of the Wu tribe couldn't help but rub their palms together and follow behind Song Zhongqing. They were about to pounce on Long Chen. Long Chen's words were too unpleasant to hear. Even Song Zhongqing frowned deeply. He didn't want to give Long Chen a chance to speak. Thus, without saying anything, his body suddenly disappeared into the distance. He turned into a blurry shadow and rushed toward Long Chen. This speed was something that Long Chen couldn't compare to. Xiao Lang, do it. At this critical juncture, Long Chen stopped laughing and his gaze turned ice cold. When Song Zhongqing made a move, Xiao Lang was already prepared. As soon as Song Zhongqing made his move, Xiao Lang let out a roar. In an instant, an ice-cold aura swept toward the Wu tribe. The vigorous 9 underworld demon ancestral flame was like a fiery lotus that shot out of Xiao Lang's mouth. This fiery lotus enveloped Song Zhongqing at an extremely fast speed. What is this? Song Zhongqing was shocked. When he sensed the terrifying aura of this fiery lotus, he finally understood why Long Chen had been so unbridled. However, he was very close to Long Chen. At such a close distance, the fiery lotus enveloped a very large area. When Song Zhongqing unleashed his palm strike, the fiery lotus had already enveloped him completely. Idiot! Song Zhongqing's last words came out of the fiery lotus. It was more daunting than dangerous. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief when he finally trapped Song Zhongqing. At the same time, his expression changed. He knew that the best thing to do now was to escape. However, sacrificing some time would allow him to get rid of more scum. He was willing to do such a thing. Little Shi, close your eyes. I will take you away after a while. Xiao Lang, you look tired. Let your divine flame clone work with me. Long Chen used his dragon soul transformation. He held the blue dragon halberd in his hand as he stared coldly at the Wu tribe. He had been sloppy when he had been mocking the Wu tribe. However, now that he had successfully trapped Song Zhongqing, a thick murderous aura erupted from his body again. Chen. Lingxi wanted to say something but stopped herself. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. After comforting Lingxi and waiting for Lingxi to obediently close her eyes, Long Chen signaled to Xiao Lang and rushed toward the Wu tribe without hesitation. When the Wu tribe saw that Song Zhongqing had been trapped by the strange fiery lotus, they turned pale with fright. They didn't know what to do and looked at each other in dismay. When Long Chen charged toward them, they were naturally not afraid because they had more people. Let's capture this brat first, Song Zhongqing ordered. At this moment, Long Chen's eyes turned cold. Devouring the blood world. Chapter 320. Once the engulfing world of blood appeared, a blood-colored fog instantly engulfed all the members of the Wu tribe. The surrounding space turned blood-red. As Long Chen's cultivation level increased, the power of the engulfing world of blood also became stronger. At least, those whose cultivation level was lower than Long Chen's had no way of resisting the domain-type super mystical ability of the engulfing world of blood. Among this group of people, the strongest was Song Zhongzhen, who was at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier. Although he wasn't as strong as the 9th prince, and wasn't even as strong as Elder Yen, he could still put up a fight against the engulfing world of blood. However, he was shocked by the uncontrollable blood qi in his body. As for the others, those whose cultivation level hadn't reached the Heavenly River tier basically exploded the moment the engulfing world of blood appeared, turning into a fog of blood. I can't devour this fog of blood. Blood was fatally attractive to Long Chen. However, ever since he'd used the blood of the 9 heavenly fire beasts to advance to the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier, the ancient blood spiritual dragon's murderous nature had gradually awakened, and he couldn't control himself anymore. At this time, it was best for him not to use refining blood to qi, especially on people. Although Long Chen didn't use refining blood to qi, this method of making people lose their ability to fight and even explode completely shocked and terrified all the members of the Wu tribe. At this moment, Long Chen was like a legendary demon. Impossible, this is the method of a god. Song Zhongzhen was also shocked. He looked at the members of the Wu tribe around him, all of their faces pale and their blood qi boiling. At this critical moment, he could only shout loudly, "Everyone, retreat, retreat." As he spoke, he used his fastest speed to escape from the range of Long Chen's engulfing world of blood. But how could Long Chen give them the chance to escape? Xiao Lang, surround them with divine fire doppelgangers, and even kill that 6th level Heavenly River tier. I will deal with the others. We must kill them all in the shortest time possible, said Long Chen coldly. After that, he transformed into a blood-red shadow and appeared in the middle of all the Japanese. Immediately, screams rang out. In terms of combat ability, they weren't a match for Long Chen at all. And under Long Chen's devouring world of blood, they were no longer a family. Long Chen hated the Wu tribe, so he didn't show them any mercy. For these scum, if he didn't kill them all, they would extend their evil claws to the weak, and more people would die. Hearing Long Chen's instructions, Xiao Lang didn't hesitate. When he was dealing with Elder Yen, he had lost dozens of his divine fire doppelgangers. At this moment, there were only over 100 sun-devouring demonic wolves left. A crazy pack of sun-devouring demonic wolves charged towards the Wu tribe. Their target was, of course, Song Zhongzhen, who was trapped in Long Chen's devouring world of blood. The divine flame doppelganger wouldn't be affected in the slightest by the devouring blood world, but it was different for Matsutana Kajin. If he tried to use his true qi, he would definitely encounter a huge resistance. The uncontrollable blood qi would even forcibly stop his attacks. No. Sensing the state of his body, Song Zhongzhen screamed tragically. As long as the devouring world of blood existed, it would be difficult for him to use it even if he had decent strength. Moreover, Long Chen wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible. Thus, during this period of time, countless divine fire doppelgangers directly engulfed Song Zhongzhen. Within the fire lotus created by Little Wolf, Song Zhongcheng, who was at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, was naturally able to hear the commotion outside. When he began to hear the agonized screams of the countless wolf tribe members, his eyes immediately bulged out of their sockets, and he roared, "Long Chen, what are you doing? You must die for killing my wolf tribe members. In any case, I've already killed them, so why would I care about these 1 or 2? Oh, this one who looks as ugly as you should be your younger brother, right? He has committed many mistakes in his life, and has probably killed many people. I've already shown great mercy and sent him off. Next will be the others." Long Chen's mocking voice caused Song Zhongzhen, who was trapped in the fire lotus, to fly into a rage. When he thought about the members of the Wu tribe dying one by one in panic, Song Zhongzhen felt like he was about to collapse. However, the fire lotus that trapped him was really too terrifying. He had already tried several times, but to no avail. His only option was to wait for this fire lotus to disappear as time passed. He could see that the fire lotus was shrinking slightly. "Long Chen, you will definitely die. Not only you, but everyone around you will also be hacked into pieces by me, never to be reincarnated." Song Zhongzhen's crazed screams came from within the fire lotus. "Is that so?" Long Chen laughed coldly. The blue dragon battle halberd in his hand danced rapidly, taking a life every time. Coupled with Xiao Lang's divine flame doppelganger, these Wu tribe members were simply not enough to kill. Waves of painful screams rang out on Golden Fish Island. The islanders of Golden Fish Island didn't dare to approach. However, When they heard that Long Chen was slaughtering the demon-like Wu tribe members, they were extremely excited. The Wu tribe members who had committed heinous crimes were like rice being slaughtered by Long Chen. They were controlled by Long Chen's devouring world of blood, so it was impossible for them to escape. Even a few cultivators at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier couldn't. Long Chen didn't hear Song Zhongzhen's frantic warnings. When all the Wu tribe members fell into a pool of blood, Long Chen's body and the blue dragon battle halberd were completely covered in blood. Only Song Zhongzhen was left of the Wu tribe. Long Chen didn't say anything else. He directly jumped into the lake, allowing the water to wash away the blood on his body. Only then did he instantly appear in front of Lingxi and Xiao Lang. He said, "There's no time to lose. Let's act immediately." When he said this, Long Chen was still a bit gloomy, and the killing intent on his body had completely disappeared. Instead, Lingxi was slightly startled. She felt a bit uncomfortable, and grabbed onto Long Chen's arm. She asked worriedly, "Chen, are you all right?" Right now, Long Chen was already starting to recover from the ancient blood spiritual dragon's bloodthirst. Seeing Lingxi's pure eyes filled with concern and worry, Long Chen's heart gradually calmed down. Lingxi's eyes always calmed him down quickly. "Let's go." He placed Lingxi on Xiao Lang's broad back. Xiao Lang was a few meters tall in his battle form. Putting Lingxi on his back was like putting nothing on him. In order to stabilize Lingxi, Long Chen also climbed onto Xiao Lang's back. Xiao Lang let out a low roar of excitement. Although he had used the fiery lotus and lost the ability to use the 9th hell demonic ancestral flame for 10 days, it didn't affect his body as much as he had imagined. It was completely possible to carry Long Chen and Lingxi. They were finally going to leave by Yang Imperial City. The three of them were very excited and excited. Hope was right in front of them. "You're too naive to think that you can leave safely. Long Chen, you're underestimating the power of the Imperial family. The entire Songyang Kingdom belongs to the Imperial family. As long as you're still in the Songyang Kingdom, you'll be under their surveillance and control. You think that you can leave the Songyang Kingdom after killing the 9th prince? That's just wishful thinking. Even I don't dare to say that I'm capable of doing that." Pine Zhongqing, who was trapped in the black fiery lotus, shouted angrily. Long Chen secretly remembered these words. He also knew that it would be extremely difficult to escape the Songyang Kingdom, which was controlled by the royal family, after killing the 9th prince. In particular, Lingxi was a mortal who didn't know anything and needed everything. Her body was weak and she needed more rest. In this way, their journey would be slowed down by at least 2/3. This is a path of life and death. As long as I can escape, I'll have a brighter future, and I'll be able to live together with Lingxi in peace. That's why I have to put in 10,000 effort, 10,000 care and caution. Thinking of this, Long Chen hugged Lingxi tightly in his arms and said to Xiao Lang softly, "Let's go, use the fastest speed." Xiao Lang let out a low roar and bent his legs slightly. His entire body was like an arrow that had left the bow, and he quickly disappeared into the horizon. After the wolf cub completely disappeared, Chen Feng and Chen Lei looked at each other with eyes filled with great astonishment. "Later, if I'm not wrong, the entire Songyang Kingdom will be shaken by the fact that Long Chen killed the 9th prince. Furthermore, so many people from the Wu tribe have died. It will be easy for the family head to vent his anger on us. We should move as fast as possible and leave the Golden Fish Island." "But father, the Golden Fish Island is the property left behind by our ancestors. We can't just move away like this." Chen Lei was a little anxious. "What can we do? Our ancestors hoped that we could keep our lives and not be exterminated. We are escaping today so that we can make a comeback in the future. Furthermore, the current situation is different from the Wu tribe forcefully occupying our territory. Even if they killed Long Chen, the Wu tribe wouldn't come to a small place like the Golden Fish Island for no reason. Therefore, the most important thing right now is to move quickly." After hearing Chen Feng's words, Chen Lei finally understood the logic behind it. He hurriedly agreed and exchanged a look with Chen Feng. Then, they split up and went to inform their relatives and friends as fast as possible. Because they had prepared to resist the Wu tribe, the families of the Golden Fish Island had already packed their belongings so that they could escape at any time. They followed Chen Feng and left the Golden Fish Island that they had lived in for generations. In the direction of the Golden Fish Island, the enraged roar of the city of the Pine Middle reverberated throughout the sky. Although Long Chen had escaped, the news that he had killed the 9th prince would quickly spread to the imperial family. At that time, There would be endless pursuit waiting for Long Chen. Countless battles to the death were waiting for Long Chen to participate in. In front of countless powerful enemies, could Long Chen, who was only at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier, emerge victorious? Chapter 321. Are you cold, little she? Amidst the raging winds, Long Chen turned around and sat on Xiao Lang's back, using his back to welcome the oncoming wind. Meanwhile, Lingxi was nestled in his embrace, her body tightly curled up in Long Chen's embrace. Her fair jade-like face was currently lacking some blood. It seemed that she was feeling cold. And Lingxi nodded somewhat weakly, looking at Long Chen with eager eyes, her eyes starting to mist up again. Xiao Lang, is there any way to raise your body's temperature? Long Chen asked loudly. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, Long Chen felt that Xiao Lang's body temperature under his but had increased by quite a bit. Only then did Lingxi feel a little better. However, the raging winds had already entered their bones, so no matter how warm they were, it was useless. Long Chen could only choose to use his body to block Lingxi as much as possible. Half a day had already passed. The imperial city must have already discovered that the 9th prince had been killed. Perhaps the people chasing after him had already been dispatched. Long Chen didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent, and could only ask Xiao Lang to speed up as soon as possible. Of course, when Xiao Lang sped up, Lingxi's mortal body was somewhat unable to bear it. Chen, where are we going? Lingxi asked. Yuanling City. We have no way to return, and Baiyang Imperial City is the center of Congyang country. From the Imperial City, the distance to Congyang country is about the same no matter which direction you go. We are currently heading west. Long Chen patted her head, looking at her somewhat dotingly as he explained. Why are we heading west? Lingxi was somewhat puzzled. Her curious look, innocence, and cuteness, coupled with her beautiful appearance, could only be described as a source of calamity. If it wasn't for Lingxi's appearance, Long Chen wouldn't have to bring her and Xiao Lang to flee to the ends of the world. Fortunately, Xiao Lang didn't mind. Xiao Lang's enemy was the imperial family. Long Chen had killed the 9th prince, and the 9th prince possessed the bloodline of his enemy. He was the son of his enemy, so he was endlessly grateful to Long Chen. In Congyang country, there is only one power that can contend against the imperial family, and that is the Heavenly Devil Palace. The headquarters of the Heavenly Devil Palace is at the Emperor Devil Mountain in the west. The closer we are to the Emperor Devil Mountain, the weaker the imperial family's forces there. We can pass through the Emperor Devil Mountain and enter the Western Sea Nation, which is the archenemy of Congyang country. As long as we enter the Western Sea Nation, we will be safe and sound. Long Chen slowly explained to Lingxi. Can we really successfully escape? Lingxi was somewhat perplexed. She looked at the distant Baiyang Imperial City that was gradually fading away and asked in bewilderment, can we really successfully escape? The affairs of the world were truly unexpected. It hadn't even been a month since they went to the Baiyang Imperial City, but because of Lingxi, Long Chen killed the 9th prince who appreciated him at that time. From then on, they embarked on this path of no return. It could be said that this was a path of life and death. There were only two endings, life or death. Of course, don't think too much. You can sleep peacefully for a while. I'm afraid that the following days will be very tiring for you. I can't bear to see my little she fall ill from exhaustion and become ugly. Long Chen pinched her nose and strangely laughed. Chen, you are a bad guy. Lingxi was somewhat bashful and extended her hand to push away Long Chen's uneasy hand. Even if Long Chen assured her that everything would be fine, the worry and confusion in her heart still didn't disappear. I'm sorry, it's all my fault for implicating you. If it wasn't for me, you would definitely be able to obtain great nurturing in the Baiyang Imperial City. You wouldn't be like this now, wandering aimlessly with unknown life and death, running for your life. Thinking of this, Lingxi felt very sad in her heart. Silly girl, what are you talking about? Long Chen was somewhat displeased. He gently lifted Lingxi's head and used a resolute gaze to look into Lingxi's eyes. The firm conviction in his eyes caused Lingxi to be somewhat moved. Little she, remember, don't say such things to me again. Between us, there's no distinction between being implicated. Your matter is my matter. I am a man. I have to bear the responsibility and protect a woman. This is a matter of heaven and earth. If you say such things again, I'll take it that you're spouting dog fart. Long Chen faintly smiled. You're the one spouting dog fart. Humph. He actually dared to use such indecent words to a girl. He was truly rotten. Lingxi extended an arm and used all her strength to pinch Long Chen's face. She wanted to punish Long Chen, but unfortunately, her strength was too weak. She couldn't even pinch Long Chen's face. I'm really useless. Lingxi hung her head dejectedly. You're thinking too much. It's only because Chen's face is too thick. Of course you can't pinch it. Long Chen laughed. Although they were fleeing for their lives, under Long Chen's occasionally funny and teasing words, the heavy-hearted Lingxi gradually felt better and revealed a beautiful smile. Long Chen felt great. At this moment, the girl in his arms was like a blooming lily. Pure, natural, and somewhat enchanting. Long Chen couldn't bear to see this beauty suffer even the slightest bit of damage. This was the most important thing that he wanted to spend his entire life protecting. It was the place where his soul rested. It was another life for him. Anyone who dared to touch Lingxi would undoubtedly touch Long Chen's bottom line. After killing the 9th prince and starting to flee for their lives, Long Chen didn't have the slightest bit of regret. However, while Lingxi had calmed down, Long Chen's heart was incomparably heavy. He just didn't want Lingxi to notice it. The people of the imperial family were the highest power in the entire Songyang country. Long Chen had killed the 9th prince. It was simply a confrontation with the entire country. In this country, there were originally people of the imperial family. Within the imperial family, there were countless experts. How could Long Chen be their opponent now? If they really caught up, what should he do? Moreover, there were many small messenger demonic beasts whose speed could completely surpass Xiao Lang, who was carrying Lingxi. Perhaps at this time, the news of Long Chen's arrest had already spread to many cities. Countless cities were like huge dormant monsters, waiting for Long Chen to walk into the trap. It was precisely because of this that Long Chen didn't enter the city even once during the journey. He was worried that his whereabouts would be discovered. He and Xiao Lang specifically chose remote roads and tried to go to desolate places as much as possible. There were several times when they went in the wrong direction, delaying their progress. A lot of things weren't as simple as Long Chen imagined. For example, Lingxi was an ordinary person. Her fragile body simply couldn't bear such a high-intensity journey. Moreover, Lingxi also needed to eat, drink, sleep, and the wind and cold would make her sick and so on. These problems were like maggots, entangling Long Chen's body, making his expression heavy and difficult to breathe. 3 days and 3 nights passed. In order to take care of Lingxi's body, their speed wasn't fast. It could be said that if it wasn't for Lingxi, their speed would at least be 3 times faster. But even so, Lingxi's body was already somewhat unbearable during the bumpy journey. These days, her face was getting paler and paler, her body was getting weaker and weaker, and her voice was getting softer and softer. Although she said she was fine every day, how could Long Chen not feel that her body was deteriorating? In the wilderness, Long Chen couldn't even find dry rations. He could only let Lingxi eat roasted beast meat. In these 3 days, Lingxi had already vomited this greasy food once. Seeing Lingxi vomit in front of him, Long Chen felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. He really wanted to stop and let Lingxi recuperate, but he also knew that if the imperial family caught up, they would only end up dead. Chen, it's okay. I'm fine. Let's start moving. With Long Chen's support, Lingxi said somewhat weakly. Long Chen hesitated for a moment, but still chose to continue on. On Xiao Lang's broad back, a gust of wind surged behind them. It was currently night, and the sky was filled with resplendent stars. A total of 9 heavenly rivers traversed the sky, magnificent and extraordinary. The entire world was shrouded in an illusory light because of the starlight of the heavenly rivers. Under such starlight, the sun-devouring demon wolf was like the wind, running in the wilderness. Lingxi seemed to have a nightmare. She woke up with a pale face. When she saw that Long Chen was still by her side, hugging her tightly, she let out a sigh of relief. She panted violently, and her pure white face was already covered in cold sweat. What's wrong? Seeing Lingxi like this, Long Chen felt extremely uncomfortable. He slightly increased his strength so that Lingxi could lie more comfortably in his arms. Chen, I dreamt that you died. After Lingxi finished speaking, she nestled in Long Chen's arms and cried. Her soft sobs were like ants crawling into Long Chen's ears. I was afraid that if you died, I would have no one to rely on, and there would be bad people everywhere. What would I do? I don't want you to die, don't, woo-woo. The girl in his arms was filled with helplessness. Xueqi, Long Chen hugged her. His resolute eyes looked at the resplendent stars without the slightest hint of retreat. You have to believe me. No one can kill me. I'm immortal. You can sleep peacefully and rest well. I will always hug you like this. As long as you want, we can continue to do so. Saying such resolute words was enough to show the resolve in Long Chen's heart. Of course, Long Chen didn't have much confidence in his heart. He only knew that no matter what danger came, he would stand in front of Lingxi and protect her, regardless of life or death. Lingxi opened her eyes wide and nodded her head. Sleep well, I won't die. Long Chen reminded her again and gently wiped away the tears on her face. Then, he looked at her timid eyes and smiled slightly. After finally coaxing Lingxi to sleep, the sky was almost bright. Long Chen looked at the vast land and there was a moment of confusion in his eyes. Xiaolang, I have to find a small city to enter first and see if there is a map of the Zongyang country. At the same time, I can buy some daily necessities for Lingxi. After thinking for a moment, Long Chen decided. Chapter 322. After daybreak, Xiaolang started moving towards the populated areas. Not long after, a small city appeared in front of him. This city was about the same size as the Yuanyang city, which was the main city of the Yuanling city. It was even smaller than the Yuanling city, and the strongest warrior in the city was at the Heavenly Core realm. Since he didn't know if there was anyone wanted by the imperial family in the city, Long Chen didn't plan to let Lingxi and Xiaolang enter the city. Outside the city gate, Long Chen hid them in a remote forest. After giving them some instructions, they arrived at the city gate. Looking at the 3 words carved on the city gate, Long Chen knew the name of this city, Crescent City. However, for Long Chen, none of this was important. When he saw that the guards at the city gate had become much stricter, he was shocked. He didn't enter the city right away. Instead, he stayed far away and listened to the conversation of the guards. His hearing was extraordinary, and although he was far away, he could still hear what they were talking about. Such a huge commotion. Where did that Long Chen go? The entire Zongyang kingdom has been caught in a trap, and I heard that he has a girl who doesn't have any cultivation base with him. I'm sure he can't be fast, but why haven't I heard any news about him? I think he has escaped. This Long Chen's reputation has been blown up this time. How dare he kill the 9th prince? He is really courageous. It's impossible for him to escape. I heard from the commander that a lot of people have been dispatched from the imperial city this time. Moreover, it seems like most of them are heading towards the west. How could an unknown kid like Long Chen escape from such an inescapable trap? It's better if he is caught earlier. Then we won't have to keep an eye on him every day. If he isn't careful, he will be scolded. Their conversation made Long Chen's heart feel heavy. Sure enough, the imperial family had caught up with him. In the past few days, Long Chen's strength had recovered, and the divine fire doppelganger was also ready. Although the wolf cub couldn't use the 9 underworld demon ancestral flame for the time being, its strength had reached the 5th grade of the earth realm because of the 9 refined fire essences. It was very extraordinary, but such strength was no different from hitting a stone with an egg when facing the experts of the imperial family. His heart felt heavy. However, Long Chen wasn't a man who would give up easily. Since he knew the imperial family had caught up with him, he just needed to think of a way to fight back. Long Chen couldn't enter the Crescent City right now, but this small city with only Heavenly Core warriors couldn't stop him. Moving slightly to the side of the city wall, Long Chen went straight into the Crescent City. It was early in the morning, and the streets were bustling with activity. There weren't many people around. Long Chen took out his cloak and covered his face. There were many people who didn't want to reveal their identity, so he didn't stand out. In Crescent City, Long Chen used the remaining divine jade in Yuanling City to buy many daily necessities that mortals often used. Basically, he had prepared all that he needed: clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. Regardless of housing or transportation, at least in terms of clothing and food, he had already prepared everything for Lingxi. Boss, do you sell a map of the Zongyang kingdom? When Long Chen paid the bill, he put the things he bought into his cosmos sack one by one and then asked casually. The owner of the shop was a stout middle-aged man. His body shape was similar to the leader of the Kingdom of Dawn, Li Wudi, but he was only at the Dragon Vein realm. It was obvious that Long Chen was a powerful warrior, so the middle-aged man was a little scared. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to serve Long Chen well. Long Chen needed it, so he thought for a while and bowed. "I'm sorry, we didn't buy a map, but what?" Long Chen interrupted him and asked. "I do have a personal map. If Lord is willing, I can give it to you. After all, you've bought a lot of things from me." The fat shop owner smiled. "Thank you very much." After obtaining the map from the shopkeeper, Long Chen left. By the time his figure disappeared outside the door, the shopkeeper was already drenched in cold sweat. He trembled as he looked in the direction Long Chen had left, and said somewhat excitedly, "1,000,000 divine jades. Is it going to be in my hands soon?" After leaving the Crescent City, Long Chen went to the forest at his fastest speed. He had a good memory, and he had the soul-devouring eyes, which could see souls. It was very easy for him to find Lingxi and the others. However, what made him want to kill them was that there were many bandits surrounding Xiao Lang and Lingxi, and they hadn't started attacking yet. It seemed like it had just happened. At this moment, Xiao Lang wasn't in his battle mode. These bandits were at most at the Earth Core realm, and they weren't even qualified to be a snack for Xiao Lang. Therefore, Xiao Lang didn't pay much attention to them. He would wait for them to say a few more words and reveal more information. Then he would attack. "This woman is really beautiful. I've seen countless women in my life, but I've never seen such a beautiful woman." Most of the bandits sighed with emotion. However, when they saw the wolf cub, they suddenly recalled the shocking news of the 1,000,000 divine jades that had just happened. Long Chen had killed the 9th prince and fled for his life. The imperial family had ordered that anyone who could find them within the Songyang kingdom would be rewarded with 1,000,000 divine jades. In a place like the Crescent City, 1,000,000 divine jades was a fortune that even the strongest warrior in the city couldn't have. It was enough to let these bandits live freely for countless years. Big Brother, a peerless girl and a black Xiao Lang, aren't they the ones who killed the 9th prince? And the main culprit, Long Chen, hasn't he appeared yet? Everyone thought about this, and they were naturally very excited. Only the bandit leader suddenly frowned and shouted, "Let's split up and run, quick!" His mind was working very fast. How could a person who could kill a super-existence like the 9th prince be weak? They were just a small group of bandits, and they didn't even have the right to be a snack for this person. Just as the bandit chief finished speaking, a series of screams suddenly rang out from behind him. When he turned his head, he could only see a blurry figure moving through the crowd of bandits at a speed that was difficult to follow with the naked eye. Everywhere he went, all the bandits died. Not a single one of them could withstand a single punch from that person. In less than 5 breaths of time, more than 100 bandits had died on the ground. It could be seen how fast this person was. Seeing this scene, the bandit leader's mind went blank, because this meant that the foundation he had painstakingly built over these years was now completely destroyed. His many years of hard work had turned into nothing. However, this was not all. In front of Long Chen, he was no different from the other bandits. Long Chen punched the bandit leader's lower abdomen when he couldn't resist at all. Immediately, the clothes on the bandit leader's back were shattered, and his internal organs were completely destroyed by Long Chen's punch. The bandit leader immediately died. Lightly pushing the corpse away, Long Chen walked in front of Lingxi. Since the matter was already done, and he had obtained a lot of information, there was no point in staying here. I was worried that they would leak the news, so I killed them all. Now, the entire Songyang country is looking for us, so we have to be more careful. Let's go now. Xiao Lang, you stay like this. I'll carry Lingxi and quickly go into the wilderness. Your body is too big. It's easy to attract attention. After giving the order, Long Chen didn't hesitate and directly turned around. He said to Lingxi, "Little Shi, come up, I'll carry you." Although she usually nestled in Long Chen's embrace, this was the first time she was carried by Long Chen, so for a moment, Lingxi felt a little uncomfortable. "What are you dilly-dallying for? Quickly come up." Long Chen turned around and said with a frown. "All right." Lingxi was a little nervous. Before she was ready, Long Chen directly held her legs and carried her on his back. "Let's go." After saying this to Xiao Lang, he sped towards the direction of the wilderness. From the map he had just obtained, to the left of Crescent City, there would be a relatively vast wilderness. As long as they entered the wilderness, they would be relatively safe. Although Xiao Lang's body was small, it did not affect his speed. The 2 men and 1 wolf quickly disappeared into the forest, and at this time, the sun slowly rose. It had to be said that after carrying Lingxi, Long Chen didn't feel that it was a burden, but comfortable. Lingxi's body was soft as she obediently laid on Long Chen's back. Her hands were wrapped around Long Chen's neck, and the slightly large amount of soft flesh on her chest gently touched Long Chen's back. Being touched by a close skin-to-skin contact made Long Chen feel exceptionally comfortable. Even though they were facing a great enemy, he did not forget to take advantage of Lingxi a few more times. What made Long Chen feel the most was that because her body was created from the Shen Jade Lotus, Lingxi's body had a strong fragrance of lotus flowers. It was elegant and fresh, and smelling this fragrance, Long Chen felt relaxed and happy. As for Lingxi, she was already tightly wrapped on Long Chen's back, and it was difficult for her to move. In this constant movement, she could only hug Long Chen tightly, so Long Chen's solid back also gave her waves of numbness. This strange feeling finally made her pale face regain some color. Lingxi moaned, her face was a little red, because Long Chen's hand had already climbed onto her little butt, grabbing them. Lingxi felt as if she had been electrocuted. This feeling that she had never experienced before made her a little lost. Scoundrel! After waiting for Long Chen to take advantage of her, Lingxi felt a little humiliated. She stretched her white neck and used her white teeth to gently bite Long Chen's ear, and then immediately withdrew. What's wrong, Lingxi? Long Chen's face was deep, and he asked as if nothing had happened. I'm going to bite your ear off, so that you can carry me on your back for the rest of your life, and remember me. Lingxi whispered in his ear. I can remember you for the rest of my life now. There's no need to bite your ear. Long Chen said, pretending to be a little afraid. Perhaps. Lingxi was a little lost about the future. Chapter 323. The sun rose and set. After a day, Long Chen finally arrived at the wild forest marked on the map. After 4 days and 4 nights of rushing at full speed, they were now 2/3 of the way to the West Sea country in the west. This also meant that Long Chen had already succeeded by 1/3. In this wild forest, the trees were very tall and dense. In this forest, Long Chen could unleash a greater speed, so he continued to carry Lingxi. However, after being carried continuously for a day, Lingxi was already sore all over. Seeing that this girl was uncomfortable but did not dare to say it, Long Chen felt very distressed. In the wild forest, there was no lack of demonic beasts. Therefore, there was no lack of caves for demonic beasts to live in. When the wolf cub came out, basically all the small demonic beasts fled. Long Chen therefore occupied a clean demonic beast cave and cleaned it up. Then, he took out the bedding, cooking utensils and other tools. It's getting late. Let's practice here today and continue our journey tomorrow morning. Long Chen carried Lingxi in his arms and wrapped her in the quilt. It was a spring night now and the temperature was very low. Only in this way would Lingxi feel a little less tired. At this time, Xiao Lang had already brought back a lot of trees from outside. Under the roasting of his flames, the cave quickly burst into flames, so there was some temperature and brightness. Long Chen moved a huge rock and completely covered the fire in the cave, leaving only some space for ventilation. This wild forest was vast and boundless. Long Chen did not believe that the people of the royal family could still find their way here after he made such a precise arrangement. After everything was prepared, the wolf cub saw that there was nothing else for it to do, so it lay at the entrance of the cave, cultivating while taking on the role of a sentry. Long Chen, on the other hand, dealt with the pots, bowls, ladles, and other things that he had bought in the morning and made a small kitchen. He had everything that a normal kitchen should have. It had been a long time since he personally made a delicious meal like this. Starting a fire, cutting vegetables, stir-frying vegetables, and barbecuing meat. After about half an hour, a table full of fragrant food was prepared. While Long Chen was busy, Lingxi was wrapped in the quilt, only revealing her small head. She looked at Long Chen with her eyes. This young man's dedicated attitude filled Lingxi's heart with a strong feeling of happiness. Basically, all girls would dream of being pampered like this, and Lingxi was no exception. Although they were fleeing for their lives, the atmosphere that Long Chen had intentionally created caused Lingxi to feel incomparable hope. She wanted time to remain in this moment forever, because this moment was warm and beautiful. There were no worries about the future, no enemies chasing after them. But this was impossible. All beautiful things would eventually pass. After greeting Xiao Lang, 2 people and a wolf quietly had a meal like this. Because he had not cooked for a long time, Long Chen's cooking skills were a little rusty. In addition, this was not a real kitchen, so the food he made could only be regarded as ordinary. But even so, Lingxi was very satisfied with the meal. Although nothing earth-shattering happened, this meal was indeed the happiest meal in Lingxi's life. After the meal, it was time to rest. Xiao Lang did not disturb them, and he was bored, so he continued to keep watch at the entrance of the cave. With him guarding, ordinary monsters did not dare to approach. This day of hurried journey was very tiring for Lingxi, so not long after the meal, she gradually fell asleep in Long Chen's arms. Looking at this beautiful girl in his arms, when she fell asleep, her beautiful eyebrows were still slightly knitted, showing how afraid she was of the future. But in front of Long Chen, she did not dare to show it, worried that Long Chen would worry about her. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. Long Chen sighed. This life and death escape was destined to be the most profound experience in his life. It was not because the royal family was too powerful, but because there was Lingxi by his side, as well as his brother Xiao Lang who had been silently accompanying him. Xiao Lang was a person of few words. Ever since he became a sun-devouring demonic wolf, he basically did not communicate with Long Chen, but they did not need to communicate. Basically, as long as there was something that Xiao Lang needed, he would take the initiative to do it, without any unnecessary words. When they were down and out, they could go through trials and tribulations together. Long Chen knew that this was a true brother. The person he loved and the brother who supported him were all by his side. Long Chen felt very satisfied. Night gradually fell. The girl in his arms was naturally extremely alluring. Her snow-white skin, exquisite curves, and the exposed skin of her body through her collar were all enough to make Long Chen feel a little aroused. However, he knew that Lingxi was already tired. She, who was extremely lacking in rest, could not be disturbed in any way. In the middle of the night, Lingxi suddenly woke up in a daze. She opened her eyes slightly and looked at Long Chen with embarrassment. She said shyly, "Chen, I want to go out, go out." Long Chen naturally did not sleep the whole night. He asked in confusion, "It's so cold outside. What are you going out for?" Lingxi did not speak. She held it in for a long time before saying, I want to pee." Long Chen suddenly understood. He smiled and said, "Silly girl, what's there to be shy in front of me? I'll take you out." In this wilderness, Long Chen naturally could not let Lingxi go out alone. After carrying her out of the cave, he randomly found a place and said to Lingxi in his arms, "Let's do it here." Lingxi did not move. Her head had almost shrunk into her neck. "What's wrong?" Long Chen asked doubtfully. "Go away." Lingxi blushed. She would be embarrassed to let Long Chen stay here like this. After becoming immortal, Lingxi could not avoid many problems. "Oh, okay." Long Chen was somewhat stunned. He walked a dozen steps outside with his back facing Lingxi. He teased, "Little she, are you still shy in front of me? When you used the mysterious sky jade lotus, I saw you all over." "Don't say it, don't say it." Recalling the embarrassment and shyness at that time, Lingxi blushed. If Long Chen said it again, she would get angry with Long Chen. It was so cold outside. It was better to finish this quickly and then go back. Therefore, Long Chen closed his mouth. Not long after, the sound of hissing came from behind him. Long Chen fantasized for a moment and then recalled the scene when Lingxi was reincarnated. That snow-white scene made Long Chen's heart run wild. Okay. Not long after, Lingxi came to Long Chen's side. For her, solving this kind of problem in front of a man was really a bit embarrassing. Even at this time, her ears were still red. "Chen, why are you looking at me?" At this time, seeing that Long Chen was staring at her, Lingxi's heart was a bit flustered. Long Chen's fiery gaze hid some kind of message, and Lingxi could feel it. It was a gaze that couldn't wait to eat her up. At this time, Long Chen didn't say anything and pulled Lingxi into his arms. Before Lingxi could react, the back of her head was pressed by Long Chen. Then, Long Chen's warm lips blocked her sandalwood mouth. A snake-like tongue instantly broke through her pearly white teeth and intertwined with hers. Lingxi's eyes widened. She used both hands to support herself on Long Chen's broad chest. At this time, Long Chen was like a ball of flame. The rich masculine scent on his body quickly ignited Lingxi in this dark night. Lingxi suddenly felt her body heat up. It seemed that this cold night didn't feel cold anymore. In her body, the speed of her blood flow was a lot faster. From head to toe, as long as Long Chen touched her body, she would feel a burst of numbness. It was this kind of numbness that made Lingxi moan and fall into Long Chen's arms, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. The beauty in his arms and the lotus fragrance that assailed his nostrils stimulated Long Chen's sense of smell even more. It stimulated his desire. Without hesitation, his palm had already reached into Lingxi's clothes and covered the soft flesh on her chest before she could react. In that instant, Lingxi felt like she had been electrocuted, and her body became even more limp. Chen. No. At this time, Lingxi's face was flushed and her eyes were blurred. Her voice could only be described as a gossamer. At this juncture, how could Long Chen listen to what she said? As soon as his palm touched the softness, his hand moved involuntarily. He rubbed and squeezed again and again, gradually evoking the flames in Lingxi's body. At this time, a sharp bird's cry sounded out of nowhere and shook the entire wild forest. Long Chen was originally still immersed in his lust, but at this time, he completely woke up. His hand quickly left Lingxi and just hugged her. He looked up. In the sky not far away, flashes of lightning began to flash. It seemed like there was a lightning net pouncing towards Long Chen. Long Chen opened his eyes wide and even used his spirit-devouring demon eyes. He was shocked to find that there were a few cores in his lightning net. The electric filaments that were swimming around were coming from these cores. These cores were impressively a few thunder divine birds. Not good. This is an Earth-level 3rd-grade demonic beast. Thunderbird. To be able to rear such a large demonic beast as a mount, only the royal family would be able to do so, Long Chen said with a solemn expression. The royal family had finally caught up. At this time, Xiao Lang had already rushed over. From the anxious look in Xiao Lang's eyes, Long Chen was even more certain of his judgment. Xiao Lang said that the Thunderbirds have been dispatched. This must be the commanders of the Imperial City Guards. There are a total of 7 commanders in the Imperial City Guards. Apart from the 7th commander, the rest can all control the Thunderbirds. There are 5 Thunderbirds in the sky, which means that at least 5 commanders have come. Lingxi also woke up when the royal family arrived and said in a panic. Chapter 324. Thunderbirds were lightning-type demonic beasts, and they were flying-type demonic beasts. They were best at speed. Although their level was not as good as the current Xiao Lang, their speed in the sky was fast enough to cover thousands of miles in a flash. They were definitely not weaker than the current Xiao Lang. When the Thunderbirds appeared in the sky and flew to Long Chen, it didn't take long. Now, escaping immediately was more likely to attract the attention of the people in the sky, so at the critical moment, Long Chen carried Lingxi and hurriedly rushed into the cave. As soon as he entered the cave, a total of 5 Thunderbirds intertwined into a huge lightning net, rushing over the top of Long Chen's head. Wherever they went, crackling sounds could be heard incessantly. The Thunderbirds flew at a low altitude, and when they passed, the entire forest showed signs of fire. If it weren't for the heavy humidity at night and the trees being very wet, they would have long been burned. As the Thunderbirds flew past, Long Chen kept looking at Lingxi in his arms, and Lingxi was also looking at him blankly. They were just in the midst of passion, but they didn't expect the people of the royal family to catch up at this time. Lingxi was a little embarrassed, but she was more worried. Chen. The ones who came were the commanders of the imperial city, which also meant that the royal family had caught up. Long Chen didn't know how they knew the direction Long Chen was heading, but this was no longer important. What was important was how to escape now. As soon as the Thunderbirds passed, Long Chen asked in a low voice, Xiao Lang, the commander of the Imperial City Guards, how is his strength? Through Lingxi's, Long Chen learned that the Imperial City Guards had a total of 7 commanders. One of them was at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, the 2nd and 3rd commanders were at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier, and the other 4 were at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, including the 7th commander who brought Long Chen into the Baiyang Imperial City to become China. For Long Chen, this was an irresistible force. Not to mention the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, Long Chen wouldn't be a match for the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. Don't worry, the first commander is actually a member of the royal family. His status is noble, and he is responsible for the great task of guarding the imperial city, so he probably won't be dispatched. The 5 Thunderbirds should be the other 5 commanders. Lingxi passed Xiao Lang's words to Long Chen. Long Chen heard this and breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Chen, we'll stay here. Lingxi asked nervously. Because it was the middle of the night, and she wasn't wearing much, she was already shivering from the cold. Since they know we're nearby, there's only one thing they can do now, and that's to escape. Little She, quickly put on more clothes. I'll pack my things. At this critical juncture, Lingxi didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. She hurriedly wrapped herself up tightly, and at this time, Long Chen had already packed his things and directly carried her on his back. He then gave Xiao Lang a look and rushed out, starting to hurry through the night in the boundless mountains. Long Chen and Xiao Lang actually didn't make any noise. Not long after he escaped, Long Chen heard a rumbling sound coming from behind him. This was the sound of countless war horses advancing together. Moreover, they were definitely not low-grade demonic beasts. If the sound was so dense that it sounded like a recitation, it meant that there were quite a few demonic beasts chasing after him. Oh no, those war horses are surrounding us. If they were to fight now, the thunderbirds in the sky would be patrolling. With their eyesight, as long as there was the slightest movement, they would immediately swoop down with their master. At that time, Long Chen would really lose his life. Xiao Lang, they haven't discovered our position yet. If they do, I'll leave Little She to you. I'll lead the way. Little She, your body isn't good, so bear with it this time. We'll talk about everything after we escape. At this critical juncture, Long Chen quickly gave his instructions. Since they hadn't been discovered yet, he used his fastest speed to run towards dark places, wherever the forest was thick. The wind kept rushing behind him. Long Chen had already used his fastest speed in the forest, but even so, the thunderbirds in the sky were still patrolling around. Several times, they flew over Long Chen's head. Long Chen could only stop at this time and hold his breath, so he wasn't discovered. Fortunately, he had the spirit-devouring demon eye, so when an enemy approached, he could discover it relatively quickly. In the process of escaping, Long Chen discovered that the spirit-devouring demon eye's insight function was quite useful. This kind of escape lasted for a total of less than an hour, but the thunderbirds in the sky were still there, and the sound of tens of thousands of horses galloping behind him was endless. At this time, Long Chen already knew what was chasing behind him. This was a powerful army of the Imperial City, known as the Ghost Horse Heavy Cavalry. The Ghost Horse Heavy Cavalry was composed of a total of 2,000 Heavenly River tier martial artists, accompanied by Scarlet Ghost Horses, a 9th-level mystic-ranked demonic beast. Just from this name, one could roughly guess the configuration of the Ghost Horse Heavy Cavalry, which was naturally quite luxurious. However, it was unknown how many Ghost Horse Heavy Cavalry were deployed in order to pursue Long Chen. Demonic beasts and martial artists formed a combination, and it was a combination of so many people. The combat power of the Ghost Horse Heavy Cavalry was naturally self-evident, and the commander of the Ghost Horse Heavy Cavalry was the 7th commander who once led Long Chen into Baiyang Imperial City. As for the other commanders, they should be above the Thunderbirds. There are at least more than 200 Ghost Horse Heavy Cavalry, and there are many Imperial Guards following behind. Oh no, in addition to the Ghost Horse Heavy Cavalry, there seems to be many Imperial Guards. They seem to know that I am in this forest, so they have deployed so many people. Thinking of this, Long Chen's expression changed slightly. The Imperial Guards were in a form of encirclement, trapping the current Long Chen. There was no doubt that they definitely knew the approximate location of Long Chen, but the question was how they knew. Long Chen's brain turned quickly, and finally thought of a person. It should be the shop owner in Crescent City, where Long Chen had bought a lot of things and even obtained a map, that middle-aged fat man. Long Chen had not expected that in order to hunt him down, the Imperial Guards would actually go to such an extent. Even a random shop owner in a small city could guess the identity of the cloaked Long Chen. It seems that this time, the royal family has made up their mind to dig me out of Congyang country and then kill me. The ruthless determination of the royal family made Long Chen's heart very heavy. However, he did not show his panic because he still had someone to protect. The boat will cross the bridge when it comes to it. Now it seems that I can only kill. The pursuit of the royal family had triggered the bloodthirsty and murderous nature of the ancient blood spiritual dragon in the depths of Long Chen's character. Very soon, a faint killing intent appeared on his body, and his eyes were already somewhat bloodshot. Chen, are you all right? Seeing Long Chen's condition, Lingxi was a little worried. I'm fine, don't worry. I will definitely rush out with you. Just be obedient. Long Chen said in a low voice. His voice started to become hoarse. Even when he was talking to Lingxi, a thick killing intent was reflected in his voice. How about? I give up this body now, so that I won't be a burden to you. Without me being a burden, you can escape with Xiao Lang. Lingxi said as tears welled up in her eyes. Of course, she did not want to return to Lingxi's sword. However, if she did not return, Long Chen and Xiao Lang would probably die here today. Shut your mouth. You're not allowed to mention this again. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. Long Chen naturally would not allow her to do so. At this critical juncture, he could only speak harshly. After being growled at by him, Lingxi bit her lip with an innocent look on her face. Tears were about to flow out of her eyes. Chin, I'm really useless. I can't help you, and I'm even a burden to you. I feel terrible. Lingxi said this in her heart. At this moment, Long Chen stopped in his tracks. After rushing to this place, he discovered that there was a valley in front of him. There were towering mountains on both sides of the valley. If he wanted to pass through this place, the only way was to force his way through the valley. However, there were already many Imperial city guards gathered in the valley. There were even quite a few ghost stallions present. As for retreating, it was already impossible. More pursuers had already caught up from behind. If he turned back, Long Chen would have to face an even more intense battle. Long Chen only stopped for a breath's time. Now was the most pressing time. He only had a minute to analyze the pros and cons. Retreating was already impossible. If he hid in the distance, he would be discovered sooner or later. The only way now was to kill his way out. Xiaolang, I'll leave little Shi to you. Long Chen didn't allow Lingxi to resist. He placed her on Xiaolang's back. Xiaolang had demonic energy, so during the battle, he could naturally hold Lingxi firmly on his back. Moreover, both Long Chen and Xiaolang had practiced the divine fire doppelgangers to the highest level. With a large number of divine fire doppelgangers, they didn't need to worry that someone would take advantage of the chaos to attack Lingxi. After placing Lingxi on Xiaolang's back, Long Chen didn't say anything. He rushed forward like an arrow, with Xiaolang following closely behind him. He understood that Long Chen was breaking out of the encirclement. What he needed to do was to protect Lingxi and then follow Long Chen's footsteps. As for attacking, Long Chen alone was enough. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen rushed into the middle of the valley. His speed was too fast, and his arrival was too sudden. Most of the Imperial city guards in the valley didn't even have time to react. A large mass of blood-colored fog had already surrounded the entire valley. The blood-colored fog rapidly spread in everyone's vision. That terrifying suction was acting on everyone's body. Devouring blood world. The entire devouring blood world was like a blood cocoon, quickly covering all the Imperial city guards. Who? A loud shout came from the Imperial city guards. Chapter 325. A loud roar shook the ground, causing the grass and trees in the valley to tremble. The Imperial city guards within the red devouring world of blood finally managed to calm down after hearing this voice. Even so, some of the soldiers with lower cultivation bases exploded under the effect of the devouring world of blood. It could be said that once Long Chen's devouring world of blood was activated, a tenth of the people here had already died. There was a bloody mist everywhere. This terrifying and tragic scene caused everyone's mind to go blank. Without a doubt, the devouring blood world was the bloodiest massacre. This proved the characteristics of the immemorial blood spirit dragon, a dragon of blood and slaughter. Long Chen had obtained the blood essence of the immemorial blood spirit dragon, one of the 10 ancient ancestral dragons. He was destined to embark on the path of slaughter for the rest of his life. This had nothing to do with good or evil. In Long Chen's heart, there was only one standard, and that was his original intention. Those who violated or even harmed him, no matter how kind they were, Long Chen would not be merciful. Under the terrifying effect of the devouring world of blood, most of the Imperial city guards who could barely survive were petrified. They could only barely circulate their true qi to calm the boiling blood in their bodies. Only some of the heavenly river tier experts could barely resist. At this moment, the crowd reluctantly parted to form a path. A rumbling sound came from afar, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of everyone. It was a dozen huge black horses, with bulging muscles and powerful limbs. Their eyes were completely red, and even the coarse breath they exhaled carried a thick blood color. This was a mystic level 9 demonic beast, the Scarlet Ghost Horse. At this moment, the Scarlet Ghost Horse was covered in heavy black armor, looking majestic and murderous. On top of the scarlet ghost horse, there was a tall martial artist who was also wearing black armor. The heavy armor was cold and bloody, and every martial artist held a weapon that was stained with the smell of blood, looking very ferocious. After this team of heavy cavalry charged over, a thick smell of blood assaulted their nostrils. Without a doubt, this was the famous ghost horse heavy cavalry of the Songyang Kingdom. Demonic beasts of the 9th level of the mystic rank, paired with martial artists of the heavenly river tier and above, the battle prowess of the ghost horse heavy cavalry could definitely sweep through many armies. It was not impossible for one to fight against 100. However, what they encountered was an even bloodier Long Chen. Under the effects of the devouring world of blood, the closer they got to Long Chen, the more timid and anxious the scarlet ghost horses became. When they were about 20 meters away from Long Chen, all the scarlet ghost horses suddenly leaped up with their forelegs and let out an earth-shattering neigh before turning around in a sorry state. And at this time, Long Chen was like a whirlwind, directly rushing towards the ghost Pegasus heavy cavalry. There were many obstacles in this valley. Only by killing these ghost Pegasus heavy cavalry would he be able to fiercely intimidate the others and rush through the valley in the shortest time possible. Bastard! The scarlet ghost horse was disobedient, and the martial artist on it cursed in exasperation. Then he hurriedly turned around, his blood-red eyes charging towards Long Chen. Long Chen, it really is you. You can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find what you're looking for without even looking for it. You actually dared to kill a member of the imperial family. Even if you grew wings today, it will be difficult for you to escape. The martial artist charging at the very front was the 7th commander of the Imperial City Guard Army. His strength was at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier. At this time, he led a group of ghost horse heavy cavalry martial artists, roaring as they charged over. Every one of them was very tall, and with more than a dozen of them charging together, the aura created caused all the Imperial City Guard Army to feel shocked. And at this time, Long Chen was alone, waving the blue dragon halberd. He lowered his head, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He suddenly accelerated, appearing in front of the 7th commander in an instant. Die! The 7th commander crazily charged towards Long Chen. He was confident that he could flatten Long Chen with a single punch, but he had underestimated Long Chen. Underestimating Long Chen, who was already close to insanity, was a very terrifying thing. A line of blood shot out from the blue dragon halberd. In that instant, the 7th commander saw Long Chen's eyes, blood-red and cold. These eyes seemed to want to swallow his soul. In that moment of shock, Long Chen used his most powerful move, the Dragon Emperor's Mourning, directly shattering the 7th commander's attack. The blue dragon halberd shattered the 7th commander's entire arm, causing his flesh and bones to explode and scatter in all directions. The 7th commander instantly let out an earth-shattering scream. This scream caused everyone's scalps to go numb, and they couldn't help but retreat. Long Chen defeated the 7th commander in one move. Everyone's hearts were filled with shock because of this question. But the shock didn't stop there. When the 7th commander's arm was shattered in one move, Long Chen had already rushed in front of him. Under the terrified gaze of the 7th commander, Long Chen's fist landed on the 7th commander's forehead, causing his entire head to explode. Red and white matter splattered all over the ground. Ah! Such a cruel and tragic scene caused almost everyone's hearts to sink, and they hurriedly retreated. Even the strongest 7th commander had been instantly killed by Long Chen. Who else could be a match for Long Chen? And who would dare to use the same method as the 7th commander to die at the hands of Long Chen, who seemed to have completely entered a state of slaughter? Long Chen didn't hesitate in the slightest after killing the 7th commander in a cruel manner. At this moment, the only ones who dared to stand in front of him were the remaining ghost horse heavy cavalry cultivators. They were all Heavenly River tier cultivators, and when Long Chen had slaughtered them like a demon, their hearts had trembled. After killing the 7th commander, Long Chen's blue dragon halberd directly pierced through the chest of a cultivator. In the next breath, the blue dragon halberd directly chopped off the head of the next person. The head flew into the distance, and the other guards, who didn't dare to make a move, all screamed and dodged the head. Even more people began to retreat. Under everyone's gazes, Long Chen was bathed in blood. He was like a meat grinder as he charged into the crowd. Apart from the 7th commander, no one could block his attack, and they were all directly killed. More than a dozen Heavenly River tier elites were all killed by Long Chen in an extremely tragic manner in an instant. Long Chen directly used the blue dragon halberd to open a path of blood, and Xiao Lang followed closely behind him, charging out. Apart from the ghost horse heavy cavalry, the other cultivators all watched as Long Chen escaped. It wasn't that they didn't want to stop him, but under the intimidation of the devouring blood world and Long Chen's bloodthirst, they had completely lost the ability to move their bodies. When Long Chen had gone far away, everyone stared blankly at the tragic state of the Heavenly River tier cultivators. Some of those who had just entered the battlefield had already begun to vomit. As expected of a ruthless character who dared to kill the ninth prince. In the valley, there was only silence. Of course, the commotion here couldn't escape the attention of the thunderbirds in the sky. There were even more powerful cultivators above the thunderbirds, who had even reached the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. Long Chen successfully broke through the heavy encirclement in an extremely short time, but he also attracted the attention of the thunderbirds, so at this time, all the thunderbirds clamored wildly, and the huge lightning net in the sky whistled towards Long Chen. In the process of Long Chen running, he had already straddled Xiao Lang's body. He had a strong ability to control blood, so even if he created a very abnormal and tragic scene, there was not the slightest stain on his body. At this time, Long Chen's whole body was covered in shining blood-red dragon scales, and sharp and domineering bone spurs. Just by looking at him, Lingxi felt a power that came from the soul, acting on her soul. At this time, on the blood-red dragon scales, there was a faintly discernible image of an ancient blood-red divine dragon, roaring and dancing wildly. That crazy, bloody and murderous aura was emitted from the image on the dragon scales. Just now, Lingxi watched helplessly as Long Chen carried out an extremely tragic massacre. He did it to intimidate the enemy, and also because of the murderous intent of the inherited blood essence in his body, so Lingxi didn't blame him for being bloodthirsty. She looked at Long Chen desperately with tears in her eyes, stroking the perfect regular and gorgeous dragon scales on his body, and was so moved that she cried out. This rebellious and unyielding young man in front of her was the man she had given her heart to in this lifetime. However, after so many ups and downs, would she be able to escape to the ends of the world under his protection like today? This was Lingxi's most tragic memory, and it was also the most profound one. Lingxi, I'm sorry. I basically can't control myself when I'm killing. Only when I ruthlessly smash the enemy into pieces can my body reach its most excited state. After the massacre, Long Chen had a brief moment of clarity, but he knew that under the influence of the ancient blood spiritual dragon's murderous intent, he would eventually become a murderous demon. I don't blame you, Chen. I'm just worried that in the future, you won't even recognize your own family. You'll completely become a killing machine, and you'll only kill crazily for good and evil. Lingxi said sadly, biting her lip. Don't worry. Long Chen stood up from Xiao Lang's body. He looked at the lightning net that was rapidly approaching from afar, and his heart was suddenly filled with boundless lofty sentiments and lofty aspirations. Little Shi, I want to promise you that even if I destroy the entire world, I definitely won't make a move against you. Of course, I won't destroy this world either, because I'm Long Chen. No one can control my fate, not even them. He was pointing at the lightning bird, as well as the commanders of the Imperial City Guard army on it. The 7th commander was the weakest, and the other 5 were the biggest obstacles for Long Chen this time. 2 at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier, and 1 at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier. They were about to become the most terrifying threat to Long Chen. The crazy lightning net and the shrill cries of the lightning bird gradually approached. The light of the lightning gradually covered Long Chen's eyes. Long Chen wasn't the slightest bit afraid as the elites approached, because he was the incarnation of the ancient blood spiritual dragon. He was at the pinnacle of countless creatures, and there was no creature that could make Long Chen feel fear. Chapter 326. Because there were no obstructions in the sky, the Thunderbird's speed in the sky was very fast. If Xiao Lang continued to fly in the vast wilderness, he would eventually be caught. Long Chen had no choice but to face so many powerhouses. Poverty leads to change. Long Chen's expression was solemn as he looked around and recalled the general terrain on the map. They had already exited the wild forest and arrived in the wilderness. Long Chen suddenly recalled that there was a misty valley on the left side of the wilderness. The valley was foggy, and ordinary martialists wouldn't be able to distinguish the path and direction, let alone the Thunderbird. With the obstruction of the fog, Long Chen might still have a chance of escaping the pursuit of the royal family. Thinking of this, Long Chen quickly told Xiao Lang, head to the left. While Long Chen was thinking of countermeasures, Xiao Lang certainly wasn't idle. However, he still couldn't think of anything. If Long Chen told him to head to the left, then it must be right. With a low growl, the sun-devouring demonic wolf's huge body suddenly turned and rushed to the left. Along the way, smoke and dust filled the sky. At this moment, ordinary people wouldn't be able to see Xiao Lang at all. They would only be able to see a black shadow passing by. The Thunderbird behind him also changed direction and chased after Long Chen and the others. The endless exploding lightning net in the sky was about to engulf Long Chen. At this moment, Xiao Lang had already unleashed his maximum speed. In this boundless wilderness, a huge chase was taking place. Facing the night wind, Long Chen hugged Lingxi tightly, feeling her nervousness and despair. Long Chen knew what she wanted to say, but he covered her mouth and said, "Don't say anything before the outcome is decided." His tone was very calm, but it revealed an unparalleled majesty. From his calm voice, Lingxi could tell that his body was already like a volcano. Under the influence of the ancient blood spirit dragon's inheritance essence blood, there was only one word left in his mind, and that was kill. In this wilderness, the Thunderbird chased after the sun-devouring demonic wolf for a full hour. It almost caught up several times, but Xiao Lang sped up and left it behind. When a deep valley shrouded in fog finally appeared in front of them, Long Chen smiled in pleasant surprise. Given the density of the fog in this valley, the Thunderbird can't fly at all, let alone use its full speed. However, Xiao Lang can. Xiao Lang now knew why Long Chen had asked him to turn left. This dense fog valley should be their only hope of escaping. The commanders of the Imperial City Guard Army on the Thunderbird also saw the dense fog valley. However, they didn't think that Long Chen could escape this time. There were 5 Thunderbirds and a total of 5 commanders. Among the 5 commanders, there was a middle-aged martialist, a man and a woman. The 2 of them were introverted and their eyes shone with dazzling starlight. It was obvious that their cultivation was far above Long Chen's. "You want to escape into the dense fog valley? What a naive child. The Thunderbird can't catch you in the dense fog valley, but we can't catch you either." He, second brother, he isn't a child. He killed Song Yefeng, the 9th prince, and just killed 7th brother. Can a child do that? One of the 2 powerhouses, the beautiful woman, said. Among the commanders who had come this time, the 2 of them were the strongest. Furthermore, the woman had just addressed the other powerhouse as second brother. It was obvious that the 2nd to 7th commanders of the Imperial City Guard Army had been mobilized. It was obvious that they had put in a lot of effort to capture Long Chen. At this moment, Xiao Lang had already carried Lingxi and jumped into the dense fog valley. The other commanders were surprised when Long Chen jumped off the sun-devouring demon wolf. Then, he looked coldly at the Thunderbird that was diving down and preparing to land. Given the speed of the commanders, they would definitely be able to catch up to Long Chen and the others on the ground. Therefore, it seemed like they wouldn't need to use the Thunderbird. Why did he stay behind? Everyone had the same question in their minds. The cold glint in Long Chen's eyes made them somewhat unsure of his intentions. However, it would be great if they could capture Long Chen faster. Hence, they mocked Long Chen's audacity. At the same time, the Thunderbird formed a huge lightning net and pounced at Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen moved. After letting Xiao Lang rush into the dense fog valley, Long Chen immediately turned back. Seeing that a few Thunderbirds were about to land, Long Chen erupted with all his strength. With a roar, he swung the blue dragon halberd in his hand like a sharp arrow that pierced the sky. What? No one had expected that Long Chen would actually attack the Thunderbirds. As the Thunderbirds were about to land, they didn't fly very high. Long Chen swung the blue dragon halberd. Before the Thunderbird could react, the entire blue dragon halberd had pierced deep into the chest of one of the Thunderbirds. The Thunderbird let out a painful wail as its heart was pierced. It couldn't control its body any longer and fell down. It seemed like it wouldn't survive. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Long Chen quickly recalled the blue dragon halberd. Then, he followed Xiao Lang and quickly flashed into the dense fog valley. In fact, in the dense fog valley, Long Chen's greatest reliance was the soul-devouring demon pupil. The 3rd level of the soul-devouring demon pupil, profound insight, allowed Long Chen to completely ignore the thick fog and directly see any life within. Although Xiao Lang had already entered the dense fog valley, Long Chen was still able to find him very quickly. Just now, he only wanted to stay behind and delay the 5 great commanders from entering the dense fog valley. He only wanted to kill one thunderbird. Even he didn't think that it would have such a big effect. The 5 lightning birds were able to form such a fast speed and soar in the sky because they were connected by a lightning net, and in the process of diving, one of the lightning birds died. Firstly, it caused the unfortunate 6th commander on his back to directly fall from a height of about 100 meters. With his strength at the 6th level of the heavenly river tier, though he wouldn't fall to his death, he would at least be dizzy from the fall. As for the others, because of the death of one of the thunderbirds, the lightning net formed by the 5 thunderbirds instantly lost balance. This imbalance also caused the other thunderbirds to tremble in the air for a long time before they finally adjusted and landed safely on the ground. However, with this small delay, Long Chen had already disappeared without a trace. Old 6th, you stay here and order everyone to surround the dense fog valley. The others, go in and search for me. We must catch Long Chen. Being played by Long Chen so easily, the 2nd commander felt uncomfortable. His expression was gloomy as he made the arrangements. Then, he immediately led the others into the dense fog valley. With Long Chen's agility, he quickly caught up to Xiao Lang in the dense fog valley. He rushed to the front and used the soul-devouring demon pupil to lead the way for Xiao Lang. In this dense fog valley, there were many demonic beasts, and there were even quite a few very powerful ones. In order to avoid conflict with these demonic beasts and cause unnecessary trouble, Long Chen had been doing his best to avoid these demonic beasts. In the dense fog valley, the terrain was rugged, and there were jagged rocks everywhere. Not a single blade of grass grew. It was a desolate scene. Although there were no sounds of pursuers behind him, Long Chen didn't dare to be negligent. He was currently thinking of countermeasures. In reality, the dense fog valley wasn't that big. If the 5 commanders directly mobilized 10,000 troops, they could completely surround it. Even if Long Chen broke out of the encirclement, it would be difficult for him to escape the pursuit of the 5 commanders. Therefore, he had to make good use of this terrain and reduce the strength of the 5 commanders in an extremely short period of time until they were all dead. Looks like this time, I have to put my life on the line. Only then will I have a chance to survive. As he rapidly advanced among the rocks, Long Chen searched for a concealed place for Lingxi to hide. As long as Lingxi hid and Xiao Lang protected her, Long Chen would be able to engage in guerrilla warfare with the 5 commanders in the dense fog valley. Long Chen had 3 main things he could rely on: the spirit-devouring demon eyes, the blood escape technique, and the divine flame clone. With the blood escape technique, as long as he achieved his goal of killing in one move, no one would be able to stop him. This was Long Chen's plan. At this moment, the terrain started to descend and the sound of flowing water could be heard in front of him. This should be a waterfall. Long Chen didn't pay much attention to it. He was originally heading towards the waterfall, so he didn't change his direction. Not long after, a waterfall appeared in front of them. The waterfall wasn't big, but it was full of momentum. The drop was about 30 meters or so, and a huge amount of water crashed into the deep pool with a loud rumbling sound. Waves of white water rippled in all directions, causing ripples to appear on the surface of the pool. Originally, Long Chen didn't care much about this waterfall. He was preparing to cross the waterfall and find another place to hide. He didn't expect that at this time, his spirit-devouring demon eyes would directly penetrate the mountain wall and see that there was a cave in the middle of the waterfall. And in this cave, a powerful demonic beast was hibernating. This demonic beast gave Long Chen a huge pressure. It seemed that it was at least a 7th-level Earth-ranked demonic beast. Long Chen reckoned that this mountain wall was originally the entrance to a cave. Later, the river channel changed, and the river directly smashed down from the top of the cave. Only then did the water cover the cave entrance. This was originally an excellent hiding place, but it was a pity that there was actually a 7th-grade Earth-ranked demonic beast inside. With the existence of this demonic beast, there was no way to quietly occupy this cave. At this time, Long Chen carefully sensed that the aura of the demonic beast had weakened to the extreme. Could it be that it was already injured? Chapter 327. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. He knew that the growth of a peerless genius depended on one's own talent, one's clan's heritage, but the most important factor was one's luck. He had to admit that his luck had been especially good ever since he obtained the mysterious dragon jade. Every time he faced a life-or-death situation, he would always have the chance to reverse the situation. For example, this time, the Misty Valley seemed to be specially designed for his soul-devouring demon eye. With the soul-devouring demon eye, he wouldn't be affected in the misty valley, but others would be affected by the dense fog. And now, in the cave under the waterfall, there was an injured 7th-grade Earth Realm beast. No matter how strong this beast was, Longchen knew that this was his only chance. After telling Lingxi about the cave under the waterfall, Longchen immediately made a decision. Xiaolang, I'll go into the cave first to attract the beast or drive it out. Then you take Lingxi inside and hide. It's best if you don't come out if there's nothing important. No, Chen. Won't you be in danger this way? Lingxi said in a panic. No, this is an injured 7th-grade Earth Realm monster beast. If I'm lucky, I can kill it and make myself stronger. Even if I'm no match for it, I can still use the blood escape technique to escape. Little Shi, listen to me. I'm sorry, Chen. I'm just a burden. Lingxi's eyes flickered with tears. Her body trembled in pain. I've decided that I'm a big problem now, so I'll give up this body. This way, Chen and Xiaolang can escape. Bullshit. Longchen scolded. He looked at Lingxi with a serious expression and warned. Little Shi, don't let me hear such words again. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. Why? Lingxi was a little confused. If I can find the 9 heavenly immortal fruit, won't I still be able to live? That's only if. I can't guarantee anything. Longchen sighed. Xiaoxi, who knows what the future holds? The 9 heavens immortal fruit is still an unknown. I can't bet your future on an unknown. So before we find the 9 heavens immortal fruit, don't do anything stupid. It's possible that I won't be able to obtain it in my lifetime. Longchen's words made Lingxi, who had been blaming herself, calm down. Little Shi, someone once told me that this world is too big, and that I'm just a little genius from a small place. Even if I put my life on the line, in the eyes of the people from that world, I would only be mediocre. He suggested that I help you recover your body and then find a place to live a peaceful life for the rest of your life. These were Li Xuanji's words. Long Chen remembered them in his heart, but he never gave in because of them. So if you don't take care of your body and I'm mediocre, you'll miss the chance to live with me for the rest of your life. So, listen to me, understand? Lingxi looked at the serious man in front of her, and she was so moved that 2 streams of hot tears flowed down her cheeks. Towards this youth, she seemed to have developed a feeling that surpassed familial love. That kind of budding, exciting and intense feeling gave her an experience she had never experienced in her entire life. She even felt that even if she was asked to follow Long Chen and die immediately, she wouldn't have the slightest bit of complaint. Chen. Seeing that Lingxi had something to say, Long Chen hurriedly listened attentively. I've decided. What have you decided? Long Chen asked curiously. Lingxi was a little embarrassed. Her originally pale face gradually turned red. She held her breath and finally said, In this life I, Lingxi, will marry no one but you. Long Chen didn't expect this girl to say such bold words. He was stunned for a moment. Finally, he looked at the girl in front of him who had bravely spoken her heart and felt very touched. Lingxi, I will live up to the words you've said to me today. I hope that you will always remember it. I won't say anything else. You already know my feelings for you. I'll chase that demonic beast out right now. Just do as I say and nothing will happen. Lingxi nodded heavily. Without another word, Long Chen directly carried the blue dragon halberd and rushed towards the waterfall. When he was near, a cold light flashed in his eyes and he directly rushed into the waterfall. Water splashed everywhere. Just as he rushed into the cave, an angry roar of a beast rushed towards Long Chen's face. It almost sent Long Chen flying. Blood. As soon as he rushed in, Long Chen smelled the scent of blood in the air. He focused his eyes and saw a beast lying in the cave, staring at Long Chen with hatred. It was a huge beast covered in thick black scales. Its overall shape was similar to a pangolin, but it was much more terrifying than a pangolin. There was a row of sharp black spikes on its back, and its 4 thick legs were also covered in thick scales. It was as if it was wearing a thick layer of armor. The only big difference between it and a pangolin was that this beast's head was actually like a dragon's. On its forehead, there was a sharp and long horn that emitted a cold light. The sharpness of the horn probably surpassed Long Chen's blue dragon halberd. 7th grade Earth rank. Demonic Tyrannosaurus. Long Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect to actually encounter such a beast in the dense fog valley. The demonic Tyrannosaurus name had the word dragon in it. It was believed that it had the bloodline of the primordial divine dragon. Of course, this was only a legend. If it really had the bloodline of the divine dragon, this demonic Tyrannosaurus would not be at its current level. When he saw the current state of the demonic Tyrannosaurus, Long Chen almost laughed out loud. This was because the body of the demonic Tyrannosaurus was actually covered in densely packed wounds. Some of the wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen. It could be seen that the demonic Tyrannosaurus was trying to prevent blood from flowing out. However, its body was still drenched in blood. The most serious injury was one of its forelimbs. It had actually been completely cut off and disappeared. At this moment, a large amount of blood was brewing at the place where the limb was cut off. Under the control of the demonic Tyrannosaurus, the blood did not surge out. However, what if the devouring bloody world was added to the mix? Long Chen knew that this demonic Tyrannosaurus had clearly been injured by someone. Hence, when it saw Long Chen, its eyes were naturally filled with rage. Long Chen had already made up his mind. As soon as he entered the cave, he didn't say anything. He swung the blue dragon battle halberd in his hand at the opponent. Just like when he had killed the Thunderbird, the blue dragon battle halberd pierced the other forelimb of the demonic Tyrannosaurus. Although the wound wasn't deep, the piercing pain successfully enraged the demonic Tyrannosaurus. Long Chen retrieved the blue dragon battle halberd and immediately rushed outside. As expected, the demonic Tyrannosaurus, who was recuperating, couldn't help but chase after Long Chen crazily. Since there was the word Tyrannosaurus in its name, it naturally meant that this fellow's temperament was definitely very violent. Long Chen's use of this method to lure it away was very correct. After rushing out of the waterfall, Long Chen quickly shot a look at Xiao Lang, who was hiding at the side, before quickly fleeing far away. In the next moment, the huge body of the demonic Tyrannosaurus rushed out of the waterfall, causing water to splash everywhere. Lingxi was so frightened that she hid behind the rock in front of her. She was worried about Long Chen's safety, so she stuck her head out. When she saw that the demonic beast that was chasing Long Chen was covered in blood and was even missing a lower limb, Lingxi heaved a sigh of relief. She knew that no matter how strong this demonic beast was, it wouldn't be a threat to Long Chen. "Chen, you must be well." Lingxi had a resolute look in her eyes. Then, she entered the waterfall under the escort of Xiao Lang. "I've caused such a huge commotion here. I'm sure it'll attract those commanders over here." Long Chen secretly calculated the distance between him and the waterfall. After ensuring that Lingxi's side was absolutely safe, Long Chen stopped in his tracks and prepared to deal with the demonic Tyrannosaurus. Fortunately, I didn't waste the beast blood. Along the way, blood kept flowing out of the demonic Tyrannosaurus's body. Of course, Long Chen wouldn't let it go. Hence, he kept using the devouring world of blood to a very weak degree. All the beast blood that flowed out of the demonic Tyrannosaurus's body was absorbed by him. This demonic Tyrannosaurus will leave a trail of blood on the ground along the way. If they discover this trail of blood, they will easily find the end of the trail, the waterfall. When that happens, Lingxi will definitely be exposed. This was the reason why Long Chen was still collecting beast blood even though he was in front. At this moment, Long Chen turned around. He was still in his beast soul form. At this moment, he held the blue dragon halberd in his hand and looked at the huge demonic Tyrannosaurus in front of him. He didn't even frown. "You're bleeding so badly, yet you still want to be my enemy? What a big idiot. I'll let you experience the devouring world of blood." In an instant, the demonic Tyrannosaurus was completely surrounded by a mass of red mist. In a large area around it, there was a lot of blood-red mist floating about. It transformed into a faint dragon shadow. This was a true divine dragon. Hence, what Long Chen didn't expect was that the aura of the devouring world of blood had terrified the demonic Tyrannosaurus. A majestic earth-ranked demonic beast was actually trembling and wailing in the devouring world of blood. Right now, its entire body was covered in blood. Long Chen had increased the strength of the devouring world of blood to the maximum. The demonic power of the demonic Tyrannosaurus was simply unable to maintain such a huge devouring ability. When one of the wounds was broken by Long Chen, the other wounds were broken one after another. In order to reduce the terror of this fellow, Long Chen used the blue dragon halberd to cut its throat when it lost all ability to resist, ending its life. Chapter 328. The confrontation with the demonic Earth Tyrannosaurus had already caused quite a commotion. Long Chen believed that if the 5 commanders had already entered the dense fog valley, they would have already discovered the commotion here. There was no time to lose. Long Chen had just killed the demonic Earth Tyrannosaurus, so he began to refine his blood into qi. Right now, Long Chen had just reached the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier. The bloodline of a 7th grade Earth-ranked demonic beast was still very useful to him. At the Heavenly River tier, Long Chen had already gradually figured out the rules. Generally speaking, demonic beasts that were 1 level higher wouldn't have much effect on Long Chen, and demonic beasts that were 2 levels higher wouldn't have much effect on him. Only demonic beasts that were 3 levels higher, such as the current demonic Earth Tyrannosaurus, could allow Long Chen to completely advance by 1 level. However, if the demonic Earth Tyrannosaurus wasn't seriously injured, Long Chen wouldn't be its match at all. Hence, it was very difficult for Long Chen, who didn't have a backer, to rely on refining blood into qi to quickly become stronger. Moreover, refining blood into qi wasn't something that could be used casually. For example, during the past few times, because Long Chen had used it too frequently, the bloodline of the ancient blood spiritual dragon had gradually manifested in him, causing him to gradually lose control of the murderous intent in his heart during the battle. This wasn't a good sign. Long Chen didn't want to become a killing machine that didn't care about his own family and friends one day. However, this time, he couldn't cultivate in peace like before. If he didn't refine blood into qi and wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be able to survive at all. Hence, using blood into qi again was something that Long Chen couldn't do anything about. Under Long Chen's control, the surging blood of the 7th grade Earth-ranked demonic beast surged into his body and gradually fused with it. Meanwhile, some of the waste in the blood was turned into a bloody mist by Long Chen's body and sent flying. The bloodline of the demonic Earth-ranked demonic dragon is really effective. Long Chen sighed with emotion. As he rapidly transformed his true qi, he directed it into his 5th star meridian. Advancing to the Heavenly River tier required a large number of Heavenly River pills. When he broke through to the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier, Long Chen had actually already used up almost all of the Heavenly River pills that the Burning Heaven Demon Emperor had given him. It just so happened that when he killed the 9th prince, Long Chen had obtained a total of about 100,000 Heavenly River pills from him. These Heavenly River pills directly solved many of the problems that Long Chen would face in advancing to the next level. While using the Sky River pill to construct the Starry Sky, he also used the blood refinement technique to refine even more vital energy into his star meridians. As time passed, the 5th pair of star rivers formed rapidly within his body. The last time Long Chen had condensed the 4th pair of star rivers, he hadn't absorbed the power of the stars from the starry sky at all. Thus, the star rivers formed within his body had been very stable. Therefore, he had skipped the time gap and completely condensed the 5th pair of star rivers in his body. 5th level of the Heavenly River tier. Dazzling starlight suddenly exploded from Long Chen's body. From now on, the completion rate of the star rivers in his body had already exceeded half. There were a total of 18 star rivers, and in Long Chen's body, there were already 10 star rivers flowing through it. True qi flowed within them, as if they were the dazzling stars within. The power of the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier. I really have to thank this demonic Earth-ranked demonic dragon and the person who injured it. At this moment, Long Chen's eyes were filled with an intense blood-red glow. His strength had indeed entered the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier. Added with his various talents, it would probably not be a problem for him to explode with the destructive power of the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. However, the problem was that the murderous aura that belonged to the ancient blood spirit dragon had become even thicker. Looks like after I successfully escape this time, I definitely have to find a way to solve this problem of mine, Long Chen thought with a frown. From the time he had caused a commotion, defeated the demonic Earth-ranked demonic dragon, and then successfully advanced to the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier, not much time had passed. Long Chen believed that with such a huge commotion, the other party would definitely rush over. Now, as long as Lingxi was not by his side, with the blood escape mystical power, he would forever be undefeatable. Long Chen stabilized his strength, and then began to smash rocks in a frenzy. One after another, explosive sounds rang out in this foggy mountain valley. His high-profile actions very quickly attracted the attention of one of the commanders. This was also a tall and burly middle-aged man, with a face full of stubbles and fierce muscles. His eyes revealed a fierce glint, especially when he saw Long Chen, especially when his eyes turned red. It was precisely because Long Chen had killed his mount, the Thunderbird, that he had fallen from the sky and been utterly humiliated. At this moment when he saw Long Chen, it was as if he had met his enemy, and his eyes were exceptionally red. "Why is it only you?" Long Chen was a little puzzled, but he immediately understood. These 5 great commanders must have directly split up after entering the demonic fog valley to look for Long Chen's movements. Sure enough, when Long Chen was speaking, the 6th commander shot a signal firework into the sky. He believed that not long after, the others would immediately rush over in an extremely short period of time. "I also want to ask, why is it only you? Where's that beautiful little girl of yours, and that demonic wolf of yours?" The 6th commander's expression was gloomy as he approached Long Chen. This was because he had heard that Long Chen had almost instantly killed the 7th commander. He, who was only slightly stronger than the 7th commander, was prepared to delay for a bit so that the others could arrive. However, how could Long Chen let him do as he wished? Right now, Long Chen could already contend with this guy in terms of true chi. However, Long Chen had other methods that the 6th commander couldn't compare to. Without another word, Long Chen charged towards him. To Long Chen, every commander was a huge threat. Naturally, killing one would have one less. "Attack. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The 6th commander glared, and all the muscles on his body bulged as he charged towards Long Chen. This guy was clearly an expert in close combat. His physical body was incredibly strong, and he should have cultivated a medium-level Earth-tier body-refining battle technique. His muscles were a faint gray, and they looked no different from sturdy rocks. "Long Chen, with your weak body, how can you block a punch from my meteorite battle physique? Haha, I heard that you killed the 9th prince and 7th brother. You must have used despicable methods to ambush them. You're merely at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier. What can you do?" Savage laughter reverberated through the demonic fog valley. "Idiot." Without another word, Long Chen brandished the blue dragon halberd in his hand, and instantly used the Dragon Emperor's Lament. It transformed into a blood-red silhouette that closed in on the 6th commander. Long Chen discovered that this was the sure kill technique of the Blue Dragon battle technique. Combined with the spirit-devouring demonic eye that Li Xuanji had given him, it could unleash unimaginable destructive power. That red line stunned the 6th commander. In his eyes, this red line was no longer the tip of the Blue Dragon halberd. Instead, it was a primordial divine dragon that blotted out the sky. With such a huge pressure pressing down on his body, the 6th commander discovered that no matter how strong his physical body was, he could barely move. What the spirit-devouring demonic eye brought him was fear. Why? This thought reverberated in his mind. This scene was too much of a shock to him. When he discovered that the primordial divine dragon was already in front of him, he realized that he was about to die. At this moment, the so-called primordial divine dragon completely disappeared. All that was left was a blue dragon halberd that had already pierced through his abdomen. The blue dragon halberd had directly pierced through his abdomen. The 6th commander stared at the youth in front of him in disbelief. He truly did not expect that he would die so quickly at his opponent's hands. What exactly was Long Chen? How could a mere 4th level of the Heavenly River tier explode with such terrifying battle prowess? Where did his various strange techniques come from? Before he died, the 6th commander vaguely felt that this ambush might not be as smooth as everyone had imagined. At least for now, the 6th and 7th commanders were already dead. Their corpses crashed onto the ground. The power of the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier has indeed increased tenfold. I can directly use the Blue Dragon halberd to kill my opponent. Of course, the most powerful technique is still the spirit-devouring demonic eye. This charm technique actually has an effect similar to an illusory technique. As long as he looks into my eyes, he will be dazed for a period of time. After successfully killing the 6th commander, Long Chen did not relax in the slightest. There are still 4 more. They should be here soon. Among the remaining 4 commanders, 2 of them were martial artists at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. When he saw the signal fireworks just now, Long Chen estimated that the 2 martial artists at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier should arrive even faster. However, he guessed wrong. After a while, the other 2 commanders arrived. They should be the 4th and 5th commanders. When they arrived, they saw the 6th commander's corpse, and without another word, they charged towards Long Chen. Strange, where did the other 2 guys at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier go? When the signal fireworks were released, they actually didn't arrive first. Long Chen was a little anxious. However, The two people in front of him were already closing in on him. Long Chen did not dare to be negligent, and immediately brandished the blue dragon halberd, charging towards them. Divine Fire Doppelgangers. In the process of the intense battle, Long Chen instantly released 125 Divine Fire Doppelgangers. With the help of this huge number of Divine Fire Doppelgangers, Long Chen quickly killed the 5th and 4th commanders. Now, each of the Divine Fire Doppelgangers had the battle prowess of the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier. Over 100 guys at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier surrounded and attacked one of the commanders with no regard for their lives. With the help of Long Chen, they quickly killed the other party. However, after quickly killing these two commanders, Long Chen already felt that something was wrong. Could it be that they discovered Lingxi's location, so they won't fall for my trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain? At this thought, Long Chen panicked. Sure enough, at this moment, Xiao Lang's angry roar came from afar. Chapter 329. The bloodthirsty and murderous elements of the primordial blood spirit dragon completely erupted after hearing Xiao Lang's furious roar, causing a thick murderous aura to instantly erupt from Long Chen's body. Long Chen knew that with Xiao Lang's current battle prowess at the 5th level of the Earth tier, coupled with the Divine Fire clone, he could at most contend with a martial artist at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. This was just barely enough, but if he wanted to deal with two at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier, it was completely impossible. In other words, their current situation was simply extremely dangerous. Long Chen let out a roar of indignation. At this moment, he directly ignited his true energy and burst forth with the blood escape. He was only at the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier, but when he burst forth with the blood escape, his speed already surpassed that of a demonic beast at the 9th level of the Earth tier. With such a fast speed, the originally short distance basically didn't even take 10 breaths time for Long Chen to reach the waterfall. How could they discover Lingxi's whereabouts? This was a question that Long Chen couldn't answer no matter how hard he thought about it. His plan was originally a very successful plan. Through fighting with the Earth Demon Tyrannosaurus, he would advance, and at the same time, with a loud noise, he would attract all the enemies in his direction. This way, it would be very difficult for the enemies to find Lingxi, who was hidden in the cave. Originally, everything was going according to his plan, but why did something go wrong at the last moment? Since he didn't understand, Long Chen didn't think about it anymore, because he knew that as long as he reached the other side of the waterfall, he would be able to find the answer. This was an unforgettable lesson for Long Chen. It made him understand that not everyone could be firmly controlled by him. Lingxi. When approaching the waterfall, Long Chen had already withdrawn his blood escape. Although it was a short distance, Long Chen had already expended close to 1/10 of his true qi. Long Chen had to maintain enough true qi to be able to face two opponents in the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier in the following period of time. A lot of time had passed. How was Lingxi doing? Would the other party lose his mind and kill Lingxi immediately? This series of questions caused Long Chen's head to be filled with blood, and his eyes to turn completely red. If something happened to Lingxi, he would never forgive himself. He would never forgive himself. The waterfall was right in front of him, and Long Chen arrived very quickly. At this time, he was completely prepared for battle, because he could already see from afar that all of Xiao Lang's Divine Fire Doppelgangers were madly attacking. At this time, Long Chen rushed here, and then he suddenly saw that, surrounded by Xiao Lang's Divine Fire Doppelgangers, Lingxi was already in the hands of one of the middle-aged majestic men, and the other beautiful woman was busy resisting Xiao Lang's desperate attacks. Long Chen's appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. Seeing Long Chen's arrival, the two commanders, the man and the woman, laughed. You still know to come back. If you didn't come back, this beautiful young lady would have died. Seeing the furious expression on Long Chen's face, the beautiful woman giggled. Although she was a woman, she was able to climb to the position of the third commander of the Imperial City Guard Army. It was clear that this woman wasn't simple. The other middle-aged man, who was controlling Lingxi, had a grave expression on his face. His eyes were bursting with cold electricity as he stared gloomily at Long Chen and the blood qi on his body. It seems like you have killed all the other commanders, the ice-cold middle-aged man, who was also the second commander, said coldly. While Lingxi was being controlled by the other party, Long Chen knew that what he needed the most right now was to remain calm. Even though he was about to explode, for the sake of Lingxi, he could only grit his teeth and completely suppress his impulse to attack. Only by doing so could he ensure Lingxi's safety. Seeing Long Chen appear, Xiao Lang's expression was one of defeat and discomfort. Long Chen had asked him to protect Lingxi, but he hadn't completed his mission. To him, he had no way of facing Long Chen at all, so he had attacked so crazily. Even the beautiful woman at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier was helpless against Xiao Lang's attacks. Long Chen stopped Xiao Lang's attack, and said, "Xiao Lang, don't be like this. The opponents are 2 at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. I'm not blaming you. Fight properly." After comforting Xiao Lang, Long Chen finally looked at Lingxi. After casting a look at the pale-faced Lingxi for her to calm down, Long Chen finally looked at the 2 people high up in the air, and asked, "I'm very curious. How exactly did you 2 find this place? Logically speaking, shouldn't you use the signal fireworks to deal with me?" "Little brother, I have to praise you. He is indeed very meticulous, and also very brave. Unfortunately, you encountered us. Do you know what this is?" The beautiful woman laughed until she was trembling. In the process of laughing, she raised her arm, and at this moment, a tiny demonic beast tunneled out from her sleeve. It used its rolling eyes to look at Long Chen, and then immediately shrank back. This is a Lotus Marten, only at the 1st level of the yellow tier. It can't even be considered a demonic beast, but it has a very special characteristic, and that is, it is very sensitive to the scent of lotus flowers. It can smell the scent of lotus flowers from a few kilometers away. "Little sister, you have the scent of lotus flowers all over your body, delicate and pure. Even I, your older sister, am extremely envious. Unfortunately, because of the scent of lotus flowers, you're going to lose your life." The words of the 3rd commander, who was also this beautiful woman, finally let Long Chen know the reason. This time he was completely convinced. No matter how meticulous his thinking was, he wouldn't have thought that there would be a problem here. "Tell me, what do you want?" Long Chen knew that they captured Lingxi, but they didn't immediately kill her. Clearly, they wanted to use her to threaten Long Chen. Now that Lingxi was in their hands, Long Chen's weak spot was grasped. How the situation would change, he didn't know. Even if the current Long Chen could defeat these 2 guys because of his relationship with Lingxi, there was a high possibility that he would die in their hands. "What do we want?" The middle-aged man, who was also the 2nd commander, smirked coldly. "You killed 4 of my brothers, so I naturally want you to have a taste of what it feels like to have the people around you die. Today, this little girl and this beast will both die, and Long Chen, surrender without a fight. We will bring you back to the Imperial City, and the Imperial family will naturally deal with you." The 2nd commander was overbearing, and gave Long Chen a show of strength. Long Chen was indeed scared stiff. At this moment, there was a great anger in Long Chen's heart, but he could only force himself to calm down. Only by calming down would he have a chance to survive today. "The 2 of you have really broadened my horizons. As the 2nd and 3rd commanders of the Imperial City Guards, you actually want to use a hostage to threaten a mere 4th level Heavenly River tier cultivator like me. This has really broadened my horizons. 7th level Heavenly River tier cultivators can crush me with a wave of their hands, yet they still need to use such methods. Looks like the 2 of you don't have the confidence to face me head-on." Long Chen looked at them, his face full of mockery. "Hee, Long Chen, you don't have to provoke us. We are not fools, and won't fall for your tricks." The 3rd commander's beautiful eyes swept across Long Chen's body as she slowly said, "This beautiful young lady, we can spare her first. After all, if we present such a beauty to His Majesty, the 2 of us will be promoted and rich. However, this demonic beast is very annoying, so it must die. 2nd brother, I'll kill this demonic beast now. As for Long Chen, I'll leave him to you to subdue." Long Chen's eyes swept over Long Chen. Her sweet voice could easily cause others to misunderstand that this beautiful lady was a kind person, but the meaning in her words caused Long Chen's scalp to go numb. Long Chen knew that if they couldn't survive today, their losses would definitely be very heavy. The 3rd commander wanted to personally deal with Xiao Lang, and Xiao Lang was also full of fighting spirit towards her. "Xiao Lang, are you confident?" Long Chen asked with a frown. If Xiao Lang could help him take on an opponent, it should be easier for Long Chen to deal with this. Xiao Lang nodded without hesitation. His pure eyes shone with a bloodthirsty light. He had not completed his mission this time, and he felt extremely guilty. Thus, he had already decided that even if he died, he would tear this despicable woman in front of him into pieces. Go, I believe in you. Long Chen treated Xiao Lang as his closest brother, and there was not much restraint or politeness between brothers. Xiao Lang nodded. He looked provocatively at the beautiful lady, and growled at her in a low voice. Then, his figure flashed a few times, and he appeared in a cluster of rocks 100 meters away. There, he could deal with this woman at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier freely. The sun-devouring demonic wolf was a terrifying demonic beast that could mature the most. How could it lose to her? Xiao Lang's provocative gaze caused the third commander to laugh even harder. This was the first time she had seen such a human-like demonic beast. Looks like this little bastard is quite smart. It's just that the look in his eyes is really annoying. Forget it. I'll go and take his life first. Second brother, you play with this little guy and let him see your superb close combat skills. Of course I won't mistreat this brat. The second commander gave a rare smile. However, this smile contained a hint of coldness and cruelty. After saying this, the beautiful lady did not speak again. She looked at Long Chen and Lingxi with a pitiful gaze, and then immediately left. When she faced Xiao Lang, her entire body was filled with killing intent. A mere bastard dares to look at me like that? You must be tired of living. A battle instantly began next to Long Chen. Although Long Chen was concerned about Xiao Lang's life, he knew that his opponent was right in front of him. Lingxi was still in his opponent's hands, so he could not watch. Looking at Long Chen, Lingxi was extremely flustered. The second commander who was controlling her emitted a murderous aura that made her tremble slightly. This second commander seems to be an expert in body-refining battle techniques. This physique is clearly much stronger than that meteorite battle physique. It's probably a high-level Earth-tier body-refining battle technique. Long Chen coldly observed his opponent. Chapter 330. At the crucial moment. Beside him, the little wolf and the third commander were fighting fiercely. Meanwhile, Long Chen was forced to watch the second commander calmly, despite the fact that his body was already completely boiling. You guessed correctly. I do have a high-level Earth-tier body-refining battle technique. Seeing Long Chen's serious expression, the second commander said calmly. Then he sized up Long Chen and said, I have to say, you are indeed a monster. My intuition has always been very sharp, so I can feel that if I let her go, you even have the power to resist me. I have always been very cautious in my actions, so this girl is in my hands. I will rely on her to cripple you. His Majesty's order is that I don't kill you, because I want to bring you back and let him execute you. However, I can cripple you. You killed so many of my brothers, I can't let them die in vain. Am I right? Long Chen looked at him, but didn't speak. His mind was spinning rapidly, thinking of a countermeasure. At this moment, the second commander looked at Lingxi, and said, You are indeed a source of trouble. No wonder you have the courage to kill the 9th prince. Your good luck has come to an end. From now on, I will use her to attack you. If you have the slightest bit of resistance, I will use the same attack on her. If you don't believe me, you can try. You can also ask around to see if the words of Jiang City are trustworthy. You are despicable. With such a sinister plan, Long Chen wasn't anxious, but Lingxi was. The second commander was stronger than Long Chen in the first place. Long Chen couldn't fight back, and could only last a few moves against him. Fine. Long Chen's expression was dark, and he directly agreed. This was out of the second commander's expectations. You are so bold. The second commander laughed coldly. He grabbed Lingxi's arm with one hand, and with a swoosh, he rushed towards Long Chen. With the speed of the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier, he instantly appeared in front of Long Chen. I'll give you a simple move first. An ordinary punch was aimed at Long Chen's lower abdomen. Dat. At that moment, Lingxi's arm was hurting from the second commander's grip. Her entire body felt like it was about to fall apart. However, she didn't have the time to worry about her own condition. Long Chen actually stopped dodging after hearing the second commander's threat. He glared at the second commander without moving. With a bang, Long Chen was sent flying and crashed into the mountain wall. Immediately, countless rocks rolled down from above, making a rumbling sound. This heavy punch caused a trace of blood to flow from the corner of Long Chen's mouth. However, he immediately wiped away the blood and looked at the second commander with an unruly gaze. He mocked, "Old man, did you not eat? Or did you spend all your energy on a sow's belly last night? Why are my punches so soft? I feel itchy. Don't try to be brave in front of me." The second commander was unmoved, and continued, "I will increase my strength with each punch. The great circulatory punch is a fist technique that will completely shatter your body until you're crippled." That was the first punch. After 5 punches, all the meridians in your body will definitely be broken, and your true chi will be useless. Then, if I endure 5 punches and am not crippled, old man, do you have the guts to fight me head-on? Long Chen's eyes were covered with a thick layer of blood. Though he was already injured, his head was still proud and unyielding. The provocation in his words made the second commander very uncomfortable. "If you can block 5 punches and still have the ability to fight, I will give you a chance for a fair fight," the second commander said indifferently. In reality, he understood the great circulatory punch the best. Even if Long Chen could endure 5 punches and was not crippled, he would definitely be heavily injured by then. The second commander was clearly in an invincible position against a heavily injured Long Chen at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier in his perfect condition. "You said it yourself. Don't go back on your words like a grandson. I think the dogs of the imperial family have no guts. You still have some backbone, but don't let me find out that you're a soft-footed shrimp, daring to fart but not daring to admit it." Long Chen used Return to Origin to heal his injuries as he said this with a cold smile. However, in reality, Return to Origin, a medium-level mystic battle technique, was already useless against his body. There was no time to refine the medicine, so Long Chen could only endure. "Since we have an agreement, then don't talk nonsense. Whether my words count or not, you just have to see," the second commander said calmly. Lingxi completely listened to their words. Looking at this stubborn youth bathed in blood, tears flowed down her cheeks. These days, Long Chen had brought her too many emotions. At this moment, the resolute gaze in the youth's eyes made her feel very uncomfortable. I can only blame myself for being useless. For the first time in her life, Lingxi developed a strong desire for power. Back at home, she was spoiled by everyone, and no one dared to touch a hair on her head. Thus, she had never felt that power was of any use. Today, when she saw the person she liked actually dare to agree to such an absurd bet to save her, Lingxi's heart broke. If she had a chance to start over again, she swore that she would definitely cultivate properly. Even if she had to protect Long Chen for the rest of her life, she would be willing. But now, in order to not let Long Chen become a cripple, Lingxi only had one choice, and that was to die. As long as she died and abandoned this body, Long Chen would have a chance to defeat his opponent and escape to a faraway place. Lingxi. At this moment, Long Chen looked at her coldly and said indifferently, "Don't do anything stupid for me. Don't make me hate you." His ice-cold words caused Lingxi's heart to tremble. Long Chen only needed a glance to see through her decision. From Long Chen's eyes, Lingxi saw a message. He is a man, and he needs to be trusted. This gaze made Lingxi choose to give up. "Don't linger anymore. Neither of you have a good life ahead of you. Why are you acting so wishy-washy?" The second commander smiled, then looked at Long Chen and said, "That was the first punch just now. Now, it's the second punch. Are you ready? Just don't tickle me again." Long Chen arrogantly raised his head. There was no fear in his eyes. "Stubborn brat." The second commander laughed. As he laughed, his body suddenly accelerated, instantly breaking through Long Chen's surroundings. He punched out, causing the air to explode. This was a solid punch. This time, it landed between Long Chen's chest and abdomen. Pa! A crisp sound rang out. One could clearly hear the sound of Long Chen's bones breaking. Long Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, sprinkling on the ground. This time, Long Chen rolled on the ground several times. Only then did he stand up without frowning. "Chen!" Lingxi let out a scream. She thought Long Chen was finished. However, Long Chen quickly stood up. This made her heave a sigh of relief. It was just that Long Chen's face was almost completely covered in blood, causing Lingxi's heart to twitch. As soon as he fell, he stood up. One could see that the area between Long Chen's chest and abdomen had caved in, but he didn't even frown. He forced himself to stand up and sneered at Jiang Cheng. "Old man, looks like you're really done for. How was the taste of a sow? To be able to make you die from excessive ejaculation, it must be very good, right?" This time, Jiang Cheng didn't say anything. He was sure that Long Chen was already injured. However, his opponent's willpower truly shocked him. Vomiting blood, his chest caved in, his ribs broken, Long Chen's expression didn't change at all. He immediately stood up after falling. With such a temperament and character, if he was allowed to grow, he would become a great calamity for the royal family in the future. This child must be captured today. Thinking of this, the second commander didn't say anything else. He continued his third punch towards Long Chen. He had to finish off Long Chen as soon as possible. He could already see that there was a small problem in the battle between his third sister and Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang wasn't as easy to deal with as he had imagined. Therefore, after finishing off Long Chen, he would go help him. The third punch slammed into Long Chen's abdomen. This time, the force of the punch was even more powerful, and Long Chen's injuries were even more severe. An enormous amount of true energy surged into his body, wreaking havoc on his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Such a grievous injury caused Long Chen to lie on the ground and spit out several mouthfuls of blood. Only then did he stagger to his feet. His expression didn't change. His face was covered in blood as he smiled coldly at the second commander. "May I ask, what position do you use to have fun with a sow? Up and down, left and right, or front and back? Stubborn brat. Let me punch you again. I bet you'll definitely be lying on the ground, unable to crawl back up." The second commander's mouth twitched. Long Chen's words were too humiliating. This only increased the anger in his heart. "What are you crying for?" Seeing Lingxi's tear-stained face and her trembling body, the second commander was a bit vexed. "I have to say, the fellow you like really does have a backbone. But reality is just that cruel. You don't even have the strength to truss a chicken, but you're so beautiful that you can cause the downfall of a nation. In the future, you'll have to face countless sufferings. Even if you want to cry, you won't be able to stop it. As for this youth who willingly endured my fatal attack for you, I'll just treat it as a memory." Even if he stood on the side of the imperial clan, he had no choice but to admit that Long Chen was an absolutely shocking character. From his gaze, his attitude, and his fighting spirit, he could see all of that. Little she. Long Chen also saw Lingxi crying, causing waves of pain to surge in his heart. However, his greatest enemy was still in front of him, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure the heart-wrenching pain all over his body. He glared at the second commander and said, "Old man, there are still 2 more punches left. If you can't handle it, you can directly fight me fair and square." "No, Chen, don't. I don't want you to die." This mortal's body caused Lingxi too much pain. She wanted to charge in front of Long Chen, but regretfully, under the second commander's seal, she couldn't move an inch. "Old ghost, don't dawdle. I'm in a hurry. Give me another punch and scratch my itch." Long Chen no longer looked at Lingxi. Looking at her for too long would make his heart ache. "You don't know the difference between life and death. I'll help you." The second commander sneered and once again punched Long Chen. This time, Long Chen directly fell into the pool beneath the waterfall. Chapter 331. Splash. Water splashed as Long Chen rapidly sank into the pool. His blood dyed the surrounding water red, and the stench of blood wafted out of the pool. "He can't be dead, right?" The second commander frowned. His superior's orders had been to capture him alive. If Long Chen died, his contributions would be greatly reduced. Lingxi's mind went blank as she watched Long Chen sink into the pool. She knelt on the ground powerlessly, her eyes wide as she stared at the faint red water beneath her. Tears streamed down her face. Panic, helplessness, fear, despair. These emotions immediately overwhelmed Lingxi. She lost all desire to live. They hadn't realized that from this day on, they had become one entity. From the moment Long Chen had jumped into the abyss of the Starfiend prison with Lingxi, they were destined to live and die together. So if Long Chen died, Lingxi would have no desire to live in this world. With Lingxi's current body, it was very simple for her to die. She just had to jump into the pool and not enter the Lingxi sword. As long as she didn't enter the Lingxi sword, the power of her soul would be exhausted in a few days. When she thought of this, Lingxi gritted her teeth and was about to dive into the pool. The second commander had already released Lingxi because he felt that Long Chen was probably dead. He hadn't expected Lingxi to be so bold as to use her life to follow Long Chen. He was shocked and was about to pull Lingxi back when Long Chen's head popped out of the water. he saw Lingxi's head poking out from above. Scram! Long Chen cursed. Lingxi cried even harder. She felt as though she'd risen from hell to heaven. Although Long Chen was cursing her, she felt incomparably happy. Using his true qi to shake off the water beside him, Long Chen barely managed to rush to the shore. However, when he landed, he continuously swayed a few times before barely managing to stabilize his body. Because of the water washing, the blood stains on his body had already reduced by a lot, and the blood on his face had also completely disappeared. However, his face now appeared astonishingly pale. From this, it could be seen that after the 4 punches, the injuries he had received were very serious. However, he gritted his teeth and continued to endure the pain. Long Chen's internal organs had been completely dislocated, and many of his bones had been broken. Although he was forcing himself to stand, if one took a closer look, one could see that his body was deformed. Don't continue. Lingxi really couldn't bear it anymore. Although there was only 1 punch left, she knew that with Jiang Cheng's ruthlessness, the last punch would definitely use 200% of his strength, with the intention of crippling Long Chen, or even completely killing him. Brother Chen, I'm begging you, please don't continue. Just do as I say. Even if I die, won't I still be by your side? Lingxi pleaded weakly under Jiang Cheng's control. Brother Chen, I'm begging you. Don't say any more. There's only 1 punch left. Do you think this piece of trash can kill me? Long Chen pointed at Jiang Cheng and laughed coldly. The dignified second commander of the Imperial City Guards, 7th level of the Heavenly River tier, and yet you're so useless. What a joke. Looks like you have too many sows at home. The commander is busy with breeding, and has no time to care about training. Brat, that's enough. This time, I've decided to take your life directly. Jiang Cheng roared. After being continuously insulted by Long Chen, he was also angered. At this moment, he grabbed Lingxi's arm in his hand, then looked coldly at Long Chen, and said, Great circulatory punch. Each punch is stronger than the one before. This punch of mine can directly kill a martial artist at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. If you can withstand it, I, Jiang Cheng, will call you father from now on. After saying this, Jiang Cheng didn't give Long Chen any more chances. Under Lingxi's despairing gaze, a powerful aura exploded from his body. He suddenly dodged and threw a punch, as if the whole world was hidden in his hand. With the power of heaven and earth, the last punch landed on Long Chen's body. There were a total of 5 punches, and Long Chen really didn't resist even one of them. This kind of temperament made Jiang Cheng's heart tremble. He had to admit that Long Chen was definitely the most terrifying young man he had ever seen. He believed that if they were to fight normally, it was very possible that he wouldn't be this young man's match. At this moment, he finally realized how correct his method of using Lingxi to threaten Long Chen was. Great circulatory punch. Great life transformation fist. Boom. With a loud bang, Long Chen was once again thrown onto the mountain wall. The huge impact caused his whole body to directly sink into the mountain wall, smashing out a human-shaped pit in the hard mountain rock. On the ground, there was a pool of blood. This punch was absolutely powerful. Compared to the 4th punch, the 5th punch was several times more powerful. In order to directly kill Long Chen, Jiang Cheng had used all his strength. When this punch landed on Long Chen's body, he already knew in his heart that Long Chen was finished. His meridians were broken and his bones were crushed. He didn't believe that Long Chen could still survive in this state. Young man, in the end, you are still too impulsive. You are just a beautiful woman, but you actually lost your life for the sake of beauty. Jiang Cheng shook his head. He looked at Lingxi in his hand again. At this moment, Lingxi seemed to have lost her life. If it was said that Lingxi still had a trace of luck in the 4th punch and chose to believe in Long Chen, she had already lost all hope in the 5th punch. At the moment when Long Chen died, her heart also died. There were no tears, no despair, only satisfaction. In this life, there was such a person who was willing to sacrifice his life for her without hesitation. Lingxi really felt that she was already very happy. She really had enough of living. In this life, it didn't matter how long it was. Even if it was a short life, as long as one had enough experience and obtained things that ordinary people couldn't experience, it was enough. The only thing she felt guilty about was that she had caused Long Chen's death. Along the way, although she had given Long Chen a lot of help and laughter, Lingxi believed that if she hadn't foolishly flown over Long Chen's head that time, Long Chen would have lived a stable and good life in this life, instead of dying in this place at such a young age with a bright future. Xiao Lang's roar of anger and despair were like pieces of knives, cutting Lingxi's heart. Little girl, don't take it too hard. His Majesty asked me to bring you back to see what kind of woman his son died because of. I think you definitely won't have an easy life in the future. What happened today is just an insignificant matter. Jiang Cheng was a little emotional. He had originally wanted to directly cripple Long Chen, but in the end, Long Chen had really terrified him, and that was why he had chosen to kill Long Chen. Releasing Lingxi, Jiang Cheng shook his head and directly walked towards Long Chen, murmuring, "Brat, I can't bring you back to the Imperial City alive. I can only complete the mission with your corpse. You killed 4 of my brothers, and without your corpse, I can't answer to their parents." With Long Chen's strength, he was facing the strongest move of a 7th-level Heavenly River tier elite head-on. Moreover, it was also complemented by a high-grade body-refining battle technique. If Long Chen could survive, then the sun would rise from the west. Jiang Cheng was a powerful cultivator, and had sufficient confidence in his strongest attack. Thus he did not care much. He directly reached into the mountain wall that had been smashed open, wanting to pull Long Chen's corpse out. Indeed, at this time, there was no longer any sound from Long Chen. "It's all over." Jiang Cheng smiled. Although those idiots from the Wu tribe had more manpower, they weren't as smart and meticulous as Third Sister. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for us to find this girl. Finishing the mission before the Wu tribe, this made Jiang Cheng very proud. Very quickly, he had already pulled the front of Long Chen's clothes. It was sticky, probably blood. At this moment, under Xiao Lang's crazy attack, the 3rd commander's hair was completely burned off by Xiao Lang. To a woman, hair was practically her life, so when Xiao Lang succeeded, the 3rd commander let out an earth-shattering scream. "What's going on?" Jiang Cheng frowned. He pulled on Long Chen as he looked back. Puh! A blue dragon halberd had pierced through his chest, and with a twist, a huge hole instantly appeared in Jiang Cheng's chest. Ah! Lowering his head to look at the hole in his chest, Jiang Cheng was dumbfounded. He raised his head in disbelief, only to see a figure bathed in blood slowly crawling out from the deep hole in the mountain wall. And the azure dragon halberd in Jiang Cheng's hand seemed to be held in this person's hand. Am I dreaming? Jiang Cheng's consciousness gradually dissipated. He was in a daze because he had already seen a blood-soaked Long Chen standing in front of him. At this moment, his eyes were filled with a thick red color, as though there were countless blood-red dragons roaring in his eyes. There wasn't a single part of his body that wasn't injured. However, Long Chen was still able to straighten his back and stand in front of him. He looked at Jiang Cheng with a faint smile on his face. His eyes were still filled with disdain. Jiang Cheng realized that he was not dreaming. "Long Chen, you are definitely a devil," Jiang Cheng said with great difficulty. He couldn't help but tremble as he looked at Long Chen. This was the most terrifying person he had ever seen in his life, not because of his strength, but because of his undefeatable will. With this undefeatable will, there was nothing that could stump him. "It's a pity that you are a piece of trash who only knows how to fuck a sow." Long Chen smiled coldly and suddenly pulled out the blue dragon halberd in his hand. Then, he looked at Lingxi with a cold and bloodthirsty gaze. "Little she, close your eyes." His tone instantly turned into an infinite gentleness. Lingxi looked at the young man who was covered in blood in a daze. She didn't know how to describe the raging waves in her heart. The only thing in her mind was Long Chen's instruction, which was to close her eyes. "Okay." Lingxi nodded her head heavily. Chapter 332. Good boy. After Lingxi closed her eyes, Long Chen raised his blue dragon halberd and pointed it at Jiang Cheng. At this moment, Jiang Cheng was on the verge of death. He could barely stand in front of Long Chen. He looked at Long Chen with fear and despair. He knew that Long Chen wanted to kill him, but he didn't know how to do it. "You punched me 5 times. Long Chen walked in front of him and said softly, "I've never been willing to lose. You punched me 5 times, so I'll have to cut you 6 times before I'm satisfied. Piercing your abdomen was already the first time. This is the second time." With a swoosh, the blue dragon halberd directly chopped off one of Jiang Cheng's arms. The arm flew out and landed in the middle of the battlefield between Xiao Lang and the 3rd commander. That arm was still trembling, causing the beautiful woman whose hair was burnt to a crisp to scream. She wanted to help, but the wolf cub turned around and stopped her. Long Chen's resurrection had filled Xiao Lang with fighting spirit. Xiao Lang knew that if he couldn't even defeat this woman in a normal battle, he wouldn't have the face to see Long Chen again. Howl. The frenzied attacks forced the third commander to retreat. Old man, now it's your turn to say that I'm out of energy. Do you dare to say it? Long Chen smiled faintly. In fact, Jiang Cheng was almost dead. The pain had tortured him to the point that he was hovering between life and death. Losing one more arm didn't matter to him. Of course he couldn't speak. He slowly fell to the ground and stared blankly at the sky. His eyes were filled with endless fear and despair. Seeing that he didn't speak, Long Chen chopped off his other arm for the third time. Jiang Cheng's body started to twitch. Fourth, fifth. These 2 times, Jiang Cheng's legs were chopped off. At this moment, Jiang Cheng was 1 step closer to death. His eyes started to turn white. Forget it. I'll give you a quick death. The 6th time, the blue dragon war halberd chopped off Rivervale's neck. Looking at the mutilated corpse, Long Chen smiled helplessly. No one can underestimate me. No one can defeat me. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was filled with boundless pride. The 3rd lieutenant screamed as the flames of Xiao Lang's divine flame clone engulfed her. She had never been a match for Xiao Lang, and now that Jiang Cheng had died, her heart was filled with despair. Before long, she had been burned to a crisp by the divine flame clone. Her fate was similar to Jiang Cheng's. Xiao Lang exited combat mode and fell to the ground, panting heavily. Long Chen forced himself to take a few more steps and arrived in front of Lingxi. The 2 men and 1 wolf looked at each other and smiled as if they had just survived a disaster. At this moment, Long Chen fell to the ground. Long Chen. Lingxi jumped in fright. She hurriedly helped Long Chen up and looked at him in a panic. Tears almost flowed out of her eyes. There was too much blood on Long Chen's body. As a result, all of it was smeared on Lingxi's body. She was almost completely covered in blood. Xiao Lang also rushed over in panic. He knew that although Long Chen didn't die under the terrifying attack of Jiang Cheng, he was definitely seriously injured. I'm fine. In Lingxi's soft arms, Long Chen quickly forced a smile. He was worried that these 2 fellows would lose their sense of propriety because of him. However, the truth was that Long Chen was already on the verge of death. This time, he was also infinitely close to death. However, because of the terrifying physique of this body, he managed to survive time and time again. Even without energy restoration, his body was gradually regenerating under the nourishment of the blood. Long Chen knew that this was all the credit of the inherited blood essence. Moreover, it was that 1,000th of the inherited blood essence. Bastard, you're about to die and you still say you're fine? Sob sob. Lingxi wiped Long Chen's blood on her face. After today, Long Chen's figure was deeply engraved in her soul and could never be erased. Now, she knew that there was a reason why Long Chen forcefully endured the 5 punches of the opponent. Only when the opponent finished the 5 punches and thought that Long Chen would die, would Long Chen have the chance to kill him in 1 blow when the opponent relaxed. That had been a crazy gamble. But Long Chen had made the right bet, and so he was still alive. As for the 7 commanders of the Imperial City's guards, 6 of them had already died. Those who had come to kill Long Chen had all died. If this news spread out, it would definitely cause a sensation in the entire Songyang country. Long Chen's name would become even more famous. Elixirs. This was a critical moment. Moreover, this was not a safe place. Therefore, the most important thing for Long Chen now was to recover from his serious injuries. There were many elixirs in the Cosmos sack. They were collected from the 9th prince. There were also many elixirs in the Middle Earth rank. Long Chen immediately took out a green jade spirit fruit and put it in his mouth. The green jade spirit fruit turned into a clear stream and was swallowed by him. It helped to nourish his body's rebirth. However, Long Chen's injuries were so serious that a green jade spirit fruit couldn't help him. Fortunately, because of this green jade spirit fruit, Long Chen was pulled back from the edge of death. Let's go first. There are still many Imperial City guards outside. We need to travel as far as possible before we can escape. Therefore we can't delay. But, Chen, your injuries. Lingxi said anxiously. It doesn't matter. I can refine the elixirs in Xiao Lang's body. Long Chen rubbed her head and said with a forced smile. He struggled, and with Lingxi's support, he gradually stood up. Just at this moment, the the wolf cub's hair stood on end and it abruptly looked forward. Long Chen also raised his head to look. At this time, a person in black slowly walked out from behind a nearby boulder. This person was dressed in black from head to toe and her head was covered with a thick black cloak. It was impossible to make out her facial features. However, judging from her figure, she should be a young girl. "Don't panic. I'm not an enemy," the girl said as she gradually approached. From her voice, Long Chen estimated that she should be about the same age as him. However, this girl's mind was more mature. Her tone was also more mature. "What's the matter?" Long Chen guessed that this person should have been lying in wait at the side for a long time. Because he was focused on dealing with Jiang City, he didn't notice her presence immediately. However, why had she been watching from the side for so long? "I know you're suspicious of me. There's no need at all. Let me tell you, I was the one who injured that earth demon Tyrannosaurus. It escaped through the ground, and I chased after it. I didn't think that it would benefit you in the end." The girl stopped 10 meters away from Long Chen. Long Chen was shocked. This girl wasn't old, but she was able to defeat the earth demon Tyrannosaurus without suffering any injuries. Didn't that mean that her battle prowess was at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier? It seemed like there was only one such young expert in the Imperial City, and that was Lin Zichen. "I'll be straightforward. I know your name, Long Chen, right? You've caused quite a commotion these few days, and the news has already spread throughout the Songyang nation. I don't want to interfere in the matters between you and the Imperial family. However, I have to remind you that with your current injuries, if you don't use high-grade Earth-level spirit medicine to treat them, there's a high chance that there will be hidden injuries that will negatively affect your future cultivation. I have high-grade Earth-level spirit medicine, and I can give it to you. However, I need the beast spirit of the Earth demon Tyrannosaurus. Can I exchange it with you?" Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Frankly speaking, the conditions that this girl had proposed were actually very advantageous to Long Chen. With her abilities, if she forcefully snatched it, Long Chen wouldn't be able to stop her at all. Moreover, the beast spirit of the earth demon Tyrannosaurus belonged to her in the first place. Long Chen had merely snatched the fruits of her battle. After advancing to the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier, Long Chen took advantage of the time to collect the beast spirit of the earth demon Tyrannosaurus. At this moment, he took out a soul concentration orb from his cosmos sack and directly threw it at the girl. The girl caught the soul concentration orb, and without another word, she threw a jade box to Long Chen, saying, "Refine it as soon as possible. I'll remind you again, it seems like the Wu tribe has already mobilized their entire tribe, and they're threatening to kill you in front of the Imperial City Guards. There are martial artists at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier among the Wu tribe, so you'd better be careful." After saying this, the girl directly left in a flash. "Thank you," Long Chen said at the end. It could be seen that this girl was helping them. Not only did she give Long Chen a high-grade Earth tier spirit medicine, but she also told this important news to Long Chen. It wasn't important who this mysterious girl was. What was important was that even more trouble was looming over Long Chen's head. "Chen, what should we do?" Lingxi shivered in the night wind. "Let's go, Xiaolang." "Sorry for troubling you," Long Chen said with a resolute look in his eyes. He would deal with the situation as it came. He had never been afraid of the Wu tribe. Because he hadn't protected Lingxi well, he had caused such a difficult situation today. Xiaolang had always been a little ashamed. Now that he had a use for him, he hurriedly got up and revealed his battle form. He directly carried Long Chen and Lingxi on his back. After recalling the map, Long Chen pointed in a direction and asked Xiaolang to move in that direction. As Xiaolang moved forward at full speed, Long Chen opened the Earth Tier spirit medicine that the mysterious girl had given him. High-grade Earth Tier, White Lotus Heart. A faint fragrance of lotus flowers wafted over. "Little Shi, this spirit medicine smells exactly like you." Long Chen smiled faintly. Lingxi lowered her head, feeling a little sad. "It's because of this rotten smell that you're in danger." Lingxi bit her lips, her eyes filled with endless self-blame. "What are you thinking about, silly?" Long Chen patted her head and looked at the endless sky. After a night of fighting, the sky had just brightened. Behind them, the sun was slowly rising in the east, its golden rays gradually covering the earth. "Lil Shi, remember this." Long Chen smiled as the sunlight shone on his face, making him look even more dazzling than before. "All of my enemies, all of my tribulations, are the driving force behind my growth. One day, all of my enemies will be trampled under my feet, and all of my tribulations will be crushed by me. At that time, you will realize that your man, Long Chen, will be the strongest existence in this world, or even countless worlds. Lingxi looked at him excitedly, her eyes filled with love and worship. After a night of running, her frail body stayed by Long Chen's side. Chapter 333. They had already covered 1/3 of the distance, but the Wu tribe was still hot on their heels. Hence, Long Chen had no choice but to take a roundabout route and head west. Although the journey was longer, it was much safer. Long Chen's physique was rather amazing. In just a few days, with the nourishment of the White Lotus heart, his body gradually recovered from its heavily injured state. After 3 days, he had almost recovered all his fighting strength. Earth-level high-level elixirs were indeed extraordinary. However, because he had used blood refinement Qi too frequently, the bloodthirsty and murderous nature of the primordial blood spiritual dragon had seriously affected him. Long Chen yearned for battle and killing all the time. If it weren't for Lingxi watching from the side, he would have easily indulged himself and followed his personality to kill. After 3 days, Long Chen and Xiao Lang had already recovered to their peak state. Unfortunately, Lingxi had fallen ill because of the cold she had caught that night. This illness had lasted for 3 days and had gotten worse. Long Chen had tried everything he could, but to no avail. He had plenty of elixirs on him, but Lingxi's body didn't have any qi to refine, so she simply couldn't absorb any. Seeing Lingxi's body weaken day by day, Long Chen was as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. He knew that Lingxi actually only needed an ordinary doctor. But the problem was that, given their status as street rats, how would they dare to look for a doctor? Big brother Chen, don't blame yourself anymore. I'll be fine. Lingxi hurriedly grabbed Long Chen's hand when she saw that he was a little anxious. She forced her weak self to reveal a smile and comforted him. I can only blame myself for being too impulsive. Little Shi, I'm really sorry for making you suffer with me. If he hadn't killed the 9th prince and had only defeated him, they wouldn't have been reduced to such a desperate situation. Big brother Chen. Cough cough. Lingxi coughed a few times before she looked at Long Chen seriously and said in a determined voice, I don't know how to understand, but I think that being able to be with you is the best thing that has ever happened to me. No matter what we're doing right now, lying in your arms like this makes me really happy. These are the best few days of my life. If I were to die right now, I really wouldn't have any regrets. Bullshit. Long Chen patted her pale face and said, Don't talk nonsense with me. I risked my life just to make sure you are safe. If you don't cherish your own life, how can I protect you? I know I was wrong. Long Chen's words touched Lingxi's heart and she hurriedly said. Because she spoke too quickly, she coughed a few more times. This time, she coughed even more thoroughly. Long Chen's heart twitched. Lingxi was like a treasure in his hands, like a beautiful white lotus. But now that the lotus was damaged and yellow, he naturally felt incomparably sad. The fever is getting worse. Long Chen moved his hand away from Lingxi's forehead and said with a frown. It's fine. It will be better soon. Little Shi won't become a burden to Chen. I will work hard. Lingxi clenched her soft fist and said with all her might. Long Chen stared at her for a while. Xiao Lang, find a town nearby and we will disguise ourselves. I want to bring Little Shi to see a doctor. Long Chen said with a determined gaze. He knew that if they continued to travel like this, Lingxi's body would definitely collapse in a few days. At that time, even if Long Chen escaped the pursuit of the royal family, it would be meaningless. No, it will cause trouble, Lingxi said anxiously. Because she spoke too hastily, she couldn't control her coughing again. I have already made up my mind. Don't say too much. Little Shi, no matter how big the trouble is, I will trample it to death. Outside of a vast bamboo forest, there was a clear river. Beside the river, there was a city named Clearwater City. Clearwater City wasn't big, and it wasn't much bigger than Crescent City. However, because Clearwater City was rich in divine jade, it had abundant resources and was somewhat famous in Songyang country. At this moment, Long Chen was just outside Clearwater City. Of course, he wouldn't go to the city gate because that would be courting death. Outside one of the eastern city walls, Long Chen carried Little Shi and directly rushed into Clearwater City. Of course, he moved quickly and didn't let anyone see him. Actually, Long Chen had already entered Clearwater City once before. In Clearwater City, he directly found a remote alley and found a house that seemed to be uninhabited. Now, he directly sent Lingxi to this simple house. Although the house was simple, it had all the necessities. Moreover, it was warm and remote enough that no one would come to visit. It was very suitable for Lingxi to recuperate. Long Chen cleaned up the surroundings and let Xiao Lang protect Lingxi. He then said to Lingxi, "Stay here, I will go find a doctor for you." "Okay." Lingxi nodded solemnly. After taking another look at her, Long Chen finally walked out of Clearwater City. Because of the lesson he had learned in Crescent City, he basically moved in the dark. With his speed as a 5th-level Heavenly River tier, no one in Clearwater City could see him. In Clearwater City, the most powerful experts were only at the 1st or 2nd level of Heavenly River tier. After observing for a long time in Clearwater City, Long Chen finally found a middle-aged doctor. He should have been practicing medicine for more than 10 years, and he should be able to easily treat a simple cold. The reason why Lingxi's condition had worsened over the past 3 days was mainly because her body was weak. Moreover, she had been rushing for 3 days. She was tired, bumpy, and cold, so she couldn't recover. Long Chen followed this doctor back to the pharmacy. When there was no one around, Long Chen finally appeared, and said, "Doctor, help me treat someone. How about 1,000 divine jade?" If he practiced medicine, he would not even be able to collect a single piece of divine jade at most. Yet Long Chen had suddenly revealed 1,000 pieces of divine jade. This immediately stunned him. In order to prevent him from believing him, Long Chen directly took out over 1,000 pieces of divine jade from his cosmos sack and poured them onto the table. He said, "These are all yours. I only need you to treat a very simple cold. Put away your tools and medicine and come with me." The doctor, who had seen countless people, only needed one look to roughly know that Long Chen was an impressive young elite. He directly and straightforwardly took out 1,000 divine jade. The doctor hesitated for a while, but still accepted, because he knew that people like Long Chen would give a lot of benefits, but if they didn't do as he said, they would lose their lives. After putting away the 1,000 divine jade, the doctor directly said to Long Chen, "Lead the way." They had already been out for a while. Without saying anything, Long Chen directly grabbed the doctor's arm. The two of them were like a whirlwind that swept through Clearwater City. Passers-by could only feel a gust of wind sweeping past them, but they couldn't see their figures. Very quickly, they returned to their original location. Long Chen finally stopped. The doctor's face was a little pale due to the high-speed movement. He looked around in bewilderment, clearly not knowing where this small courtyard was in Clearwater City. After you go in, don't ask too many questions. All you have to do is to treat the person inside, and then you can leave safely. Otherwise, the divine jade will not be yours, and neither will your life. Long Chen's threat scared the middle-aged doctor. He didn't dare to say anything else, and directly followed Long Chen into the room. When she saw that Long Chen had returned, Lingxi's face glowed with a lot more radiance. It was the doctor's first time seeing such a beautiful girl. In his opinion, Long Chen was undoubtedly evil and terrifying. However, this girl in front of him was like a white lotus, and her eyes were pure and kind. She won the doctor's good impression. It's indeed a cold. Furthermore, it hasn't been treated effectively. Moreover, it's been tiring all this time. That's why it's so serious. However, I've been practicing medicine for 20 years, so I have a lot of experience in treating colds. After the diagnosis, the doctor wrote a prescription. In fact, before coming here, Long Chen had already asked him to bring the necessary medicinal ingredients. It was said that a long time ago, doctors specialized in prescribing medicine, and there were specialized pharmacies in the market. However, ever since the Cosmos sack was popularized, ordinary doctors would directly bring medicinal ingredients to practice medicine. After the prescription, the doctor went to boil the medicine at Long Chen's request. Long Chen sat beside Lingxi and looked at this delicate girl with a pained expression. He asked, "Do you feel better after lying here?" "Yes, I feel very good." Lingxi nodded. She was a little depressed. She leaned against Long Chen's ear and looked at the doctor who was boiling the medicine not far away. She said, "Chen, are you going to kill him?" Whether or not the doctor could recognize Long Chen's identity, Long Chen didn't know. However, for Lingxi's safety, he absolutely couldn't take the risk. Therefore, he had already decided in his heart that even if he had to be a bad person, He would kill this doctor after Lingxi was cured. Yes. Long Chen nodded in a low voice. No. Chen. A doctor has the heart of a parent. I can see that he's a good doctor. Lingxi couldn't bear to do it. All right, then I'll let him stay here for a few days. I'll let him leave when we're about to leave Clearwater City. With the nourishment of some ordinary herbs and a professional doctor attending to her, Lingxi's health condition gradually improved. In just a day, her face had become rosier and her fever had mostly subsided. She should be able to recover in 2 more days. The doctor beside her was a little fearful in front of Long Chen. You can leave when the time comes, Long Chen said. With this guarantee, the doctor heaved a sigh of relief. Today was as though he had been living on the edge of a knife, and had almost entered the gates of hell. A day passed. In the morning of the second day, Long Chen was lying on the bed with the sleeping Lingxi in his arms. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold and he got up. After covering Lingxi with the blanket, Long Chen leaned over and kissed her fair forehead. Lingxi let out a sleep-talking sound and gently pushed Long Chen away. Long Chen smiled, turned around, pushed the door open, and walked out of the room. Outside stood a large group of dwarves. They were from the big family. End of 20 chapters. Please believe in Lunatic's character. His updates are definitely the craziest. The occasional silence is only for the crazy eruption. Recently, there have been exams, but I'm still typing crazily. I hope you can understand. Today, my fingers are almost crippled. Every day, I have limited time to write. Seeing some reviews scolding me for updating slowly makes me feel very uncomfortable. Damn it. I've updated 700,000 chapters this month. That's 4 to 6 times more than others, and they still say I'm slow. Tomorrow, I'll probably update 5 to 10 chapters. Chapter 334. Just now, Long Chen had already sensed that quite a few elites had already surrounded him. Among these elites, some were so strong that even he felt his heart tremble. Without a doubt, these were all elites of the Wu race. At this moment, there was a total of Song Zhongcheng, who was at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, and almost 10 martial artists at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. As for martial artists at the 5th and 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, there were almost over 100 of them. With so many elites, it was practically the entire strength of the Wu race. This time, not only did Long Chen kill Song Zhongcheng's most beloved son, he also killed the 9th prince. As long as they killed Long Chen on one hand, they could avenge Song Yefeng, and on the other hand, they could claim credit from the Sword Emperor. Such a good thing, for the Wu race, who always like to take small advantages. Why not? Thus, along the way, the Wu race had always been competing with the Imperial City Guards. When they found out that the Imperial City Guards had actually been completely annihilated in the hands of Long Chen, the members of the Yamato clan were all stunned. At the same time, they also obtained a lot of information from them. For example, the numerous Lotus Martins that they currently held in their hands were information that was leaked out from the Imperial City Guards. It was precisely because of these Lotus Martins, and dozens of Lotus Martins at that the Wu race was able to find Long Chen and Lingxi in a relatively remote city like Clearwater City. The smell of the lotus on Lingxi's body was impossible to get rid of, so when the Wu race used the Lotus Martins, as long as Long Chen slowed down, they were destined to be found. Long Chen was already very careful this time, but he didn't expect that he would still be defeated by the Lotus Martins, a small first-level yellow-tier demonic beast. At this moment, Xiao Lang was standing beside Long Chen, and that doctor, seeing so many ugly and fiendish strangers, was so scared that his legs were trembling. It could be seen that these people were here to find trouble with Long Chen, and they were definitely not from Clearwater City. You go first. Since he had already been exposed, Long Chen did not want to make things difficult for the doctor. After all, he was the one who had helped Lingxi recover. For safety, he had put a lot of effort into the details. For example, he did not let the doctor go back. However, the smell of the mysterious sky jade lotus on Lingxi's body could not be concealed. With Long Chen's permission, the doctor heaved a sigh of relief. He moved to the side and was about to leave through the place where there were fewer Wu tribe members. At that moment, one of the Wu tribe youths punched the air and killed the doctor, who was so weak that he couldn't even truss a chicken. Baka, a piece of trash like you wants to leave in front of the Yamato family's patriarch? His arrogant attitude showed that he did not put Long Chen in his eyes at all. Long Chen put his fists behind his back and clenched them tightly. Song Zhongcheng sized up Long Chen for a while, laughed dryly, and said with some emotion, "Long Chen, your reputation has already shocked the entire Congyang country. Every time, I remind myself not to look down on you, but later on, I found out that I still underestimated you. The 6 commanders of the Imperial Guards all died in your hands. I have to say, I really admire you. However, our Yamato family has a great and glorious bloodline. All the dregs are vulnerable in front of us, including you. Haha, I have to say that the Lotus Martin is really a good thing. It was them that led us to this Clearwater City." The Wu tribe members roared with laughter. The Lotus Martin was originally the idea of the 3rd commander of the Imperial Guards, but who would have thought that it would benefit the Wu tribe in the end? The Wu tribe followed suit and finally found Long Chen with the help of the Lotus Martin. Moreover, they had an absolute advantage and completely surrounded Long Chen. With such a huge force to deal with a martial artist at the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier, there was no reason for them not to win. Thus, Song Zhongcheng and the others were very relaxed. Although Long Chen was full of miracles, Song Zhongcheng, who was at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, had battle prowess close to the pinnacle, so it was impossible for him to be defeated by Long Chen. If that was the case, Long Chen would not be a miracle, but a legend. A legend was a legend, and would never appear in reality. Lingxi was in the room behind him, sleeping quietly. If Long Chen wanted to maintain the peace in her heart, he would have to pay the price in blood. Thus, his heart was a little heavy. As the other party spoke sarcastically, Long Chen was estimating the battle prowess of the 2 sides. The result was undoubtedly tragic. He and Xiao Lang combined could at most face 2 cultivators at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. What could make up for such a huge gap? It could only be intelligence. Because the Wu tribe was generally very short, Long Chen could only lower his head and look at them. He said coldly, "So what if I find it? Although I am afraid of the guards of the Imperial City, I have never been afraid of you. You are just a bunch of ants, and you are merely using your advantage in numbers to intimidate others. Who dares to fight me one-on-one? A fair battle." Long Chen's provocative words instantly caused a huge uproar among the Wu tribe. Even Song Zhongcheng knew that Long Chen was trying to goad him into action. Under the situation where the members of the clan were filled with righteous indignation, he could only say coldly, "Who said that the Wu tribe only knows how to win with our advantage in numbers? Long Chen, I will fight you. I want to see what methods you have to kill the 2nd commander of the guards." What a fair battle. An 8th level of the Heavenly River tier against a 5th level of the Heavenly River tier. Isn't Patriarch Song afraid of losing his status and becoming a laughing stock? Long Chen's expression was full of mockery. Bullshit. Our Patriarch is giving you face by dealing with you. Why aren't you kneeling and thanking him? It is your honor to die at the hands of our noble clan. Say no more. Song Zhongcheng waved his hand. Right now, there were already many experts from the Wu tribe. Song Zhongcheng knew that if he were to deal with Long Chen alone, he would most likely become a laughingstock when he returned to the Imperial City. He would not be able to raise his head. Thus he instructed a burly man who looked like a wild beast, and said, "Ben Dao, you go deal with him. You must kill him." When the burly man saw that Song Zhongcheng had chosen him, he instantly licked his lips. A bloodthirsty look appeared in his eyes, and he said, "Yes, I guarantee that I will take him down." After saying this, he walked out of the crowd and stood in front of Long Chen. "You are the first." Long Chen did not have the slightest bit of fear. Being able to deal with these Wu tribe members separately was already the best outcome for him. He knew that the Wu tribe members were very concerned about their pride. If Long Chen slightly provoked them, they would fall into Long Chen's trap. However, even so, Long Chen's current situation was not optimistic. Cultivators at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier usually used high-level Earth tier battle techniques, and Long Chen currently lacked many things. His most powerful offensive battle technique, the Dragon Emperor's Demise, was only a medium-level Earth tier battle technique. The only thing he could bring out was the heaven-burning Demon Emperor's Divine Flame clone. Long Chen jumped a few steps and arrived on top of one of the roofs. He looked down at the densely packed Wu tribe members, and said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing, "I will stand right here. You trash of the Wu tribe can come up one by one. Let's see how many people you need to defeat me. Or is it that you trash are no match for me at all?" Baka. Long Chen's provocative words instantly enraged all the Wu tribe members. They wanted nothing more than to rush up and ruthlessly slaughter Long Chen. This brat is really arrogant. However, in front of our Yamato clan, no matter how arrogant he is, he will still die. The warriors of our Wu tribe all have the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth. Matsumoto Shima, go up immediately and pluck this brat's head. Tonight, I will reward my wife to you, Matsumoto Shima said coldly as he looked at Long Chen. Hearing his words, the short and muscular man called Matsumoto Shima's eyes instantly turned green. When he thought of the patriarch's wife's voluptuous breasts and buttocks, his lower body began to flush with blood. He wanted nothing more than to immediately kill Long Chen, and then go back to the bed to kill the patriarch's wife. As expected of a group of beasts, Long Chen secretly shook his head. They could even casually give their wives to their subordinates. Long Chen really couldn't understand these uncivilized barbarians. It could even be said that they hadn't evolved into humans yet. While the crowd was cheering, Matsumoto Shima had already rushed up to the roof, panting heavily. There were originally not many people here, but because of the arrival of the Wu tribe, the remaining people had all run away. Therefore, this area had become almost uninhabited. Looking at the beast-like Wu tribe members in front of him, Long Chen sighed in his heart. He didn't know the doctor's name, but he still felt that it wasn't worth it for him to die at the hands of the Wu tribe. Forget it, I will take revenge for you. If I can kill one, then I will. A cold light flashed in Long Chen's eyes as he looked towards the courtyard where Lingxi was. Xiao Lang was guarding the door, looking at the current Long Chen with admiration and excitement. Protect little she, Long Chen said softly, but Wolf Cub could read his meaning from the shape of his mouth. He quickly nodded. This was an important task for him. This time, I definitely can't let Sister Lingxi be captured by them, even if I die. This thought was very strong in Xiao Lang's heart. If necessary, I will ignite the life of the sun-devouring direwolf. I don't believe that I won't be a match for them even if I ignite my life. Long Chen didn't know what Xiao Lang was thinking, but he believed that Xiao Lang would do a good job. Right now, Long Chen only needed to provoke the Wu tribe members one by one and kill them one by one. Your name is Matsumoto Shima. Very good. You are the first Wu tribe member to die in my hands today. Long Chen looked at the burly man in front of him indifferently and said slowly, What? Baka, kid, did your brain get stuck in a door? I heard that the most beautiful girl in Songyang country is with you. After I defeat you, I will definitely ask the family head to give me that girl for one night. Long Chen was infuriated. I'll fuck you. In an instant, the devouring blood world and the divine fire clone appeared, engulfing Matsumoto Shima. Chapter 335. Devouring the Blood Realm and Divine Flame Doppelgangers. These were Long Chen's two most powerful techniques right now. Matsumoto Shima was too close to him, and he had an arrogant expression on his face. Thus, when more than 100 Divine Flame Doppelgangers at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier appeared, he was instantly overwhelmed. Baka, what the hell is this? Matsumoto Jima had already eaten it, and the Divine Flame Avatar still wanted it. After all, it was a battle of numbers. However, what was that blood-red mist that was controlling his bloodline, causing his blood to boil and his combat prowess to plummet? Dragon Emperor's downfall. Just then, between the numerous Divine Flame Doppelgangers' attacks, a red line of blood suddenly appeared and instantly struck Matsumoto Jima's back with lightning speed. Matsumoto Jima was surrounded by the devouring blood world and the Divine Flame Doppelgangers. He was busy dealing with the Divine Flame Doppelgangers, so he didn't have the necessary defense against the killing move that suddenly appeared behind him. Moreover, under the effect of the devouring blood world, he had to use about a third of his true chi to suppress his boiling blood, which reduced his combat ability and perception. After shattering the divine fire clones in front of him with a punch, Matsumoto Jima finally felt the threat close behind him. His face was pale with fright. At this moment, all he could do was use his movement techniques to the fullest, trying to escape. However, the divine fire clones around him had basically surrounded him, limiting his range of movement. The blue dragon halberd stabbed into his shoulder. Ah! Matsumoto Jima, who was surrounded by the divine fire clones, let out an earth-shattering scream. Although he was dodging, his entire shoulder had almost been chopped off by Long Chen. Blood suddenly burst out, and under the effect of the devouring blood world, it frantically rushed toward Long Chen. Baka! Although Matsumoto Jima was injured, his ferocity was still there. He grabbed Long Chen's blue dragon halberd and suddenly turned around, about to punch at Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen's expression was ice cold, and he stabbed a finger in front of Matsumoto Jima's eyes. Suddenly, a dazzling sword light appeared with a whistling sound, instantly piercing Matsumoto Jima's eyes and penetrating his skull. Demon Spirit Sword Finger. Although the Demon Spirit Sword Finger was only an advanced mystic level battle skill, it was still enough to take Matsumoto Jima's life at such close range. The Divine Fire Doppelganger suddenly returned to Long Chen's body. Long Chen also withdrew the devouring world of blood. Before, because Long Chen's Divine Fire Doppelganger had surrounded them, no one had been able to see the battle. Now that the Divine Fire Doppelganger had disappeared, Long Chen had already kicked Songmoto Island toward the Japanese. All the blood in his body had already been completely absorbed by Long Chen. Using blood refinement to Qi, Long Chen completely absorbed the blood of the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier into his own body, allowing his true Qi to skyrocket. Long Chen had no choice but to use blood refinement Qi on someone again. He knew that if he didn't use it, he wouldn't be able to leave this place alive. Long Chen's plan today was to challenge the elites of the Japanese tribe one by one, and ultimately achieve his goal of becoming stronger. The Japanese tribe is indeed trash. A 7th level Heavenly River tier cultivator can't even defeat a 5th level Heavenly River tier cultivator like me. You're pure trash among trash. Now, which trash from the Japanese tribe wants to come up? Long Chen's expression was arrogant, and he laughed heartily as he looked down at the Japanese tribe. He pointed the blue dragon halberd in his hand at another 7th level Heavenly River tier cultivator, and roared, "You! That's right, it's you, trash. Do you dare to come up here?" This kind of Long Chen caused all the Japanese tribe members to explode. They began to clamor and clamor. If it weren't for the fact that Song Zhongcheng was still standing in front of them, they would have already rushed up. "Shut up, Baka. Hey, all of you calm down." Song Zhongcheng stopped the crowd. He looked at Long Chen with a deep frown. Long Chen ignored him, and pointed the blue dragon halberd directly at one of the 7th level Heavenly River tier cultivators. He sneered and said, "The Japanese tribe is indeed a bunch of cowards. I asked you to come up here, but you guys don't dare to. And you call yourselves the Yamato clan? In my eyes, you're just a pile of shit." With Long Chen's current battle prowess, the only one that could defeat him was Song Zhongcheng. However, he just had to provoke the other 7th level Heavenly River tier cultivators to attack. After being humiliated by Long Chen, that cultivator was pressured by the pressure behind him. He roared in anger and pounced at Long Chen. "Baka brat. I'll let you be arrogant again. Patriarch, if I kill this brat, I'll be able to enjoy your wife tonight." Compared to Song Ben Dao, this cultivator was slightly thinner. It seemed like he was better at speed. Song Zhongcheng gritted his teeth, and glared at Long Chen with blood-red eyes. "Fine. Don't follow Song Ben Dao's example and embarrass the Japanese tribe again." "Hey!" The thin cultivator charged in front of Long Chen. His eyes were bloodshot and he roared, "Brat, die. I'll drink your blood and eat your flesh." "Drink my blood." Long Chen laughed maniacally. In this world, only he could drink the blood of others. No one could drink his blood. Following the previous steps, he used the Devouring Blood Realm and the Divine Fire Clone again. This cultivator was not much stronger than Song Ben Dao, so it didn't take long before he was cut in half by Long Chen's blue dragon halberd. His blood became Long Chen's true Qi. The two halves of the corpse were thrown in front of Song Zhongcheng by Long Chen. The Japanese tribe members swallowed hard when they saw the ugly corpse, and they hurriedly retreated. Many of them looked at Long Chen with fear in their eyes. "Trash. All of you are trash. Is someone at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier so useless? I don't believe it. Then, let's have another one. You beast, do you dare to come up?" Long Chen wielded the blue dragon halberd, and he looked like a blood-soaked god of war. He stood majestically on the roof, and the morning light shone from behind him, enveloping him. This glorious image caused the Japanese to retreat in panic again. The battle between Long Chen and the Japanese tribe had caused quite a commotion. At this moment, many people were watching from afar. When they saw this scene, they looked at each other in dismay. They gradually realized that today's battle would cause an even greater commotion. Useless trash of the Japanese tribe. Long Chen looked around, and no one actually dared to come up and fight him. Patriarch, you go. One of the elders said to Song Zhongcheng, trembling. One of the old men trembled as he spoke to Song Zhongcheng. Just now, they had underestimated Long Chen. However, from the looks of it now, Long Chen was too terrifying. If they went up, they would definitely become the laughingstock of their peers in the imperial city. If they didn't go up, more people would definitely die today. Song Zhongcheng weighed the pros and cons, and then said, fine, I'll get rid of this brat. This brat is already possessed. He's powerful and extraordinary, at least at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. Ordinary cultivators won't be able to deal with him, so I'll go. He gave Long Chen the title of being at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. This way, he would feel much more at ease when dealing with Long Chen. I still have to make a move. In truth, Song Zhongcheng was the strongest person in the De clan, and the De clan was one of the 3 great clans of the imperial city. If he let Long Chen deal with him, he really didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. It could be said that he would definitely lose. The 8th level of the Heavenly River tier was already close to the level of the absolute elites of the Zongyang nation. However, Long Chen knew that no matter what, he couldn't take a step back. Thus, even if Song Zhongcheng made a move, he wasn't afraid. He smiled and said, an expert at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier finally disregarded his status and came to deal with me. A 5th level of the Heavenly River tier? The Japanese tribe is really useless. Even in terms of cultivation level, there's a lot of understatement. In reality, everyone in Clearwater City knew that such a thing had happened here. In these few days, Long Chen had actually come to Clearwater City, and the people surrounding him were actually the De clan, one of the 3 great clans. Everyone in Clearwater City had heard of the reputation of the Japanese tribe. The Japanese tribe was a foreign tribe, and they were outsiders. Although Long Chen was being chased by the imperial family of the Zongyang nation, the people of Clearwater City still favored Long Chen. When they saw Long Chen's performance, everyone couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. They praised. This Long Chen is indeed an unyielding man. He's so young, and his cultivation is so strong. Moreover, he doesn't show the slightest bit of fear in front of him. This person's temperament is really shocking. It's really a pity that such a genius became enemies with the imperial family. Father, I heard that the 9th prince was killed by Long Chen because he coveted Long Chen's beloved woman. How can you blame him? I think it's very possible for him to block so many people by himself. What can I do? Your father is only at the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier. Any one of those people could easily crush me to death. The city lord of Clearwater City sat in a tea house in the distance, observing the situation over here. At this time, Long Chen had no other choice but to meet the head of the De clan, Song Zhongcheng. You're obviously at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier, yet you're still hiding it, claiming to be at the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier. Long Chen, you're disgraceful. You actually killed the 9th prince. Today, I've received orders to take your life. Enjoy it. Song Zhongcheng also recognized how terrifying Long Chen was. Thus, he already realized that if he didn't kill Long Chen as soon as possible, there might be an accident. Wu Tribe's secret technique, Shadow Kill Technique. Song Zhongcheng's figure was taking the path of speed. His speed at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier was many times faster than Long Chen's. Such a powerful enemy stimulated Long Chen's ferocious nature. He clearly knew that he was no match for his opponent, but things had already reached this stage. What else could he do? He could only fight, an endless bloody battle. Roar! With an angry roar that sounded like a dragon's roar, Long Chen, whose entire body was blood-red, looked like a king of slaughter. He wielded the blue dragon halberd and turned into a phantom as he charged towards Song Zhongcheng. The roofs in his path were all shattered by his momentum. Song Zhongcheng was even more terrifying. Although Long Chen was fast, he was even faster. The pitch-black dagger in his hand seemed ordinary, yet it possessed extraordinary power. With a burst of speed, he charged into Long Chen's arms and stabbed the dagger in his hand into Long Chen's lower abdomen. Puh! Blood splattered everywhere. Heh! With another move, Song Zhongcheng sent Long Chen flying back, coughing up blood. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.